The assault leader, Victor Drake, reported that at the first outbreak of combat, many of the Tutsi fled, abandoning their weapons, while many of the Congolese simply refused to fight at all. Over a third of the men had deserted before the fighting even began. 4 Cubans were killed, and one of their diaries fell into enemy hands, which meant that the mercenaries and the CIA, which had sent anti-Castro Cuban exiles to fly bombing and reconnaissance missions for the government forces, now knew that Cubans were directly assisting the rebels. Indeed, as the mercenary commander Mike Hoare wrote later, the unusually audacious rebel attack had led him to suspect that the rebels were getting outside help. The captured diary, which among other things mentioned Havana, Prague, and Peking as a travel itinerary, was his first conclusive proof of a Cuban guerrilla presence in the region. The Africans attributed their defeat to bad dawa, and said that the witch doctor who had applied it to the fighters had been inadequate. The witch doctor tried to defend himself, blaming it on women and on fear, but there were no women there, and not all the men were prepared to confess their weaknesses, Che wrote. It didn't look good for the witch doctor, and he was demoted. The Congolese and Rwandans who had participated in the debacle were humiliated and demoralized, and the Cubans were furious. If the Congolese wouldn't fight for themselves, why should they? The spirit of proletarian internationalism was something Che had taken to heart with profound personal conviction, but under these circumstances, it was evident that not all his Cuban comrades had the same level of commitment. A number of them were overheard saying they wanted to return home. The symptoms of decomposition among our troops were palpable, Che admitted. Maintaining morale was one of my main concerns. Hoping for some action, he sent a letter to the general staff officers in Kibumba, expressing his irritation over the performance at Bendera and demanding to know what he was supposed to do with the new Cubans who were arriving. He also wrote to Kabila, arguing that he needed to be allowed to join personally in future military operations. While wounded men arrived in a steady stream and were carried back from the battle zone, a 4th group of Cubans arrived at the lakeside Kibumba base. Among them was Harry Villegas, Che's former bodyguard, who had been left out of Massetti's mission because he was black. Fidel had handpicked Villegas to provide personal security for Che, and to make sure he came to no harm in the Congo. Villegas had recently married one of Che's secretaries, a pretty Chinese mulatto girl named Cristina Campuzano, but he had left her and their newborn son to be with his chief and teacher. Villegas was now renamed Pombo, a pseudonym that in time would be famous. Che took advantage of the newcomers' arrival to give a pep talk and a warning at the same time, appealing to the Cuban spirit of combatividad to try to quash the growing dissension. I emphasized the need to maintain a rigid discipline, he wrote. He went on to publicly criticize one of the Cubans for making defeatist remarks. I was very explicit about what we faced, not just hunger, bullets, suffering of all kinds, but also the possibility of death from our African comrades, who didn't have a clue how to shoot properly. The struggle would be long and difficult. I made this warning because at that moment I was prepared to accept that any of the newcomers air their doubts and return to Cuba if they so desired. Afterward it would not be possible. None of the newcomers showed signs of weakness, but to his dismay, 3 of the men who had been in the attack on Bendera did. I recriminated them for their attitude and warned them that I would request the strongest sanctions against them. Che's indignation turned into a sense of personal betrayal when one of his bodyguards, Sitani, a man who had been with him since the Sierra, asked to leave as well. What made it even more painful was that he used phony arguments about not having heard what I had warned everyone, that the war would last at best 3 years and with bad luck 5, Che wrote. The duration and harshness of the war had been one of my constant litanies, and Sitani knew it better than anyone because he was always with me. I told him that he couldn't leave because it would be a discredit to both of us, he was obliged to stay. From that moment on, Che wrote, Sitani was like a dead man. A couple of months later, Che allowed him to leave, but evidently he didn't speak to him again, and people in Cuba who knew Sitani say he never recovered from this precipitous and humiliating fall from grace. More bad news had come from farther afield. On June 19, a coup had toppled Che's friend, the Algerian president Ben Bella. The coup was led by Ben Bella's own defense minister, Houari Boumediene. This boded ill for the Cuban operations in Africa. Algeria was an essential partner in the multilateral effort to support the Congolese rebels against the regime in Leopoldville. Fidel had immediately condemned the coup and its new leadership, so the hard-won unity between the two revolutionary states appeared to have come apart in one fell swoop. Before Che had even had a chance to organize an effective fighting force, everything seemed to break down. With Mitotadai dead, he was forced to deal with men who had little political schooling, little sense of mission, and even less fighting spirit. And, after 3 months in the field, Kabila still hadn't shown up. He had taken to sending barbed notes urging Che to buck up, to have courage and patience, reminding him in a patronizing manner that he was a revolutionary and had to withstand such difficulties, and of course repeating the message that he would soon be coming. Che must have been furious, but he was exquisitely diplomatic in his responses, reiterating his respect and loyalty, both to the Congolese cause and to Kabila as his commander, merely stressing that he needed to talk to Kabila and offering an apology about his covert manner of showing up. Che included this mollification because he now strongly suspected that Kabila resented his presence. He thought this might be why Kabila had not come to the front. "There are serious indications that my presence doesn't give him the least pleasure," Che observed. "It is yet to be known whether this is due to fear, jealousy, or wounded feelings." Meanwhile, the government troops and mercenaries had begun to probe deeper into rebel territory, sending spotter planes over the lake and making strafing runs against boat traffic and the lakeshore base at Kibumba. This caused alarm at the General Staff headquarters, and in response to a plea for help, Che grudgingly dispatched some of his Cubans to man the heavy machine guns in order to provide anti-aircraft defense. "My state of mind was very pessimistic in those days," Che acknowledged, "but I climbed down with a certain happiness on July 7 when it was announced that Kabila had arrived. At last the chief was in the field of operations." Che instructing his fighters. Kabila had indeed come, and he brought with him a commander to replace Mitotadai, Ildefonso Masengo. But, in a further sign that all was not well within the rebel leadership, Kabila was even more critical of Gaston Soumaliat, his political leader, than he had been when Che first met him in Dar es Salaam. He called Soumaliat a demagogue, among other things. Kabila returned to Tanzania after only 5 days in Kibumba, explaining that it was important for him to meet with Soumaliat to work out their problems. He had galvanized his troops when he was there, and they set to work digging anti-aircraft trenches and building a new clinic, but when he left some jaundiced Cubans had taken bets on how long he would stay. Everything fell apart again. The Congolese put down their shovels and refused to work. An internal power struggle was taking place among the political leaders who made up the National Liberation Council, each of whom drew strength from alleged power on the military battlefield and from a series of shifting alliances with various regional guerrilla commanders. These men were the visible faces of the Congolese rebellion to the outside world, holding summits, meeting with heads of state such as Nasser, Nyerere, and Zhou Enlai, and they had become the privileged recipients of huge amounts of foreign aid. The Chinese were still the primary supplier of the rebels' arms, and in some areas even of military advisors, but the Soviets and Bulgarians were also funneling in aid such as the Soviet medicines Che had seen dumped on the lake shore. All three nations were providing military and political training courses in their own countries to Congolese fighters. Relations between the Rwandan Tutsi and the Congolese had fallen to an all-time low. Mudandi, the Tutsi commander whom Che held responsible for his fighters' pathetic performance at Bendera, had begun airing his grievances. His men had not fought, he said, because the Congolese didn't fight, and it was their country and their war after all. Over the succeeding weeks, Mudandi's rancor deepened and extended to open hostility against Kabila and the council leadership, whom he accused of willfully neglecting the men at the front. Things went from bad to worse. Soon, word arrived that Mudandi had shot and killed his own deputy commander, apparently on charges that he was responsible for the bad dawa at Bendera. A Congolese rebel officer went to Mudandi's camp to investigate and was unceremoniously expelled. Now this officer threatened to leave the Congo unless Mudandi was shot. Mudandi remained defiant and from his zone made it clear he was in a state of virtual rebellion against Kabila and the National Liberation Council, declaring that his men would no longer fight unless the Congolese did. Matters were not helped by the fact that, in addition to their mistreatment of the peasants and one another, both the Tutsi and the Congolese showed an extraordinary degree of cruelty toward their prisoners. At one point, Che heard that a French mercenary had been captured on the lake and brought to a rebel camp where, by local custom, he had been buried up to his neck in the dirt. When Che sent men to seek the prisoner's release in order to obtain information, they got an evasive reply from the commander, and a day later were told that the prisoner had died. The dissension in the Cubans' ranks continued to grow. 4 more men, including 2 doctors, asked Che for permission to leave. I was much less violent but much more hurtful with the doctors than with the simple soldiers, who reacted to things in a more or less primitive way, he recorded. But the growing specter of mass desertion by his own comrades drew him to deeper reflection. The reality is that at the first serious reverse, several comrades lost heart and decided to retire from a struggle that they had sworn to come to and die for, if necessary, what's more, voluntarily, surrounded by a halo of bravura, sacrifice, enthusiasm, in a word, invincibility, he wrote. What meaning does the phrase "if necessary, unto death" have? In the answer to this lies the solution to the serious problems we face in the creation of our new men of tomorrow. As for the military situation, Che had arrived at a crossroads. So far, he had doggedly clung to the hope that he could somehow get the Congolese rebels moving and turn the deteriorating situation around, but after Bendera he knew that unless something dramatic was done soon to improve the rebels' fighting ability, they were doomed. By the end of July, Che realized that his original time frame for seeing the Congolese revolution to victory was unrealistic, and he mused that 5 years now seemed a very optimistic goal. Che had been trying to keep up the pressure on the enemy by sending out Cuban-led patrols to lay road ambushes and, since he now knew that the rebels' own information network was worthless, to gather intelligence on the enemy's positions. These efforts produced some tragicomic results. One group, led by a Cuban called Ali, attacked a police unit, but, Che recorded gloomily, of the 20 Congolese who went with him, 16 ran away. In another, more successful attack, Papi Martinez Tamayo led a combined force of Cubans and Congolese to lay siege to the road between the enemy-held forts at Albertville and Bendera and was able to score a respectable blow, destroying 2 armored cars and a jeep driven in convoy by a crew of white mercenaries, killing 7. But in another joint Cuban-Rwandan ambush against an army truck, the Rwandans had run away, firing their weapons wildly, and one of the Cubans had lost a finger from this friendly fire. To make amends, the Rwandan commander had pulled out a knife and proposed cutting off the fingers of the culprit, but Papi prevailed upon him not to do so. Then the commander and his men proceeded to drink the whiskey and beer they found in the ambushed truck and got hopelessly drunk before shooting dead a peasant who happened by. They claimed he was a spy. On August 12, Che issued a candid message to his Cuban fighters, acknowledging that their situation was bad and giving a fairly honest appraisal of the weaknesses of the rebel organization they had come to help. Its leaders, he said, did not come to the front, the fighters themselves did not fight and had no sense of discipline or sacrifice. To win a war with such troops, he confessed, is out of the question. As for his original plan of bringing guerrillas from other countries to be trained in the Congolese school of guerrilla warfare, such a notion was now unthinkable. When, a few days later, Pablo Ribalta sent word that he was dispatching a group of Cubans to assume the task of organizing a training base for Mozambican and other African guerrillas, Che wrote back to advise against it, citing the indiscipline, disorganization, and total demoralization they would find. Since the defeat at Fort Bendera, Che had redoubled his efforts to persuade the Congolese to adopt his proposals. He outlined a plan for a new unified central military command, a rigorous training program, and a streamlined and disciplined food supply system and communications network. He proposed that a rebel posse be formed to go after the deserters who were now marauding all over the region and disarm them, both to restore order and to recapture valuable weapons. He had kept up a barrage of petitions to Kabila, which typically received oblique or evasive responses, and he pursued his objectives in frequent conclaves with Masengo. On the surface, the new Congolese chief of staff seemed receptive, but he lacked authority to make decisions, and the situation dragged on without resolution. Che again asked to be allowed to go into the field himself, but this request, made to Masengo, was met with alarm, ostensibly out of concern for Che's personal security. Che refused to accept his explanation and demanded to know if the real problem was a lack of trust. Masengo strenuously denied this, and he relented, agreeing to take Che on a visit to some of the regional commands. Writing about this later, Che concluded that both Masengo and Kabila were well aware of the ill feeling their absences had spawned among their fighters, and feared being shown up if he were to visit the fronts where they had never even appeared. As promised, Masengo took Che on a short inspection trip to nearby bases, but then a message came from Kabila asking his chief of staff to come to Kigoma. The power struggle within the rebel leadership had finally climaxed. In early August, Gaston Soumaliat ousted Christophe Gbinai as the leader of the Congolese National Revolutionary Council, on the grounds that Gbinai had betrayed his comrades by secretly negotiating with the Congo regime. Masengo promised Che he would be back in a day. When he still hadn't returned a week later, Che took off for the rebel front line near Fort Bendera, determined to see the conditions firsthand. It was August 18. 6. With the enthusiasm of a chess master who senses victory, Fidel was dispatching a regular stream of Cuban fighters to Tanzania. In early September 1965, a fifth group arrived. Among them were the corpulent PURS secretary, Emilio Aragon's immediately dubbed Tembo, Elephant, and Che's old Sierra War sidekick and housemate, now Chief of Staff of Cuba's Western Army, Dr. Oscar Fernandez Mel, renamed Siki, Vinegar, allegedly for his sour personality. Fernandez Mel had been on vacation at the Varadero Beach Resort when he got a surprise call from Havana. Although he had been privy to Che's disappearance, he had even taken Che's dental impression so that false teeth could be made for him as part of his disguise for leaving Cuba. He had not known, or asked, Che's destination, and had assumed it to be South America. It was something he had talked to me about, and that he had proposed as far back as the Sierra Maestra, Mel recalled. He had said that after liberating Cuba he was going to liberate his own country. It was his final objective. That's the great truth. When they called me, I thought it was for that, but when I was told it was for Africa, I didn't even think about it. I said, well, if he's there, that's where we go. Fernandez Mel said that in Cuba the general feeling toward Che's African mission was euphoria. They said that everything was all right, that everything was marching along and they had had some victorious battles, etc. And that our mission was to lend Che a hand and help in everything and to serve as a kind of backup. He and Aragons had gone off with enthusiasm, even though Fidel had expressed concern that Che seemed overly pessimistic about the prospects. It hadn't taken them long to realize that things on the ground were not as had been painted for them. In Dar es Salaam, they met Kabila, who was driving around in a Mercedes-Benz. Then, in Kigoma, Kabila's men refused to let them cross the lake in what they called Kabila's launch, a new fast motorboat that the Cubans and Soviets had provided. They had to cross in a larger, slower boat. When they reached Kibumba, Kumi, the Cuban doctor at the base dispensary, told them, "You'll see what this is, a piece of shit." Pombo came down the hill to meet them as they struggled on the climb up, and from him they heard more details of just how bad things really were, and that Che, fed up with being retained at the base, had taken off. Knowing Che as he did, Mel was not surprised. Underneath that calm demeanor he had, always writing, reading, and thinking, Che was a man of enormous activity, he said. He was an erupting volcano who wanted to do things, and in the Congo, he wanted it to be like it was in the Sierra Maestra. He wanted to fight, he wanted to go to where the mercenaries were. Che headed back to base when he heard that Fernandez Mel and Aragons had arrived. He was worried that they had orders to bring him back to Cuba and was relieved and gratified to learn he was mistaken. They had both volunteered to come, out of a desire to be a part of his mission. The brief trip had revived Che's spirits. For the first time, he had entered into friendly contact with the peasants, and had reveled in it. Like peasants anywhere in the world, they were receptive to any human interest taken in them, he wrote. He had carried out a little social action, handing out vegetable seeds for planting and promising to send doctors on regular medical visits to the area. He briefly even returned to his old profession of doctoring, giving injections of penicillin against the most traditional disease he found, gonorrhea, and dispensing anti-malaria pills. In one place, the villagers dressed up as bush devils and danced around a stone idol and sacrificed a sheep for him. The ritual seems complicated, but it boils down to something very simple: a sacrifice is made to the god, the stone idol, and afterward the sacrificed animal is eaten, and everyone eats and drinks profusely. Wherever he went, Che had tried hard to get the commanders to agree to send their men to his base for training, but invariably he found that they wanted the Cuban instructors to be sent to them. Their presence was seen as a sign of prestige. He had even set up some ambushes in which, for the first time, some of the Rwandans hadn't run but actively participated. These were slim grounds for optimism, but after so many months of gloom and inaction, Che felt that headway had been made. September brought him back to reality. The Tanzanian government was now throwing obstacles in the way of the Congolese, and it was becoming difficult for them to move men and supplies out of Kigoma. In the Congo itself, a pro-Benai faction had begun causing problems in some of the outlying rebel areas, and there were a few armed standoffs between pro and anti-council factions. Masengo was shot at in a couple of pro-Benai villages and had to beat a retreat. The situation was becoming dangerous for the Cubans, who no longer knew who was friend or foe. Still, Che was anxious to pull together some coordinated actions against the mercenaries before they took the initiative. After sending units out to reinforce rebel defenses, he went to the town of Fizi, the domain of the rebel strongman General Mulina, where he found the general's anti-aircraft defenses to consist of a single machine gun manned by a Greek mercenary prisoner. Che tried to persuade Mulina to bring his men to the lake for training, but the general refused. The trip wasn't a total waste, however, since Mulina provided Che with one of the more colorful spectacles of his time in the Congo. Taking his distinguished visitor to his home village, Baraka, Mulina put on a special outfit. It consisted of a motorcycle helmet with a leopard skin on top, which gave him a really ridiculous appearance, Che observed. His bodyguard, Carlos Coelho now Tumani, or Tuma, dubbed Mulina the cosmonaut. In Baraka, the Cubans had to endure a chaplain-esque parade ceremony. The saddest thing about it, Che noted later, was that the Congolese fighters seemed to enjoy parading around more than learning how to fight properly. Next, Che moved on to the house of General Lambert, a rival of Mulina's and the man who had introduced Che to Dawa. Lambert promptly got smashed on palm, and was such a funny drunk that Che did not even bother to lecture him. He left after securing Lambert's promise of 350 men for an operation against the Lulimba garrison. Predictably, Lambert never produced such a force. By early October, Che realized that it was going to be impossible to organize a successful attack unless he altered his approach radically, and when Masengo finally returned, he had come up with a plan. To avoid having to deal with the existing and, to Che's mind, completely incorrigible rebels, he wanted to recruit fighters from among the local peasantry, for an independent fighting column, which he would command. "We would create a kind of fighting school," Che explained later. Also, we would organize a new and more rational general staff that would direct operations on all fronts. While Che was in the midst of his meeting with Masengo, trying to raise the Liberation Army from the ruins, as he described it, One of the Cubans in camp dropped a burning lighter, and in a flash a fire began. One after the other, their straw huts burst into flames. Pombo managed to save Che's diary and a few other things from their hut, but then everyone fled as grenades left in the huts began exploding. Che punished the unlucky culprit, an otherwise good cotter, by ordering him to go 3 days without food. In the midst of this party of bullets and exploding grenades, he wrote, Machadito, our Minister of Public Health, arrived, with some letters and a message from Fidel. José Ramón Machado Ventura Machadito, the doctor who had extracted the M1 bullet from Che's foot in the Sierra, had come to assess the health needs in the rebel territory as the result of a remarkable request made by Gaston Sumayat for 50 Cuban doctors. When, a few weeks earlier, Che had learned that Fidel was planning to host Sumayat on a visit to Havana, he had sent a message advising him not to receive the rebel leader, and certainly not to give him any material assistance. Che's missive either arrived too late or was ignored, for Fidel had feted Sumayat, who had painted an idyllic picture for him of the Congolese Revolution. When asked for the 50 Cuban doctors, Fidel had quickly agreed. After hearing Che's adamant objections and seeing the situation for himself, Machadito promised to relay Che's assessment to Fidel. I had already learned through Tembo that the feeling in Cuba was that my attitude was very pessimistic, Che wrote. This was now reinforced by a personal message from Fidel in which he counseled me not to despair, reminded me of the first stage of the Cuban struggle, and to remember that these inconveniences always happen. Taking advantage of Machadito's prompt departure, Che wrote a long letter to the chief. Dear Fidel, I received your letter, which provoked contradictory feelings in me, since in the name of international proletarian we commit errors which can be very costly. Also, it worries me personally that, whether for my lack of seriousness in writing, or because you don't comprehend me totally, it could be thought that I suffer from the terrible sickness of undue pessimism. I'll just tell you that here, according to those around me, I have already lost my reputation as an objective observer, as the result of maintaining an entirely unwarranted optimism in the face of the existing situation. I can assure you that if I was not here, this beautiful dream would have dissolved long ago in the general chaos. Che went on to give Fidel a brutally realistic picture of the way the foreign aid was being wasted by the Congolese. 3 brand new Soviet launches arrived little more than a month ago and 2 are now useless, and the third, in which your emissary crossed, leaks all over the place, he wrote. All he wanted was 100 more Cubans. They don't all have to be black, and some bazookas, fuses for their mines, and R4 explosive. As for the requested doctors, Che told him, with 50 doctors, the liberated zone of the Congo would have an enviable proportion of 1 for every 1,000 inhabitants, a level that surpasses the USSR, the US, and the 2 or 3 other most advanced nations of the world. Che, José Ramón Machado Ventura, the Cuban Minister of Health, Emilio Aragonés, Tembo, the organization secretary of the Partido Unificado de la Revolución Socialista, and Che's friend Oscar Fernández Mel. Have a little faith in my criteria and don't judge by appearances, Che finished, adding that Fidel should shake up the people supplying him with information, who, he said, present utopic images which don't have anything to do with the truth. I've tried to be explicit and objective, concise and truthful. Do you believe me? Indeed, the efforts of Cuba and the other nations helping the Congolese rebels were being squandered. A group of Congolese fighters had recently arrived at the lake, fresh from 6 months of training in Bulgaria and China, but Che noted with sarcasm that their first concern was to ask for 15 days of vacation to visit their families. Later they would stretch it because it had been too short. In any case, they were trained revolutionary cotters, they couldn't risk themselves in the fighting, it would have been irresponsible. They had come to inundate their comrades with the mountain of theoretical knowledge they had accumulated in 6 months, but the revolution should not commit the crime of making them fight. Che turned to the task at hand, creating his envisioned fighting academy, which in its latest genesis would be made up of 210 men, including peasants and rebels from the 3 main fronts. After what he had seen there, He was also doubtful about General Molina's ability or willingness to defend the strategic Fiza Plain, a certain attack route in the event of a government offensive. He sent Mel with some men to try to talk sense to the cosmonaut general, with orders to do what he could to organize Fiza's defenses. Once again Che had to lecture his grumbling Cuban troops. "I told them that the situation was difficult," he wrote. "The Liberation Army was falling apart and we had to fight to save it from ruin. Our work would be very hard and unpleasant and I could not ask them to have faith in the triumph. Personally I believed that things could be fixed, although with a lot of work and a multitude of partial failures. Nor could I ask them to have confidence in my leadership ability, but, as a revolutionary, I could demand that they show respect for my honesty." Fidel was aware of the fundamentals, and the incidents that had occurred had not been concealed from him. "I had not come to the Congo to win personal glory, nor would I sacrifice anyone for my personal honor. The important thing now was for the men to obey him," but Che realized that his words were not convincing. "Gone were the romantic days when I threatened to send the undisciplined ones back to Cuba. If I had done that now, I would have been lucky to keep half the troops. On top of everything else, malaria as well as gastroenteritis continued to plague the Cubans." Che was also afflicted, as he wrote with black humor. "In my field diary I had recorded the statistics, in my case, of more than 30 depositions defecations in 24 hours, until the rigors of my runs vanquished my scientific spirit. How many more there were, only the bush knows." Meanwhile, it did not appear he was making any headway in getting through to the Congolese fighters. One day, when they refused to do some work he had ordered, Che blew up. "Infuriated, I talked to them in French. I told them the most terrible things I could find in my poor vocabulary, and in the heights of my fury, I told them that I would put dresses on them and make them carry yucca in a basket, a female occupation, because they were worthless, and worse than women. I preferred to form an army with women rather than have individuals of their category." As the interpreter translated my outburst to Swahili, all the men looked at me and cackled with laughter with a disconcerting ingenuousness. There were some other cultural barriers that simply never came down. One of them was the dawa, and Che finally opted for a pragmatic approach, hiring a witch doctor for his Congolese troops. He occupied his place in the camp and took charge of the situation immediately, Che noted. By mid-October, the onset of the rainy season, the long-awaited government offensive began. Che and his men were still unprepared. Backed up by a fleet of gunboats and fast launches, and a small air force of bombers, helicopters, and spotter aircraft, Mike Hoare's mercenaries began moving in on the rebel domain in a three-pronged encirclement maneuver. They took General Molina's front at Baraka and Fiza with ease, then Lubangia. General Lambert's defenses collapsed, and his men and the Cubans with them escaped in headlong flight toward the lake. Che sent Mel and Aragons with Masengo to the lake to take charge there, while he dug in at a new camp at the edge of the foothills. 7. The noose was being drawn tightly around Che, and then it was given another tug not by Hoare's mercenaries, but by a political settlement reached between the Congolese government in Leopoldville and the Congolese Liberation Army's backers in the Organization of African Unity, OAU, which included Tanzania. The OAU had blacklisted the Congo regime of Prime Minister Moise Tshombe because of his unholy alliance with the Belgian and white mercenary forces. On October 13, President Kasavubu ousted Tshombe, and in a meeting of African presidents in Accra 10 days later, he announced that the white mercenaries would be sent home. It was to be a quid pro quo, however. If the mercenaries went, those states aiding the rebels would have to end their support as well. All foreign intervention in the Congo was to cease, and that meant the Cubans too. Mike Hoare was not pleased when he heard the news and, in a meeting with Joseph Mobutu, the Congolese army chief, insisted that his men's contracts be honored. Mobutu prevailed upon Kasavubu to let the mercenaries stay until the rebellion had been completely crushed. Che had been forewarned about the mounting external pressure for a negotiated settlement, and he knew from Masengo and others that the Tanzanians had become increasingly uncooperative. But in the field, Events now took place in rapid succession, too quickly for Che to react effectively, let alone concentrate on the political machinations taking place. On the morning of October 24, the 6-month anniversary of his arrival in the Congo, his base camp was overrun by government troops. Che had time to order that the huts be torched, but in the confusion of the retreat his men left behind large stocks of weapons and ammunition, communications equipment, food stores, papers, and 2 pet monkeys Che had kept. As they withdrew, Che castigated himself for having been caught unaware. He had not posted sentries on the route the enemy had taken to approach, not believing they would come that way. He was even more bitter when he discovered that the initial panicked reports of the approaching enemy vanguard had been mistaken. They had actually been peasants fleeing the advancing government troops. If he had waited and found out the truth, Che could have mounted a good ambush and struck an important blow against the enemy. Now, it was too late. Personally, my morale was terribly depressed. I felt responsible for that disaster through weakness and lack of foresight, he wrote. As Che and his Cubans retreated, the Congolese fled past them, finding their own escape, and when Che reached a hilltop where he had ordered some Cubans who had gone ahead to wait for him, he found they had gone on. Che looked around at the little band of men who were still with him. It included Victor Drake, Poppy, and his bodyguards Pombo and Tumani and Camaliso, his original Congolese contact. I made the bitter reflection that we were 13 in number, Che wrote. One more than Fidel had at a certain moment after the Granma's landing, but I was not the same leader. Che and his men marched on through a desolate landscape of abandoned hamlets whose peasant inhabitants had joined the rebels' flight toward the lake. They hiked on through the night and at dawn reached a village where they found one of the Cubans, Bahaza, gravely wounded with a bullet in the lung. After doing what he could to alleviate Bahaza's condition, Che ordered the column forward, leaving the valley to find safer refuge in the hills. Under a heavy rainfall, and up a steep mountain trail slippery with mud, with the men taking turns carrying Bahaza, everyone experienced the next 6 hours as a grinding ordeal. From the heights, they observed a terrible spectacle. On adjacent hills were fleeing peasants, while in the valley below columns of smoke rose from burning huts as the advancing government troops burned everything in their path. Reaching a small village filled with hungry refugees, Che was berated by angry peasants who said the soldiers had carried off their wives, but they had been helpless to save the women because they had only spears. The rebels had not given them guns to defend themselves. Bahaza died at dawn the next day. Bahaza was the 6th man we lost and the first whose body we were able to honor, Che wrote. And that body was a mute and virile accusation, as was his conduct from the moment of his wounding, against my stupidity. Che gathered his men around and gave what he described as a soliloquy loaded with self-reproach. I recognized the errors I had committed and I said, which was a great truth, that of all the deaths that had occurred in the Congo, Bahaza's was the most painful for me, because he had been the comrade I had seriously reprimanded for his weakness and because he had responded like a true communist by acknowledging it, but that I hadn't been up to my responsibilities, and I was guilty of his death. For my part, I would try to do everything I could to erase that error, through more work and more enthusiasm than ever. But it was not to be. As Che dug in at his new site, the recriminations began. Word came that Congolese commanders such as Lambert were saying the defeat was Che's fault, that the Cubans were cowardly and had betrayed them. Fernandez Mel and Aragons kept up a flow of messages to Che from the lakeside base at Kibumba, urging him to abandon his position. An enemy attack could be expected at any moment, and he could easily be cut off from escape to the lake. The Congolese government was now trying to press its advantage by forming alliances with some of the rebel leaders. Masengo had informed Aragons and Fernandez Mel that President Kasavubu had sent him a secret message, offering him a government ministry if he abandoned the struggle. If they've approached Masengo, Aragons, and Mel warned Che, they must also be working on Soumaliat and Kabila. On October 30, they sent Che a new urgent note, begging him to join them on the lake. Planes had begun firebombing positions around Kibumba, and they feared that this was just the prelude to a final assault. The base was becoming chaotic, a refuge for all kinds of deserters, criminals, and traitors, and there was no control. The thing is really alarming, they stressed. We think we've been writing you quite enough and have kept you abreast of the international situation as well as the one here. We almost seem like two gossipy old ladies. We beg you to do the same as us since we are always anxious for news, then we can be three gossips. Che finally decided to heed their advice. Leaving Poppy with a group of Congolese at his new village base with orders to continue the military training sessions, he headed down to Kibumba. Although virtually everyone around him believed the so-called Congolese revolution to be in its death throes, Che refused to give up hope, and even now was trying to shore up the outlying fronts that had not yet been overrun. In his habitual end-of-month summary, he concluded that October had been a month of disaster without qualifiers. In summary, we enter a month November which may be definitive. But even as Che was writing, the rug was being pulled out from under him. On November 1, Ambassador Ribalta was called in by the Tanzanian government and informed that, because of the agreements reached at Accra, Tanzania had decided to end the nature of its assistance to the Congolese National Liberation Movement. An urgent message was sent to Che, telling him the news. It was the coup de grace for a moribund revolution, Che wrote. Given the delicate nature of the information, he decided not to tell Masengo, and to base any decision he made on how matters developed over the next few days. Then on November 4, Che received a telegram from the embassy giving him an advance summary of a letter from Fidel, the full text of which was being brought to him by courier. It was Fidel's response to the letter Che had sent with Makadito a month earlier. The summary of Fidel's points was as follows. 1. We must do all we can short of the point of absurdity. 2. If in Tatu's Che's judgment, our presence is becoming unjustifiable and useless, we should think about retiring. You should act according to the objective situation and the spirit of our men. 3. If you think you should stay, we will try to send as many human and material resources as you deem necessary. 4. We are worried that you erroneously fear that your attitude has been considered defeatist or pessimistic. 5. If you decide to stay, Tatu can maintain status quo returning here or remaining in another place. 6. We support any decision you take. 7. Avoid annihilation. Using the field radio, Che dictated a message to Dar es Salaam to be relayed to Fidel, briefing him on the current situation. A few days earlier, he told Fidel, when rumors were spreading of a mass escape by the Congolese rebel leaders to Tanzania, he had resolved to stay behind with 20 handpicked men. They would have continued to try to assemble a guerrilla force. If they failed, he would go overland to another front or seek political asylum in Tanzania. That option had ended, however, with Tanzania's decision to suspend its support. Che proposed that a high-level Cuban delegation be sent to Tanzania to speak with Nyerere and outline the Cuban position, which was that Cuba had offered its aid subject to Tanzania's approval. It was accepted and the aid became effective. We comprehend Tanzania's present difficulties, but we are not in agreement with its proposals. Cuba does not retreat from its promises, nor will it accept a shameful escape leaving its Congolese brothers in disgrace at the mercy of the mercenaries. We will only abandon the struggle if, for well-founded reasons or force majeure, the Congolese themselves ask us to, but we will continue fighting so that this does not come to pass. Che also asked Fidel to solicit a minimum of continued support from Tanzania, to allow them to keep open their communication with Dar es Salaam, and permission to continue using the lake for food and arms supply runs. Finally, he advised Fidel to pass a copy of his letter along to the Chinese and the Soviets to forestall any discrediting maneuver. By November 10, the situation was continuing to unravel on the perimeter of the reduced rebel territory. One of the Rwandan Tutsi positions was overrun and the enemy was advancing steadily toward the lake. With food and medical supplies running low at Kibumba, Che sent a telegram to the Cuban stations in Kigoma and Dar es Salaam. Enemy pressure increases and the Tanzanian lake blockade still in place. Substantial quantities of Congolese currency are urgently needed in event of isolation. You have to move quickly. We are preparing to defend the base. On November 14, Che's Cuban launch captain, Changa, crossed the lake from Kigoma carrying food and a Cuban intelligence official from DAR with a new message from Fidel. He advised Che that the Tanzanian government was showing no sign of moderating its position. The emissary from DAR asked if he should begin preparing a clandestine base for Che in Tanzania, given the current official posture, and Che told him he should. In a ludicrous sideshow, the boat captain had also brought over 40 new Congolese rebel graduates, fresh from a training course in the Soviet Union. Like their Bulgarian and Chinese-trained predecessors, they immediately requested 2 weeks of vacation, while also complaining that they had nowhere to put their luggage. It would be a little comic if it weren't so sad, Che wrote, to see the disposition of these boys in whom the revolution had deposited its faith. Despite the efforts of Cuban commanders in the field, the rebel defenses continued to crumble. On November 16, Che sent an SOS to the Cuban embassy in Dar es Salaam requesting arms supplies from the cache in Kigoma. He accused the Tanzanian authorities of intentionally blockading his logistics pipeline, and asked the embassy to demand a clear response as to what their intentions were. Enemy gunboats were patrolling the lake, and he needed action now. That same day, Poppy, still in the mountains, sent word that he needed reinforcements urgently. The Rwandans with him had deserted en masse that morning, taking their weapons with them, and now the Congolese were leaving, as well. It was devastating news. Without sufficient men at the front there was no way to hold back the enemy advance. Che held a conclave to discuss strategy with the Congolese leaders at hand, Masengo, Kamaliso, and a couple of others. Despite repeated entreaties, Kabila had still not crossed the lake. As they saw it, there were only two alternatives: a fight to the end in their present position or a breakout attempt, cutting through enemy lines and escaping either north or south. The first option was discarded because of the unreliability of their fighters, and they tentatively decided to make a break for the south, through an area called Bondo. Che ordered Dreek and another of his officers, Ali, to make a quick reconnaissance trip there to see what the possibilities were. As Che recorded it, Ali exploded, saying it was time to stop running over hills without having these people's cooperation. I answered him cuttingly that we would organize the evacuation from Bondo and he could leave with the group that left the struggle. He replied immediately that he would stay with it to the end. Deciding that it was unfair to keep the secret any longer, Che now told Masengo of Tanzania's decision to end its support, telling him to draw his own conclusions. Evidently, the news was definitive for Masengo and his comrades. That night, Kamaliso came to tell Che that all the rebel officers in camp had decided to end the campaign. Che took the news badly, telling Kamaliso that if that was the case, he wanted their decision in writing. I told him that there was something called history, which is made up of much fragmentary data and which can be twisted. Che wanted documentation in case the Congolese later said that it had been a Cuban decision to withdraw. Kamaliso said he didn't think Masengo would agree to sign such a letter, but went off to confer. Just then, a field telephone call informed Che that his upper base had fallen. His men had retreated without a fight, and the enemy was advancing in large numbers. Che reacted swiftly, proposing an immediate retreat, which Masengo accepted. Kamaliso took the occasion to inform Che that he had talked again with the officers and they were still unanimous in their desire to withdraw definitively from the battlefield. That was an academic point now, as Che noted. Within 5 minutes, the telephone operators had disappeared, all the military police had run away, and chaos took over the base. 8. When Che decided to withdraw, on November 18, night had already fallen on the camp. Che radioed Kigoma to prepare the boats for an evacuation. He ordered his men to burn the huts and conceal what equipment they could, and to bring the heavy weapons, in case they had to make a last stand. They began slowly walking toward the lakeshore at dawn, straining under their loads, abandoning some pieces of equipment by the side of the trail. Che noted that his men's faces showed a centuries-old weariness, and he tried to hurry them along. Behind them, explosions shot fire and smoke up into the sky. Someone had set fire to their ammunition stores. Most of the Congolese had fled, and Che let them go, knowing that when they reached the lake, there would not be enough boats to transport everyone. They had decided on a rendezvous point on the lake shore about 6 miles south of Kibumba, and during their march, Che sent new radio messages to Kigoma, asking for the launches to meet them that night. By afternoon they had reached the evacuation point. Che radioed again, saying he and his men were in place, the war was over, and it was urgent that they be withdrawn. His calls finally got a response, copied. Che wrote, when they heard the copied from the lake, the expression of all the comrades present changed as if a magic wand had touched their faces. But the boats did not arrive that night, or the next day. While they waited with increasing anxiety, Che set up ambushes to protect their perimeter, and sent men back to look for the missing. One man appeared the next morning, hobbling on a sprained ankle, but 2 other Cubans were still unaccounted for. That afternoon, November 20th, Che radioed his launch captain, Changa, in Kigoma, saying he had 200 men to evacuate. Changa radioed back to explain that he had been detained by the Tanzanian authorities but would cross that night. At this news, wrote Che, the people were euphoric. He had already talked with Masengo and his general staff, and they had agreed that one of the Congolese commanders would stay behind with his men. Masengo and the others would be evacuated with the Cubans. But for the plan to work, those escaping had to deceive the Congolese fighters, and Che and Masengo decided to use various pretexts to embark the stranded fighters on a boat that would take them to a nearby village. When they were out of sight, the real evacuation would take place. Things did not turn out so smoothly. While they managed to coax a good portion of the Congolese onto the first boat that arrived, those who remained smelled something, recalled Che, and announced that they wanted to stay where they were. On the spot, Che ordered his men to carry out a selection of those Congolese who had shown the best behavior to be taken with them as Cubans. As he stood on the lake shore, overseeing the final evacuation of the Cuban mission in the Congo, Che continued to mull over the possibility of staying behind to carry on the struggle. The situation was critical. 2 men who I had sent out on a mission would be abandoned unless they arrived in a few hours. As soon as we left, all the weight of calumnies would fall upon us, inside and out of the Congo. I could extract, according to my research, up to 20 men who would follow me, although at this point with knit brows. And afterward, what would I do? The chiefs were all retreating, the peasants were displaying more and more hostility toward us. But the idea of evacuating completely and leaving behind defenseless peasants and practically defenseless armed men in defeat, and with the sensation of having been betrayed, I found deeply painful. One of the options Che had been toying with in the last few days was the possibility of crossing the Congo to try to join up with the rebel force led by Pierre Muley, but Muley's territory was hundreds of miles away through the jungle, and it would be a feat just to survive the Odyssey, much less organize an effective guerrilla force. As they waited for the boats, Che continued to weigh his options, none of them good. In reality, he acknowledged, the idea of staying behind continued to circle around in my head long into the night. He was disturbed by the demeaning manner of his retreat and by thoughts of how he and his comrades would be remembered by the Congolese fighters left behind. I passed the last hours solitary and perplexed, he wrote, until, at 2 in the morning, the boats arrived. First the sick and wounded boarded, then Masengo, his general staff, and about 40 Congolese men they had selected to go with them. Finally, Che and the Cubans climbed aboard. It was a desolate, sobering, and inglorious spectacle, Che wrote. I had to reject men who pleaded to be taken along. There was not a trace of grandeur in this retreat, nor a gesture of rebellion. The machine guns were prepared, and I had the men ready in case the abandoned fighters tried to intimidate us with an attack from land, but nothing like this happened. There was just some sobbing as I, the leader of the escapees, told the man with the mooring rope to let go. 28. No turning back. I Within a couple of days of the Congo disaster, Che was safely concealed inside a small apartment in the Cuban embassy residence on the outskirts of Dar es Salaam. Ambassador Ribalta cleared out all the employees except for his cryptographer-telegraphist, a male secretary, and a cook, who never knew that there was a stranger living upstairs. The other Cubans on the ill-fated expedition had been ferried by truck to Dar es Salaam and then were sent to Moscow and on to Havana aboard their own aircraft. Fernandez Mel was left behind in Kigoma to organize a search and rescue mission for the two missing Cubans, and to evacuate the Congolese who had been left behind. It would be 4 months before he found the Cubans, in an odyssey that was to take him almost all the way to Rwanda. Che and his men had had a close encounter with an armed Congolese government cutter on their way across Lake Tanganyika. Che bluffed his way out of the situation by having his men mount their 75mm recoilless rifles on the prows of the boats to give the appearance that they were well armed and prepared for battle. It was an audacious move. If the weapons had been fired, the afterblast alone would have killed many of those on board. In any case, the gunboat did not approach. A small motorboat piloted by Cubans was waiting for Che when they neared the Kigoma shore. To ensure his safety, he was to be separated from the others and transported secretly to Dar es Salaam. Taking Papi, Pombo, and Carlos Coelho with him, Che boarded the small boat. He bade farewell to the rest of the fighters, telling them that he hoped to see them again. He said that some of them would go on to fight in other lands. It was an awkward and emotional moment. The Cubans, although overjoyed to be going home, had mixed emotions about their experience. Pombo said that when they got to shore, Che turned to his 3 young companions and said, "Well, we carry on. Are you ready to continue?" They understood then that Che was not going back to Cuba. "Where?" Pombo asked. And Che replied, "Wherever." Pombo was 25 and Tuma was just a year older. Both of them had been close to Che since 1957, when they were teenagers and had joined him in the Sierra Maestra. Papi was 29 and had been Pinero's point man in Che's guerrilla programs since 1962. They were among the half-dozen or so men Che believed he could call upon to follow him without knit brows, and he was not disappointed. In reply to his question on the Tanzanian shore, all said yes. He could not return to Cuba without having achieved success, Pombo explained. He thought that the best thing was to continue. Through his own efforts, with whatever possibilities, he had to continue the struggle. Che had planned to be fighting for 5 years, but after only 6 months it was all over. Fidel had made Che's farewell letter public a month earlier, at the inaugural ceremony of the Cuban Communist Party. The new party replaced the Partido Unificado de la Revolución Socialista, PURS, as the country's single ruling party, complete with a new, official Soviet-style Central Committee and Politburo. In the farewell letter, Che had committed himself before the world to lend his hand in new battle fronts, and for reasons of pride, he felt he could not go back. Getting out of the Congo, however, was a good idea for several reasons. Even if the CIA did not already know where Che was, presumably it had put the Congo on the short list of possibilities after the capture of the Cuban guerrillas' diary at Bendera in June. Che had to assume they would be looking for him. As of late November 1965, he was probably the world's best-known Marxist revolutionary, a man for whom the goal of proletarian internationalism knew no frontiers. But for now, he had nowhere to go. He was truly a man without a country. 2. On November 25, 4 days after Che and his men left the Congo, Joseph Mobutu, the chief of staff of the armed forces, overthrew President Kasavubu. Mobutu's despotic regime, backed by the West, would endure for the next 3 decades. The Congolese revolution was over. After a few days in Dar es Salaam, Tuma and Pombo had flown to Paris and then to Moscow and Prague, where they were installed in a safe house provided by the Czech intelligence service. Holed up in his little apartment in the Tanzanian capital, visited only by Pablo Ribalta and the Cuban telegraphist, who took dictation, Che set to work on his Congolese memoirs. Just as he had measured his final actions in the Congo with an eye to history, Che set about writing this account with the intention of its eventual publication at the convenient time as his contribution to the annals of global socialist revolution. The title he chose, Paseos de la Guerra Revolucionaria, Congo, echoed the title of his book on the Cuban Revolutionary War and made the point that the Congo was just one more stage in a historic struggle that had as its final goal the liberation of the world's oppressed. There was a marked difference between the two accounts. The book on the Cuban War contained many blunt reminders of mistakes and sacrifices, but it was primarily a paean to the heroism of the Cuban guerrillas, an exaltation of Fidel's unerring leadership that had taken them to victory, and a moral tale. The second memoir was a starkly negative reflection of the first, as Che made clear in his opening pages when he wrote, "This is the story of a failure." The dedication, to Bahaza and his comrades, looking for a meaning to the sacrifice, indicated that Che was determined to expunge his sins in classic Marxist self-criticism. At the end of the book, he listed his own faults. "For a long time I maintained an attitude that could be described as excessively complacent," he said, "and at other times, perhaps due to an innate characteristic of mine, I exploded in ways that were very cutting and very hurtful to others." Che wrote that he felt the only group with whom he had maintained good rapport had been the peasants, but he chastised himself for his lack of willpower in not learning Swahili well. By relying on his French, he had been able to speak to the officers but not with the rank-and-file soldiers. "In my contact with my men, I believe I showed enough commitment to prevent anyone from impugning me in the personal and physical aspects. The discomfort of having a pair of broken boots or only one change of dirty clothes, or to eat the same slop as the troops and live in the same conditions, for me is not a sacrifice. But my habit of retiring to read, escaping daily problems, did tend to distance me from the men, without mentioning that there are aspects of my character that don't make intimate contact easy. I was hard, but I don't believe excessively so, nor unjust. I utilized methods that a regular army doesn't apply, like making men go without food. It is the only effective punishment method I know of in times of guerrilla warfare. At the beginning I tried to use moral coercion, and failed. I sought to make my troops have the same point of view as I did regarding the situation and I failed. They were not prepared to look optimistically into a future that had to be viewed through a gloomy present. Finally, another thing that weighed in my relations with the others, was the farewell letter to Fidel. This caused my comrades to view me, as they did many years ago, when I began in the Sierra, as a foreigner. There were certain things in common that we no longer shared, certain common longings that I had tacitly or explicitly renounced and which are the most sacred things for each man individually, his family, his nation, his habitat. The letter that provoked so many eulogistic comments inside and out of Cuba separated me from the combatants. Perhaps these psychological musings seem out of place in the analysis of a struggle that has an almost continental scale. I continue to be faithful to my conception of the nucleus. I was the leader of a group of Cubans, no more than a company, and my function was to be their true leader, their guide to a victory that would speed the development of an authentic popular army. But at the same time my peculiar status turned me into a soldier representing a foreign power, an instructor of Cubans and Congolese, a strategist, a high-flying politician on an unknown stage, and a Cato the censor, repetitive and tiresome. With so many strands to deal with, a Gordian knot formed which I didn't know how to untie. I have learned in the Congo, there are errors I won't commit again. Maybe there are others I will repeat, and new ones I will commit. I have come out with more faith than ever in the guerrilla struggle, but we have failed. My responsibility is great. I will not forget the defeat, nor its most precious lessons. 3. From the moment he left the Congo, Che became totally dependent on Cuba's secret services for his protection and survival. For the first time in his adult life, he was not the master of his own destiny. The intelligence and guerrilla support network run by Barbaro Pinero now operated throughout Africa just as it did in Latin America and other parts of the world, often under the cloak of diplomatic cover. The Cuban charge d'affaires in Cairo, José Antonio Arbizu, was one of Pinero's operatives, as was Ulysses Estrada, chief of his Africa and Asia section. Ulysses was a tall, thin black man who had been Tania's lover in Cuba and also Massetti's controller before he left for Argentina. Throughout Che's time in the Congo, Ulysses was a primary liaison, constantly traveling between Cuba and Tanzania to coordinate the flow of arms, men, and intelligence. Since the debacle, he had been responsible for getting the Cuban fighters back to Havana and for coordinating Che's future movements. Fidel wanted Che to come back to Cuba, but he refused to do so, saying he wanted to go directly to South America. Pinero's chief deputy, Juan Carretero Ariel, who had helped implement the Bejar and Massetti expeditions in Peru and Argentina, was drawn into the dilemma and found that Che was not an easy man to deal with. He was very hard to argue with, Ariel said. He had a very ascetic mentality. He didn't want to come back to Cuba publicly after the farewell letter because of his obligation to the revolutionary cause. It simply was not a possibility. Christmas and New Year's came and went, and Che remained in seclusion. In early January 1966, at Che's request, Aleda was brought to Tanzania. She was rushed straight from the car into the embassy building in Dar es Salaam, and, once inside, quickly upstairs. She and Che shared 2 rooms. One was a tiny photographic darkroom with a bed, where they slept, and the other was a small living room where they spent their days. For the next 6 weeks, neither she nor Che left those rooms, and the curtains on the windows were permanently drawn. Just once, Aleda dared to peek out. She saw a grove of trees. No other houses were in sight. Their only visitor was Pablo Ribalta, who brought their meals upstairs. In a communications room on the same floor were the cryptographer and Che's typist, a Cuban named Coleman Ferrer. Nobody else knew who they were or even saw them. Che didn't seem bothered by the confinement, Aleda said, because he had plenty to do. He had already finished his Congo memoirs by the time she arrived and had begun 2 other projects, Apuntes Filosóficos, Philosophical Notes, and Notas Económicas, Economic Notes, which was based on his critical review of the Soviet Manual of Political Economy, the standard socialist Bible since Stalin's day. When he wasn't writing, Che spent his time reading, including poetry and fiction for mere enjoyment. When Aleda arrived, he set her a curriculum of books to read, like homework, which they discussed at the end of each day. They clearly relished the time together. Che took some fanciful, romantic photographs of the 2 of them in which he looks younger, slimmer, and more handsome than he had in several years. His dark, wavy hair has grown back and he has a thin mustache. In some of the photographs he is bare-chested. In one of them, Aleda is reading a play by Strindberg while Che looks on with a playful expression. In another he is wearing a dark suit and kneeling by Aleda, holding her hand. Aleda recalled that their Tanzanian interlude was the closest thing she ever had to a honeymoon. It was the first time they had been alone together. In a giggling allusion to their bed in the darkroom, Aleda hinted that they had made up for lost time. She said that in the past they had often talked about one day visiting Mexico and Argentina together, but there was no time, and there was not to be any. When she returned to Cuba at the end of February, Aleda left in the same way she had come, down the stairs, out the front door, into a waiting car, and straight to the airport. She rued the fact that she had been to East Africa and seen nothing, not even the fabled game parks. Later I saw what I had missed, she said, in a movie starring Yves Montand and Candice Bergen. 4. By the time Aleda left, Ariel had persuaded Che to go to Prague, where he would be safer and could wait things out, but before he left Tanzania, sometime in March, Fernandez Mel came to see him. He had finally rounded up the missing Cubans, rescued the abandoned Congolese fighters across the lake, and helped wind up the Cuban operation in Kigoma. Che showed his friend the passages in his memoirs where he referred to him critically, and said, "See how I dump on you." Fernandez Mel retorted that anything Che criticized him for was a direct reflection on him, since he had only followed Che's orders. The Congo experience had distanced them. They were still friends, but they no longer believed in the same things. Fernandez Mel had done a lot of thinking about Che's notions of continental guerrilla war and had begun to doubt the wisdom of the strategy, at least for Africa. He thought Che was stubbornly deluded about it. In the Congo, Che had said things to us that I am convinced he knew weren't realistic, Fernandez Mel explained, although he wasn't a man who said things he didn't feel. He had it stuck deeply in his head that he had found the path to liberate the people and that it would be successful, and he expounded it as an absolute truth. So he could not accept that the attempt in the Congo ruined that strategy he had thought out so well. Fernandez Mel knew that Che was probably going on to South America, and ultimately to Argentina. It had always been understood that Fernandez Mel would join him there, but now the subject didn't come up. He didn't inquire about Che's plans or volunteer himself to be a part of them. Their mutual silence said it all. It was a parting of the ways between two friends. A few days later, Fernandez Mel returned to Havana, taking Che's latest Paseos de la Guerra Revolucionaria with him to deliver to Fidel. He would never see Che again. V. Che arrived in Prague accompanied by Poppy. They were met by Pombo and Tuma at the Safe House, a large, stately villa on the outskirts of Prague, discreetly screened by a row of tall juniper trees. The Czechs had turned over a number of safe houses in Prague for Cuba to use as it saw fit. According to Ariel, they were run by the Cubans independently of the Czechs. Che was brought in as just another Latin American revolutionary under a false identity, he said. The Czechs never knew he was there. Pombo recalled that they lived quietly in the villa, killing time and keeping their skills honed with shooting practice. Aleda rejoined Che for a few weeks. Pinero's agent Ulysses Estrada came and went from Havana bearing messages. Eventually, Ulysses was replaced by Ariel at Che's request. Ulysses was black, and he attracted too much attention in Prague. According to both Ariel and Pombo, Fidel continued trying to persuade Che to return to Cuba, but Che wouldn't budge. Che didn't want to return under any circumstances, said Pombo. Those who were close to Che suggested that, in addition to his pride, a decisive factor was his recognition that he had become a political liability for Fidel with the Soviets, who were now bankrolling the Cuban ship of state. Che was more useful to Fidel abroad, where he could carry forward Cuba's revolutionary foreign policy, with Fidel discreetly backing him on the grounds that he was aiding an old comrade. Che's departure from Cuba had coincided with Fidel's swing back to an aggressively internationalist stance. It had become explicit in his May Day speech in 1965, when he blasted the concept of peaceful coexistence. In January 1966, at the First Tricontinental Conference, an outgrowth, promoted by Cuba, of the Cairo-based Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Organization attended by hundreds of delegates from more than 80 Latin, Asian, and African states, sundry armed national liberation movements, and the Soviets and Chinese. Fidel had once again played the feuding socialist superpowers off against each another. He had disturbed Moscow by pushing through a resolution lauding the guerrilla movements fighting in Venezuela, Guatemala, Colombia, and Peru, while simultaneously tweaking the Chinese by mentioning the misunderstandings between Havana and Beijing over China's decision to reduce Cuba's badly needed rice imports. In February, Fidel would abandon his diplomatic language and come out publicly with a list of grievances against China, accusing the Chinese of trying to meddle in Cuba's politics and seeking to use rice as a bludgeon to secure political obeisance. The Tricontinental Conference provided a platform for dampening the continuing rumors of a rift between Fidel and Che, and for creating an opening for Che to enter a new battlefield. Fidel proclaimed 1966 the year of solidarity and pledged common cause with the guerrilla struggles taking place against imperialism around the globe. And he instructed Pinero to find a place for Che to go. In early 1966, the Latin American revolutionary panorama was vibrant and in a violent state of flux. There were now pro-Chinese Communist Party factions in Bolivia, Peru, and Colombia, and guerrilla groups were popping up all over the place. There were some senior Cuban agents in place with the guerrillas in Venezuela and Colombia, but the situation in those countries was tenuous. Along with the guerrilla upsurge had come an increased American military and CIA presence. In Guatemala, the Cuban-backed rebel coalition was being riven in two by a Trotskyite breakaway movement, but, in spite of their internal splits, the guerrillas had pulled off some spectacular attacks, including the assassination of the head of the U.S. military mission, and, a few months later, that of the Guatemalan deputy defense minister. Then, in March 1966, when Che was in Prague, Guatemalan security forces swooped down on a secret meeting of the Guatemalan Communist Party leadership, murdering the 26 top officials it captured. Their deaths temporarily decapitated the Cuban and Soviet-backed guerrilla leadership. The Peruvian MIR guerrillas led by Luis de la Puente Osta and Guillermo Lobaton had finally gone into action in June 1965, after 2 years of underground organizing. In September, the Cuban-backed ELN in Peru led by Hector Béjar began fighting as well. Peru's government had suspended constitutional guarantees, and Peruvian troops, supported by the United States, had begun a fierce counterinsurgency war. By October 1965, they had killed Luis de la Puente Osta, then they killed Lobaton only 3 months later, leaving the MIR leaderless and its combatants on the run. By December, the ELN was in a similar situation. Before long, Béjar himself was captured and imprisoned. In Colombia, the picture was similar. An official state of siege had been imposed in May 1965 following the appearance of the Colombian ELN guerrillas, who were also backed by Cuba, at the beginning of the year. By December, an outspoken revolutionary Catholic priest, Camilo Torres, had joined the Colombian ELN, lending its effort a charismatic blend of social vision and potentially broader appeal. By February 1966, Torres was dead, but the Colombian insurgency would continue, with the appearance of new offshoots and mutations, for many years to come. Problems were brewing in Venezuela's FALN guerrilla organization. The Communist Party, which had initially supported the armed struggle, was now stepping back in the wake of the imprisonment of many of its leaders. In April 1965, in a move openly criticized by Fidel, the Venezuelan party plenum had voted to alter course in favor of legal struggle, and a year later the party leaders were released from prison. The guerrillas backed by Cuba repudiated the party and continued the fight. A military junta in Bolivia had overthrown Victor Paz Estensoro, the civilian president, in November 1964, and the charismatic president of the powerful Bolivian Workers' Union, Juan Lechin, had led a vociferous campaign against the junta. In May 1965, Lechin was exiled, a general strike was called in protest, and a state of siege was declared. Still, the pro-Moscow Bolivian Communist Party, led by Mario Monge, was hesitant about undertaking an armed struggle. A pro-Chinese breakaway faction of the party, formed in April 1965 in a movement spearheaded by the student leader Oscar Zamora, had previously sought Che's backing to launch a guerrilla war and been given the go-ahead, but during Che's time away in the Congo, Cuban-Chinese relations had soured, and little had been done to push this option by either Pinero's agency or Zamora. According to Pombo, the first possibility proposed by Che as his next destination was Peru, but to go there he would need the help of the Bolivians. Che sent Papi to Bolivia in April, and he planned to follow if Papi gave the all-clear. The first thing, Pombo explained, was to establish contact with the Peruvians, see what state their movement was really in, and get the support of the Bolivian Communist Party. The Bolivian Party had helped us with the Massetti thing and the Porto Maldonado thing with Hector Béjar's ELN group. There were people who were loyal to the ideas of the revolution, who had worked with us before, and, what's more, had been trained in Cuba. The loyal Bolivian cadres Pombo was speaking about were a group of young Bolivian Communist Party members. Among them were the Paredes brothers, Roberto, who was known as Coco, and Guido, who was called Inti. They came from a large and prominent family in Bolivia's northeastern Beni province. A younger brother, Osvaldo, or Cheto, was studying in Moscow. There were also the Vázquez-Viana brothers, Humberto and Jorge, the European-educated sons of a well-known Bolivian historian. Jorge, or Loro, the parrot, had worked closely with Abelardo Colom Ibarra and Massetti in the Salta campaign of 1963 to 1964. Rodolfo Saldana, a former miner and unionist, had helped hide Ciro Bustos and his companions at his home in La Paz after their arrival from Algeria. Loyola Guzman, a young woman of predominantly Quechua Indian blood, was the daughter of a communist teacher in Bolivia's mining communities and a graduate of the elite Communist Party political cadres training school in Moscow. She too had helped the Argentine and Peruvian guerrillas. These, and a few other Bolivians, some of whom were already training in Cuba, were the hardcore of activists that the Cubans could count upon to support a war in Peru or to get a war going in Bolivia itself. There has long been a degree of murkiness about the true target of Che's next and last war-making effort. Pombo said that it wasn't until after he and Tuma arrived in Bolivia that plans changed and Bolivia itself came under consideration. Ariel had a different story. He said that he, Pinero, and Fidel had Bolivia in mind when they managed to lure Che out of his confinement in Tanzania. One of the ways we convinced him to come to Prague was by getting him enthusiastic about the possibilities in Bolivia, where some agreements had been made and conditions were being prepared, Ariel said. Venezuela and Guatemala were previously under consideration, but Bolivia offered many advantages. First, because of its proximity to Argentina, which was very important to Che. Next, because of the agreements, the prior experience there, the human assets, and the party's militant traditions. And finally, because of its geographic location, which offered good possibilities for the later irradiation of guerrillas trained in the Bolivian guerrilla front to the neighboring countries of Argentina, Peru, Brazil, and Chile. He became enthusiastic over this possibility and agreed to go to Prague. This is perhaps the most crucial single question about the life of Escobedo Che Guevara that still remains unsatisfactorily answered: who decided he should go to Bolivia, and when and why was that decision made? Fidel always said that Che selected Bolivia himself, and that he had tried to stall him, urging him to wait until conditions were more advanced. Manuel Pinero concurred. He said that Fidel persuaded Che to come back to Cuba after they learned from Papi that Che was ready to head straight to Bolivia without anything prepared for his arrival there. Fidel offered him Cuba's help in selecting and training his men, as well as laying the groundwork for a Bolivian guerrilla foco. Fidel's and Pinero's explanations do not exactly mesh with the accounts given by Ariel and Pombo, but then, their versions don't match up, either. How to explain the contradictions between the versions of Ariel and Pombo, one a senior Cuban intelligence official and diplomat, the other a high-ranking military general and an officially recognized hero of the revolution, let alone between them and the version offered by Pinero and the Chief Maximo? The true answer might lie in the unpublished preamble to Pombo's diary, which was begun in Prague and written up later on the basis of his notes. 7 months following the termination of the guerrilla operations in African territory and in the midst of an intense period of preparation and organization for our next adventure, conceived to take place in Peruvian territory, Ramon Che gathered Pacho Alberto Fernández Montes de Oca, Tuma, and myself and read us a letter he'd recently received, in which Fidel analyzed the situation and urged him to coldly reconsider his decision, and as a consequence of that analysis he proposed Che's return to Cuba for a short period of time, and at the same time he pointed out the prospects for fighting in Bolivia, the agreements reached with Estanislao, Mario Monge, to launch the armed struggle. Che told us that, faced with the correctness of these proposals, he had decided to send Francisco to La Paz, to explore the possibilities of the struggle. We anxiously awaited the return of Francisco. This took place in the first days of June. His report is that the results are positive. Papi affirmed that the conditions were propitious, even for our arrival there in Bolivia. Notwithstanding that, Francisco told Ramon he wanted to abandon ship, asking him not to tell us because he felt ashamed, As a reason he cited his feelings about dying far from Cuba. So, it would appear that Fidel himself persuaded Che to start the struggle in Bolivia, sometime in the spring of 1966, and that the plan was set into motion soon after Francisco's return from La Paz and his and Papi's positive assessments of the situation. Che sent Pombo and Tuma ahead to La Paz, while he and Pacho made their way back to Cuba, arriving there around July 21. Che had been away for more than a year, but he was not returning home. He was lodged in a safe house on the rural fringe of eastern Havana, and his presence there was known to only a few people. 6. One aspect of the secret planning for Che's Bolivian mission that most parties involved concur on is that, at a certain point, an agreement was reached between Cuba and the Bolivian communist leader Mario Monge. Almost everyone concurs, that is, except Mario Monge. Speaking at length from his self-imposed exile home in wintry Moscow nearly 3 decades later, Monge offered a lengthy and candid explanation of his own tangled and often duplicitous dealings with Pinero, Fidel, and Che. Monge's relationship with the Cuban Revolution extended back to its early days, and, as he told it, he had approved his party's help for Bejar's and Massetti's guerrilla groups in hopes that Cuba would not try to start a guerrilla war in his own country. Even after the Massetti and Bejar episodes, however, Monge remained suspicious of Cuban intentions, keeping a watchful eye on their activities and, most especially, on Che Guevara. When Che disappeared from Cuba in 1965 and rumors began circulating as to his whereabouts, Monge took notice. He said he never believed the stories of a rift between Fidel and Che. He knew that they shared the goal of revolutionary expansion, and he suspected that Che was probably somewhere in Africa. Then, in September 1965, the Bolivian party received an invitation from the Cuban government for 3 of its members to attend the Tricontinental Conference convening in Havana in January 1966. Monge soon learned, however, that Oscar Zamora, leader of the rival Maoist Communist Party of Bolivia, had also been invited to attend and was being allowed to head a larger delegation. It appeared clear to Monge and his comrades in the Politburo that, for whatever reasons, the Cubans were favoring the pro-Chinese party. In November, Monge's comrades urged him to travel to Havana ahead of time and get to the bottom of the mystery. The Cuban overture to Zamora's group raised the disquieting possibility in Monge's mind that the Cubans were still plotting an insurrection in Bolivia. Zamora was known to have offered his forces to the Cubans for this option, and, significantly, Zamora was friendly with Che. At this point, Monge said, he began wondering, where is Che? What is his role in this? From then on, he recalled, he began to study news reports closely, looking for clues as to Che's whereabouts. Meanwhile, he told his comrades that when he went to Havana, he would be as conciliatory as possible and would ingratiate himself with the Cubans in order to learn what they were up to. His idea was to tell the Cubans that the members of his party weren't opposed to preparing themselves, with Cuba's help, for an eventual armed struggle, and he would even offer himself and other party members to personally receive Cuban military training. Feeling somewhat cautious, in December 1965 Monge left for Prague, where many of the foreign delegations heading to the Tricontinental Conference were assembling for the flight to Havana. On the plane to Havana he recognized Régis Debray, a young French Marxist theoretician whom he knew to be closely linked to Fidel and Cuba's security apparatus, and who had visited Bolivia the year before. By now, Debray was known largely on the strength of a series of articles he had written to be an active proponent of the Cuban revolutionary model in Latin America. When he arrived in Havana, Monge told the Cuban Security Service that he was there not only for the Tricontinental Conference but to discuss another matter. He was quickly transferred from his hotel to a safe house run by Cuban intelligence. There he was joined by 2 Bolivian party comrades previously selected as escorts. He would later be joined by the other 2 Tricontinental delegation members still on their way. Monge got in touch with the circle of young Bolivian students in Havana, all members of the Bolivian Communist Youth, and discovered that many had been receiving military training without party approval. Instead of confronting them, he joined them, as it were. Meeting officials with the Cuban Interior Ministry, Pinero's people, Monge told them of his interest in undergoing military training along with some other comrades. They were very happy, Monge recalled, so happy, in fact, that Monge was able to thoroughly outmaneuver Zamora's group. In what he proudly described as a game of brinksmanship, Monge demanded that the Cubans choose between granting official status at the conference to his group now disposed to take up arms or Zamora's. His delegation was accepted as the official one, while, as Monge put it, Zamora's group was sent on a tour of the Cuban countryside. Monge quickly realized that what was important was not the speeches being given at the conference, but what was happening behind the scenes. The Cubans began seeking out contacts with this group, and that, he recalled, but always with the intention of seeing about creating new guerrilla focos in Latin America. They gave most attention to the more radical groups, the more defiant groups, those who to a certain degree were at odds with the more traditional communists. Monge knew that the Soviets were uncomfortable with the Cuban guerrilla recruitment campaign, and when the Tricontinental was over he decided to make a quick trip to Moscow to take soundings. To his surprise, he was ushered straight through to Boris Ponomaryov, the supreme boss of the Central Committee's International Department. We began talking about Bolivia, Monge said, and he asked me about the Tricontinental, and what the thinking of the Bolivian Communist Party was about what Cuba was preparing. I gave him my critique, more or less, and told him what we were planning to do, and then he asked me if I knew where Che was. I told him that I knew that he had been in Africa, but that he had already left. Monge said he had the distinct impression that this was news to Ponomaryov. Monge said that the Soviets wanted to know what role Che played in the conference, where the Cubans had encouraged the most radical groups. They had come to the same conclusion as Monge. The driving force behind the Tricontinental Conference had also been its most conspicuous absentee, Che Guevara. After his briefing at the Kremlin, Monge returned to Cuba to begin military training. He had decided to ask the Bolivian students who had already been trained to stay in Cuba until he and the other newcomers had finished their own military training, at which point he would try to ship them all off to Moscow for theoretical training. He reasoned that he could thus forestall any surreptitious Cuban plan to put the youths in the field behind his party's back, as he suspected the Cubans were anxious to do. Monge knew that his training would take 3 or 4 months to complete, giving him time to alert his party comrades back in Bolivia about what was happening. As he was about to begin his training, in late January 1966, Monge was summoned to a meeting with Fidel. Several other people were there, including Pinero and some of his agents. According to Monge, Fidel asked him what his intentions were regarding his Bolivian cadres in Cuba. He gave Fidel a less than sincere answer, but one that sounded credible. Reminding him that Bolivia had a history of popular uprisings, he told Fidel that the current situation, with the nation again under military dictatorship, indicated the possibility of another insurrection. If there is one, he told Fidel, we'll be able to take control of the situation. With the active backup of his Cuban-trained cadres, he explained, he could push for elections, in which the communists would emerge in a strengthened position. It was not the answer Fidel wanted to hear. What about the possibilities for a guerrilla struggle? Monge explained that he didn't see that as a realistic possibility in Bolivia. At this point, several of Pinero's agents leaped in to offer their own opinions. From what they said, Monge knew they had been to Bolivia and had been studying it closely. After the meeting, Monge recalled, Pinero buttonholed him. Fidel didn't like the interview, Pinero said. He doesn't like your plan because you're not thinking of the guerrilla struggle, and these people in training are destined for the guerrilla struggle. You have 2 or 3 months. Revise your points of view, and then start a guerrilla war. Using the excuse that he hadn't realized he would be away so long, and that he had left certain situations unattended back in Bolivia, Monge asked Pinero to send for Ramiro Otero, the Bolivian Communist Party's representative in Prague. I played that game, explained Monge, because I knew they couldn't let me leave. When Otero arrived in February, Monge took him into the garden of the safe house and gave him explicit instructions: go to Bolivia, ask for a meeting with the Politburo, and tell them the Cubans are preparing for a guerrilla war in Bolivia. With Otero hurrying back to La Paz, Monge's training began. At 35, he was the oldest in the group. Most of the others were in their mid to late 20s, but he tried to keep up. Then Otero returned with bad news. He hadn't been able to talk to the Central Committee, he had talked only to members of the Lesser Secretariat, and they hadn't believed Monge's story. They sent word that the military training should end and Monge should return immediately. Serious doubts had been cast on his activities during his absence, and he was in danger of losing his post. Monge felt caught between a rock and hard place. According to his own slightly tortuous explanation, he had gone along with the Cuban plan for war in Bolivia only as a means to forestall that war, but now his party compatriots were thoroughly alarmed. He needed to return to Bolivia to explain what was going on to the right people in his party and clear up the misunderstandings, but the Cubans would be highly suspicious if he did so. It was also too late for his original plan to keep the Cotters away from Bolivia by sending them all to the Soviet Union, because his own training had almost ended and the Cotters were now itching to go home. In desperation, Monge arranged to meet with Fidel, along with a visiting member of the Bolivian Politburo, Humberto Ramirez, to define the situation. In May, they flew to Santiago so that they could talk with Fidel in his car during the drive back to Havana. In the car, Monge said, Fidel talked about everything other than Bolivia. He would stop the car and explain to us how he had carried out ambushes. He was interested in having us see how a guerrilla struggle is waged. We even stopped to shoot along the way, testing marksmanship and weapons. Their car journey ended in Camagüey, where they stayed overnight. They still hadn't spoken about Bolivia. The next day they boarded a plane for Havana. Monge, who was seated with Ramirez, began to fear that his mission had failed. Then Papi walked down the aisle to tell Monge that Fidel wanted to speak to him alone. He sat down next to Fidel, who asked how Monge saw things. Before Monge could answer, however, Fidel started talking again. You know, you've been a good friend of ours. You have developed an internationalist policy with us. Frankly, I want to thank you for all the help you've given us, and now it turns out that a mutual friend wants to return to his country, someone whose revolutionary caliber nobody can question. And nobody can deny him the right to return to his country. And he thinks the best place to pass through to get there is Bolivia. I ask you to help him pass through your country. Monge didn't need to ask who the mutual friend was, and he immediately agreed to help. At that, Fidel added, look, as for your own plans, just keep developing them as you see fit. If you want us to help in training more people, send us more. We are not going to intervene in your affairs. Monge says he thanked Fidel and repeated his willingness to help in the transit of their mutual friend. Then, using his trademark combination of flattery and enigmatic language, Fidel said, you've always been good at selecting people. I'd like you to choose the people that will receive Che, accompany him in the country, and escort him to the border. If you and your party agree, they could accompany him within the country to gather experiences, or just go to the border and that will be the end of it. He then asked Monge to give him some names. Monge named 4 Cotters he had authorized for training in Cuba: Coco Peredu, Loro Vázquez Viana, Julio Nato Mendez, and Rodolfo Saldana. Papi, who was listening, commented, excellent. Fidel noted down the names and told Monge, that's it. Their business was finished. Monge felt greatly relieved and told Humberto Ramirez that they needn't worry, the Cubans' plans were different from what they had suspected, but they still needed to inform the party. Monge completed his training in June. He sent his 4 hand-picked comrades back to Bolivia but told the original group of students to stay and continue their studies in Cuba until the party decided what was to be done with them. He wrote a letter to Jorge Calcueto, his substitute in La Paz, explaining his promise to Fidel that the party would assist their mutual friend in passing through Bolivia. Before returning to Bolivia himself, Monge decided to take another short trip to Moscow. The Cubans suggested he stop over in Prague en route, so that someone there might look him up, but Monge decided to avoid Prague, suspecting that the Cubans were laying a trap for him. They waited for me in Prague. What for? Monge surmised that the Cubans were planning to present him with a fait accompli, telling him that by undergoing training he had in effect approved the option of an armed struggle for his country, and that he had no choice but to go forward with it. Monge revealed neither why he went to Moscow on this trip nor whom he met with there, but, to judge from his earlier admissions, one can reasonably assume he spoke in the Kremlin about Fidel's request and revealed Che's next destination. And in view of the Kremlin's increasing impatience with the fire starters in Cuba, its reaction can also be surmised. Undoubtedly, Monge was advised to stand up for his rights as the Bolivian party chief and told not to let Che or Fidel push him around. As things turned out, that is exactly what Monge would try to do. 7. With Fidel's help, Che was putting his chess pieces in motion. He wanted eventually to go to Argentina, but Argentina was not ready just yet. Conditions would have to be prepared from Bolivia. Che envisioned guerrillas from neighboring countries coming to join the fighting and then fanning out to form allied guerrilla armies in their own countries. When the Argentine rebellion was up and running, he would leave Bolivia and take command. It was with this goal in mind, the Cubans say, that Che had placed Tanya in La Paz. She could provide them with valuable intelligence about the regime and the political situation in Bolivia, but she was also to be used as a liaison with the evolving insurgencies in the neighboring countries, especially Argentina. So far, her selection as an agent seemed to be paying off handsomely. As Laura Gutierrez Bauer, an Argentine ethnologist of independent means, Tanya was able to make quick headway in penetrating the small and racially stratified social environment of La Paz. She was an attractive, single white woman, and within 2 months she had established a circle of valuable contacts in the political and diplomatic community, obtained her Bolivian residency and work permit, and even found a volunteer job in the Ministry of Education's Folklore Research Committee. On the side, she taught German to a small group of students. One of her best contacts was Gonzalo López Muñoz, President Barrientos's press secretary, who gave her documents with his office's letterhead and credentials as a sales representative for a weekly magazine he edited. By late 1965, she had also found a suitable husband, a young Bolivian engineering student. Marriage to him would help her obtain Bolivian citizenship, and he could be gotten rid of by being sent abroad on a study scholarship, an idea she had already implanted in her guileless groom's mind. In January 1966 she was visited by one of Pinero's men, Carlos Conrado de Jesus Alvarado Marin, a Guatemalan who had been working with the Cuban intelligence agency since 1960. His code name was Mercy, and he was posing as a businessman. He brought Tanya her mail, carried inside a false shoe heel, and the news that she had been honored with membership in the new Cuban Communist Party. Explaining to her acquaintances that she had been offered some interpreting work, she slipped out of La Paz to meet up with Mercy in Brazil, where he gave her a counterintelligence refresher course. In April, she traveled to Mexico. Another Cuban agent gave her a new Argentine passport, and she debriefed him on the politico-military situation in Bolivia. She returned to La Paz in early May with instructions to lie low until she was contacted again. Meanwhile, Mercy wrote an extensive and detailed report of the time he had spent with Tanya. He found her deeply committed to the cause and the work she was doing, but under extreme nervous tension and emotional strain, throwing fits on several occasions. He decided that her behavior was caused by the stress of being so long alone in a capitalist country, but concluded on a bright, sloganeering note, "I believe she is aware of the honor of being a link in a chain that in the not-too-distant future will strangle imperialism, and she is proud of having been chosen for special work to aid the Latin American Revolution." But, as a poem she wrote in April showed, Tanya was in a melancholy frame of mind. The poem, titled "To Leave a Memory," seems to question the cost of her clandestine existence and the effacement of her real identity. So I must leave, like flowers that wilt. Will my name one day be forgotten? And nothing of me remain on the earth? At least, flowers and song. How then, must my heart behave? Is it in vain that we live, that we appear on the earth? To protect Tanya's false identity, Che had passed along orders for Poppy to minimize his contacts with her. He didn't want Poppy to blow her cover by spending too much time around her. He also sent orders that Tanya not be used in the setup phase of the guerrilla war. She was too valuable as a deep cover asset to risk losing. Che needed her as a courier who could come and go without detection to Argentina, Peru, and the other countries where he planned to recruit fighters. By the time Pombo and Tuma arrived carrying Che's orders in late July, however, Poppy had been in regular contact with Tanya since May. He had not only briefed her on the plans for the guerrillas but introduced her to the man dispatched to be the mission's permanent liaison with Havana, Rená Montero, also known as Yvonne. Tanya recognized Rená from the meeting in Havana 2 years before, when Che had told her of her mission. As always, Argentina loomed large in Che's mind, and with his arrival in Bolivia only a matter of months away, he tried to get things moving on that front. In May 1966, while Che was still in Prague, his Argentine lieutenant, Ciro Bustos, was summoned to Havana by Pinero. The last time Bustos had seen Che was in the summer of 1964, 6 months before Che went off on his world tour and then vanished from sight. Che had ordered Bustos to return to Argentina and keep up his organizing work, to lean on the schisms, as he put it, that is, to avoid the Argentine Communist Party and recruit cadres from disaffected factions. Bustos had spent the intervening 2 years doing just that. With no firm timetable for action in hand from Che with which to draw potential recruits, however, it was not an easy job, although Bustos had had some success. When Che disappeared in April 1965, Bustos was unperturbed, knowing that he was involved in revolutionary work somewhere, and that he would reappear one day to assume control of the guerrilla network Bustos was building for him. When Bustos arrived in Cuba, he assumed he would be meeting with Che, but instead he was placed alone in a safe house, a mansion in the Maranhão district of Havana. A special provisions truck came by regularly and left him food and cases of beer. He spent several weeks there waiting, with no explanation offered about how long he was to wait or exactly why he was there. Finally, boiling with impatience and hearing that his friend Abelardo Calom Ibarra was now the army commander in Orient, Bustos flew to Santiago. He found Calom Ibarra at a military base in Mayari. Bustos gave vent to his litany of complaints, and Calom Ibarra immediately got on a radio telephone in his office and had a long, cursing conversation with someone Bustos believed it was Pinero demanding that he attend to Bustos properly and fix up his meeting with the man, presumably Che. It was a strange scene that Bustos recalled vividly. As Calom Ibarra made his call, Soviet officers passed back and forth nervously outside in the fog at 5 in the morning. Once he was back at the safe house in Havana, Bustos said, everything changed. Bustos was told that Che wanted a report from him and needed it quickly. A secretary was brought in to take shorthand. I dictated a report about our work and the national Argentine political situation, predicting a military coup, which did in fact take place before I returned to the country. Finally, Bustos was informed that he would not be seeing Che on this visit. He should await a contact in Córdoba, but he wasn't told when it would take place or who it would be. Before returning to Argentina, Bustos was involved in a very strange odyssey. On an invitation from Mao's government, he flew to China, where he spent 3 weeks being grandly feted as Che's chief Argentine guerrilla lieutenant. Over the course of a series of meetings, Chinese government officials offered to give military training to Che's men and to provide them with unspecified material and financial support. The tantalizing offer came with a catch, however, as Bustos discovered during a meeting with the vice president of the National People's Congress in Beijing, when he was asked to publicly denounce Fidel Castro for having allied with imperialism. A stunned Bustos quickly refused, and his goodwill tour ended shortly afterward. Back in Córdoba, Bustos put on a wig to disguise himself and went into the Salta prison, where he and his incarcerated comrades held a whispered General Staff Council. Their cases were all on appeal, but it would be some time yet before they had a resolution, and under the new military regime that had seized power while Bustos was away, their prospects looked bleak. In Cuba, Bustos had explored the possibility of organizing a breakout to free them, and Ariel, Pinero's deputy, had promised to look into it. For now, all Bustos could do was go home to his family, resume the routine of normal life, and await the promised contact that would lead him to Che. 8. By the end of summer, the troops for Che's Bolivian mission had been selected and were assembled at a secret training camp in the eastern Cuban province of Pinar del Rio. It was in an area called Vinales, distinguished by a peculiar geological formation, called Magotes, a series of large bulbous jungle-covered hills that rise steeply like great green puffballs from the red earth tobacco fields and river valleys. Their base camp was an ironic choice. Nestled on top of one of the Magotes was a luxurious country villa with a stream-fed swimming pool, which had formerly belonged to an American accused of being a CIA agent. It had been expropriated, and now it was serving as the launching pad for Che's next anti-Yankee expedition. Che had chosen an eclectic group. It included a few men who had been with him in the Congo, others who had been with him in the Sierra War, and members of his bodyguard corps. From different parts of Cuba, they had been put on planes to Havana, where they were taken to Raúl Castro's office. There they recognized old friends they hadn't seen for some time. None of them knew why they were there. Finally, Raúl told them they had the honor of being selected for an internationalist mission. For most of them, it was a dream come true. To be an internationalist revolutionary had become one of the highest aspirations for Cubans serving in the armed forces. Daryl Alarcón Ramirez, Benino, a tough, lean Guajiro in his late 20s, had shown his mettle as a hardy fighter in the Sierra and as a member of Camillo's invasion column. Most recently he had been in the Congo with Che. Eliseo Reyes, Rolando, 26, was another veteran of the Sierra who had been on Che's long march to the Escambray. Smart and loyal, he had served for a time as the head of police intelligence, then fought against counter-revolutionaries in Pinar del Rio. 33-year-old Antonio Olo Pantoja had been one of Che's rebel officers in the Sierra and an instructor for Massetti's group. Papi Martinez Tamayo's younger brother, René, or Arturo, was a veteran of clandestine work for state security and the military. 29-year-old Gustavo Macindahode, Alejandro, had come out of the Directorio Revolucionario and joined Che in the Escambray. Later he had been one of Che's vice ministers of industry. Manuel or Miguel Hernandez Osorio, was 35 and had led Che's vanguard squad during the march to the Escambray. Pacho, or Pachungo, 31-year-old Alberto Fernandez Montes de Oca, had been Che's traveling companion from Prague and his personal courier with La Paz. Pacho had been a teacher before joining the July 26 urban underground during the war. There were 3 black men besides Pombo. Octavio de la Concepcion de la Pedraja, who was known as Marogaro in the Congo, was a 31-year-old doctor, an anti-Batista veteran, and a career officer in Cuba's armed forces. One of Raúl's veterans, 33-year-old Israel Reyes Zayas, Braulio, another military careerist, had been with Che in the Congo as Asa. And Leonardo Tamayo, or Urbano, as he was now called, had been with Che since 1957 as a member of his bodyguard corps. The heavy-set, 41-year-old Juan Joaquim Vitalio Acuna was the oldest of the men. He had been in Che's column in the war and had become a commandante himself during the final push to power. Another Central Committee man and career officer, Antonio Sanchez Diaz, also called Marcos or Pinas, had been one of Camilo Cienfuegos's officers and had been promoted to commandante after the rebels' victory. And finally, there was the 30-year-old, extroverted Jesus Suarez Gayal, or Rubio, Orlando Borrego's friend since the Escambray and currently his deputy in the Ministry of Sugar. Nobody knew where they were going to fight or who their commander would be until the day a stranger in civilian clothes, balding and middle-aged, showed up at their camp. Ramon began walking up and down before the assembled men, caustically insulting them. It was only when he had taken the joke quite far with Eliseo Reyes, who grew offended, that Ramon revealed his true identity, Che. From then on, Che lived with his men, overseeing their physical training and target practice, and, as always, giving daily classes, this time in cultural education, French, and a new language Quechua. By August, a base of operations had been located in Bolivia, a remote 3,700-acre tract of wilderness in the backward southeastern region, with a seasonal river, the Nankawazu, running through it. It lay in a hilly, forested area abutting the eastern foothills of the Andean Cordillera and at the edge of the vast tropical desert of the Chaco that spreads eastward to Paraguay, the nearest border. It was about 150 miles south of Santa Cruz along a dirt road, and a similar distance from the Argentine border. The nearest town, an old Spanish colonial outpost called Lagunillas, was about 12 miles away. A few hours' drive farther south lay the oil drilling and army garrison town of Camaray. Since his return from Cuba, Mario Monge had complied with his promise to Fidel, assigning his Cuban-trained party cadres to help make the arrangements for Che's arrival, buying equipment and weapons, renting safe houses, and lining up transportation. Papi, who had gone to Bolivia with no clear directives about where he should establish a base, had agreed to the Nankawazu purchase based on Monge's recommendation. Years later, Monge admitted that it was an almost arbitrary choice and certainly not a strategic one. He sent Coco, Loro, and Saldana off to look for a good base near the Argentine border, assuming that this was where Che was headed, and 2 weeks later, Loro returned, having located Nankawazu. Monge says he looked at a map, decided that it seemed close enough to Argentina, and gave the go-ahead. On August 26, Loro and Coco, posing as prospective pig breeders, bought the land. When Pombo and Tuma arrived in late July and told Monge that their plans had changed, that the continental guerrilla operations would begin in Bolivia rather than Peru, Monge told them he was in agreement. When the Cubans sounded him out on the possibility that Che might be personally involved, Monge expressed his willingness to go to the field himself and agreed to give them more men to set up a rural guerrilla front, while still stating his preference for a popular uprising. A few days later, Monge had changed his tune, saying he did not remember promising the Cubans more men, and reminding them that he could withdraw the party's help altogether. He had to be in control of what was happening in his country, he said, and he resented the way the Cubans were trying to dictate terms to the Bolivians. In an attempt to pull rank, he alluded to conversations he had had in Moscow detailing his own plans, and said he would request aid from the Soviet Union at the appropriate moment. He had, he said, agreed to lend the party's help in getting Che to Argentina and assisting the guerrilla efforts in Brazil and Peru, but Bolivia itself had never been under discussion. The Cuban advance team remonstrated with him and Monge backed off, but from that time forward the air was full of mutual distrust. One of the reasons for Monge's demurral was the outcome of Bolivia's general elections in July. The Communist Party was given permission to field candidates, and Monge and his fellow Politburo apparatchiks had opted to participate while simultaneously telling Cuban-trained young Turks such as Coco Peredo that they were only delaying, not abandoning, the option of an armed struggle. The party had picked up some votes, a mere fraction of the total, but still the biggest number it had ever obtained. For party moderates, it was an argument for continuing to work within the system. In early September, while Monge continued to vacillate and send mixed signals, Che dispatched Pacho to La Paz to assess the situation. The Cubans began taking soundings among the Bolivian party cadres to determine their affinities. Would they join the Cubans if a guerrilla war was launched independent of the party? Coco Peredo, for one, told them he would fight with them to the death, but some of the others, loyal to the party hierarchy, clearly could not be counted on. Meanwhile, Che sent word that he wanted the guerrilla base to be in the Alto Beni, a tropical farming region in the upper Amazonian watershed, northeast of La Paz and at the other end of the country from Nankawazu. He told his men to purchase land there, and to transfer the weapons they had stored in Santa Cruz. Meanwhile, Monge learned from party informants that Regis Debray had been sighted moving around the Bolivian countryside in Cochabamba, in the Chaparral, and in the Alto Beni, all regions that had been under discussion by the Cubans as possible guerrilla sites. He also heard that Debray had met with Moises Guevara, an action-minded, dissident miners leader, who had broken off from Oscar Zamora's pro-Chinese Communist Party faction. Monge accused the Cubans of operating behind his back and demanded to know if they were having any dealings with the Fraccionalista Guevara. The Cuban advance team denied any knowledge of Debray's presence and assured Monge that there had been no contact with Moises Guevara. Both assertions were, of course, untrue. In fact, Che had sent the Cubans a message explaining Debray's mission, to recruit Moises Guevara's force, and to make an assessment of the Alto Beni area he had chosen as the war's launching ground. Pombo, Poppy, and Tuma were caught in the middle. They already had a guerrilla base, but it was in the southeast. They had a semblance of support from the Bolivian Communist Party and a whole network established. All of it had come about through their dealings with Monge, they told Che, and as difficult as the party leader was to read, he was all they had at the moment. As for Moises Guevara, he had promised to join the armed struggle, but so far had produced no men and was demanding money. They urged Che to reconsider his choices. To complicate things further, they were also dealing with the Peruvian guerrillas who had expected to be the primary focus of Cuba's guerrilla assistance efforts in the area. The Peruvians were led by a Peruvian Chinese Mao look-alike, Juan Pablo Chang, an old friend of Hilda Guedes, who was now trying to rebuild the clandestine infrastructure shattered after the deaths of Lobaton and Usta and the imprisonment of Ricardo Guede and Hector Bejar. Chang had a man with the Cubans in La Paz, Julio de Niño Pacheco alias Sanchez, but he and his comrades were upset about the Cubans' change of focus to Bolivia. The Cubans held a meeting with Sanchez to placate him and explain the new strategy. Che's lieutenants were finding it difficult to oblige him about the place in the Alto Beni. They sent him a long report lobbying in favor of the Nankawazu property already purchased, and pointed out that the Beni was heavily populated, the large amount of land they would need was not available, and if they set up camp on a smaller farm, they ran the risk of early detection. At last, Che relented, sending word that the present farm would do for the moment. It was now October, but many issues still hung inconclusively in the air. In a new twist, Monge announced that his Central Committee had voted in favor of the armed struggle but, as usual, emphasized that it would have to be led by Bolivians. He intended to go to Havana to make this policy understood. Despite the obvious need for urgency, however, Monge first made a visit to Bulgaria. He would not arrive in Havana until late November. There he would discover that the man who was becoming his nemesis was nowhere to be found. In fact, Che had already left for Bolivia, having decided to arrive unannounced except to his closest circle of Cuban comrades. Monge recalled that Fidel would not confirm or deny that there had been a change of plans. He let Monge make his point that in Bolivia the revolution had to be directed by Bolivians, but deferred the issue, suggesting that he and Che get together and talk. Where was Monge going to be around Christmas? Fidel asked. In Bolivia, Monge replied. Fidel said that a meeting would be arranged around that time, somewhere outside Bolivia, but near the border. By now, Monge said, he knew where that place was not outside Bolivia at all, but in Nankawazu. He returned to Bolivia in mid-December, more certain than ever that the Cubans had deceived him. 9. Che had lain low until the final days of his stay in Cuba. Aside from Fidel, the men in his training camp, and some high-ranking revolutionary leaders, Orlando Borrego was one of the few people who knew of his presence. Still only in his late 20s, Borrego was keen to accompany Che to the battlefront as he had wanted to go to Africa even though he had responsibilities as the Cuban Minister of Sugar. When Che sent word that he had selected Jesus Suarez Gayal, Borrego's deputy, to go to Bolivia with him. Borrego asked to go, too. Che refused, but promised that he could join them at a future stage, when the revolution was more secured. There was another reason why Che wanted his protégé to stay. After one of Aleda's clandestine reunions with Che abroad, she had returned with a special present for Borrego. It was Che's own heavily marked up copy of the Soviet Manual of Political Economy that he had begun working on in Dar es Salaam. The manual had for years provided the correct interpretation and application of the teachings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin in the construction of a socialist economy. Accompanying Che's copy was a ream of notations and comments, many of them highly critical, in which he questioned some of the basic tenets of scientific socialism as codified by the Soviet Union. He also sent an outline of his theory for the budgetary finance system that he favored over the established Moscow line. What Che had in mind was a new manual on political economy, better suited to modern times, for use by the developing nations and revolutionary societies of the Third World. As for his economic theory, he wanted it expanded into book form. He knew he was not going to have time to finish either project and was now entrusting Borrego with completing the tasks for him. In a letter attached to the material, addressed to Borrego by his pet name, Vinagreta, Sourpuss, Che joked that he was sending it via tormenta, storm, meaning Aleda. He urged Borrego to do his best with it and told him to be patient about Bolivia, but to be ready for the second phase. In Che's critique of the Stalinist manual, he pointed out that since Lenin's writings, little had been added to update the evaluations of Marxism except for a few things written by Stalin and Mao. He indicted Lenin, who had introduced some capitalist forms of competition into the Soviet Union as a means of kick-starting its economy in the 1920s, as the culprit in many of the Soviet Union's mistakes, and, while reiterating his admiration for and respect toward the culprit, he warned, in block letters, that the USSR and Soviet bloc were doomed to return to capitalism. When Borrego read this, he was stunned. Che is really audacious, he thought to himself. This writing is heretical. He thought Che had gone too far. With the passage of time, of course, Che would be proved right. In his notes, Che softened the criticism of Lenin by pointing out that his errors did not make him an enemy, and that Che's own criticisms were intended within the spirit of Marxist revolutionary criticism, in order to modernize Marxism and to correct its mistaken paths to help underdeveloped countries that were struggling for freedom. Che anticipated attacks against him from fellow socialists. Some will take this writing as counter-revolutionary or reformist, he said, and he stressed that for this reason the arguments needed to be well elaborated and based on airtight scholarship. Some of the remarks he scribbled in the margins of the Soviet manual, however, were very irreverent. Regarding a passage that read, "Socialism need not come about through violence, as proven by the socialist states of Eastern Europe, where change came through peaceful means," he quipped, "what was the Soviet army doing, scratching its balls?" Borrego assumed that Che meant to have his work come to light in one fashion or another. Even if he realized that the new path he was proposing could not be implanted here, for a variety of reasons, Borrego said. He probably hoped he could get something going and try it out for himself if he were able to take Bolivia or one of those countries. While Che had been in the Congo and Prague, Borrego and Enrique Oltiski had worked around the clock for months on his collected works. In the end, they had produced a 7-volume set, El Che en la Revolución Cubana, compiling everything from Guerra de Guerrillas and Paseos de la Guerra Revolucionaria to Che's speeches and a sampling of letters and articles, including some that were previously unpublished. Che was both surprised and pleased when Borrego showed him the final result, but with characteristic dryness, he looked through the books and cracked, "You've made a real potpourri." Borrego had an edition of 200 sets printed, and he gave the first set off the press to Fidel, but the Cuban public never saw them. The books went to the revolutionary dirigents and to individuals on a special list that Che composed, one of the last things he did before leaving Cuba. In the end, only some 100 sets were sent out, the remainder were stored in a warehouse where they presumably remain, if they haven't succumbed to water damage and silverfish. X. Che's impending departure was very hard for Borrego, and he tried to spend as much time as possible with Che in the last days. He made frequent trips to the house in Pina del Rio, as did Aleta, who stayed for the weekends and cooked meals for everyone. Borrego even accompanied Che to a session with the physiognomy specialist from Cuban intelligence who plucked out the hairs on top of Che's head one by one in order to give him the severely receding hairline of a man in his mid-50s. When Che was in his full disguise, Fidel introduced him to a few of the highest-ranking ministers of Cuba as a visiting foreign friend, and nobody, according to Fidel, recognized him. It was really perfect, Fidel recalled later. One day in October, not long before Che was due to leave, Borrego took 4 gallons of his favorite strawberry ice cream to the men in training. A special feast had been prepared, and everyone sat at a long picnic table. When Borrego got up, intending to get a second helping of the ice cream, Che called after him in a loud voice, "Hey, Borrego. You're not going to Bolivia, so why should you have seconds? Why don't you let the men who are going eat it?" Che's criticism, heard by everyone, lacerated Borrego. Tears began running down his cheeks. Without saying a word, he walked away, burning with shame and indignation. He sat on a log listening to the rough and ready guerrillas titter and break into guffaws behind his back. After a few minutes, he heard steps. A hand was placed softly on his head and tousled his hair. "I'm sorry for what I said," Che whispered. "Come on, it's not such a big thing. Come back." Without looking up, Borrego said, "Fuck off," and stayed where he was for a long time. "It was the worst thing Che ever did to me," Borrego recalled. One of the passports Che used to travel clandestinely. Fidel with the disguised Che before he left for Bolivia. The last few days were emotional for everyone, but the most poignant moments were Che's final encounters with Aleta and his children, who were brought out to the finca to see him. Che did not reveal himself as their father. He was Uncle Ramon. He had seen their father recently, he said, and he was there to pass on his love, along with little pieces of advice for each of them. They ate lunch together, with Tio Ramon sitting at the head of the table, just as Papa Che used to do. Che's 3-year-old daughter, Celia, was brought separately to see him. Borrego described the visit as wrenching. There was Che with his child, unable to tell her who he was or to touch her and hold her as a father would, for she could not be trusted to keep the secret. Of course, it was the ultimate test of his disguise. If his own children could not recognize him, nobody would. During another visit, 5-year-old Alyosha came up to give him a peck on the cheek and then ran back to Aleta's side to exclaim in a loud whisper, "Mama, I think that old man's in love with me." Che overheard the comment, and tears welled up in his eyes. Aleta was devastated but managed to contain her own tears until she was out of sight of the children. The time had finally come. The operation to liberate South America was beginning. All the men present at Che's farewell banquet the night before he left felt the momentousness of the occasion. Special food had been prepared, a cow cooked asado style, red wine, and a roast pig and beer, for Che had wanted it to be an Argentine-Cuban meal. But as Fidel talked and talked, giving advice and encouragement to Che, reminding him of past times and moments shared in the Sierra, everyone forgot the food and sat listening raptly. Benino, one of the guerrillas who were present, recalled that hours passed in that way. Finally, realizing it was time to go to the airport, Che leaped up. Che and Fidel met in a quick, short embrace, then stood back looking at each other intently, their arms outstretched on each other's shoulders, for a long moment. Fidel later described his goodbye with Che as a manly abrazo befitting 2 old comrades in arms. Since both were reserved men when it came to public displays of emotion, their hug, he said, had not been very effusive. But Benino remembered it as a deeply charged moment. Then Che got into his car, told the driver, "Drive, damn it," and was gone. Afterward, said Benino, A melancholy silence fell over the camp. Fidel walked away from the men and sat by himself. He was seen to drop his head and stay that way for a long time. The men wondered if he was weeping, but no one dared approach him. At dawn, they heard Fidel call out and saw him pointing to the sky. Che's plane was heading away from Cuba. A self-portrait taken by Che in the mirror on a door in his room at the Hotel Copacabana in La Paz, Bolivia, in November 1966. He was disguised as a middle-aged Uruguayan economist, Adolfo Mina González. 29. Necessary sacrifice. Bolivia must be sacrificed so that the revolutions in the neighboring countries may begin. Che. December 1966, speaking to his guerrillas in Bolivia. Wherever death may surprise us, let it be welcome. Che. April 1967, in his message to the Tricontinental. In his post-mortem of the Congo fiasco, Che acknowledged that one of his greatest mistakes was to have attempted a chantage de cuerpo presente, blackmail by physical presence. He had foisted himself unannounced on the Congolese rebels, causing animosity and suspicion among the leadership. It was one of the mistakes he had vowed to learn from. Yet when he went to Bolivia in early November 1966, he neatly replicated his Congo chantage, once again appearing on alien turf without an invitation, convinced that the Bolivian Communist Party leaders wouldn't back out of the impending guerrilla war once he presented them with the fait accompli of his presence. Things began well enough. When Che, or rather Adolfo Mina González, a middle-aged Uruguayan businessman on an economic fact-finding mission for the Organization of American States, arrived with Pacho in La Paz on November 3, he was met by his closest aides, Papi, Pombo, Tuma, and Renan Montero. He checked into a third-floor suite of the Hotel Copacabana on the graceful, tree-lined Prado Boulevard of central La Paz. His favorite mountain, Illimani, snow-capped and blue, overlooked the scene. Che took a photograph of himself in the mirror of his wardrobe door. The pudgy-looking man sitting on the bed stares back at the viewer with an intense, inscrutable expression. The reflective interlude was brief, for Che was not in a mood to waste time. Tanya provided him with the letters of introduction that he had asked her to obtain for him. Using her newfound friendships within the Bolivian government, she had secured an official document signed by none other than the president's chief of information, Gonzalo López Muñoz. It identified Adolfo Mina as a special envoy of the OAS and requested all possible cooperation from the national authorities as well as private individuals and institutions. 2 days later, Che had descended from the bright chill of the Altiplano into the dry season dust and swelter of the Chaco. Accompanied by Pombo, Tuma, Papi, Pacho, and the Bolivian Loro Vázquez Viana, he set out on a 3-day drive to Nankahuazú. During one roadside stop to eat lunch, Che revealed his true identity to Loro, asking him not to let the party know he was in the country until he had spoken with Monge. He told Loro that his decision to come to Bolivia was because it was the country with the best conditions for a guerrilla base in the continent, Pombo wrote. Che then added, "I've come to stay, and the only way that I will leave here is dead, or crossing a border, shooting bullets as I go." 2. By New Year's Eve, Che's hair had begun to grow back and he had a sparse beard. His Cuban comrades and a Peruvian guerrilla, Eustaquio, had arrived at Nankahuazú, joining the Bolivians who had been in training there. He had an army of 24 men. Only 9 were Bolivians. 2 of them, Coco Pareto's older brother Inti and Freddy Maimura, a Japanese-Bolivian former medical student, had just undergone training in Cuba. The men had built a proper base camp and a secondary bivouac concealed in the forest above a steep, redstone canyon several hours hike upriver from the place they called the Casa de Calamina, a tin-roofed, mud brick house, their legal front for the future Nankahuazú pig and timber farm. They had a mud oven for baking bread, a meat drying hut, and a rustic medical dispensary, even crude log tables and benches for eating. They had dug a latrine, and tunnels and caves for storing their food, ammunition, and most compromising documents. In one cave they had set up a radio transmitter for sending and receiving coded communications to and from Havana, or Manila, as it was now referred to. The urban underground in La Paz was taking shape. Bolivians such as Rodolfo Saldana, Coco Peretu, and Loro Vázquez Viana, the owner of the farm, came and went to buy supplies, carry messages, ferry newcomers, and transport weapons. But Che was already worried about the preponderance of foreigners in his Bolivian army. Signs of competitive discord between the Cubans and Bolivians were showing. Che tried to remedy the situation with lectures about discipline and by announcing that the Cubans would temporarily be the officers of the little troop, until the Bolivians had gained more experience. This measure, obviously, was not popular with the Bolivians. When word came from Juan Pablo Chang that he wanted to send 20 Peruvian fighters to the camp, Che stalled him, concerned about internationalizing the struggle before Monge was involved. What Che needed was a solid base of Bolivian support, and he wanted to have at least 20 Bolivians with him before beginning operations. To do that, he needed Monge. Despite precautions, the presence of newcomers soon provoked the interest of their few neighbors in this backwoods region, just as it had done at Massetti's base near the Rio Bermejo, farther south. Even before Che had arrived, in fact, his advance men had learned that Ciro Algaranaz, their only immediate neighbor, was spreading the word that he suspected the newcomers were cocaine traffickers, a budding profession in this coca-producing nation. Algaranaz's house and pig farm lay at the roadside on the approach to their own finca, and they had to pass it to get to Casa de Colomina. Although Algaranaz lived in Camaray during the week, his caretaker lived on the property permanently. By late December, Monge was expected at the camp, and before he arrived, Che talked to his men about the proposals he would make. First, Che would insist that he should be military commander, and in charge of finances. He had no interest in being the political chief, however. For outside support, he proposed asking both the Soviet Union and China for aid, and he suggested that Moises Guevara could go to Beijing with a letter from him to Zhou Enlai to ask for help with no strings attached, while Monge could go to Moscow together with a comrade who could at least say how much he was given. Che's proposal shows that even at this late date, he thought he could hammer out the differences between the pro-Chinese and pro-Soviet communists in Bolivia. If he could achieve a local peace in South America, then perhaps there was still hope for socialist unity on a larger scale. From his crude camp in the Bolivian outback, Che foresaw an astonishing, even fantastic sequence of events. Bolivia must be sacrificed so that the revolutions in the neighboring countries may begin, he said. We have to create another Vietnam in the Americas with its center in Bolivia. Starting the war and spreading it to neighboring nations were the first two stages of his plan. In the third stage, wars in South America would draw in the North Americans. This would benefit the guerrillas by giving their campaigns a nationalistic hue, as in Vietnam, they would be fighting against a foreign invader. And by deploying forces in Latin America, the United States would be more dispersed and, ultimately, weaker on all fronts, in Bolivia as well as in Vietnam. Finally, the spreading conflagrations would lead China and Russia to stop their feuding and align their forces with the revolutionaries everywhere to bring down U.S. imperialism once and for all. To Che, what happened in Bolivia was to be no less than the opening shot in a new world war that would determine whether the planet was to be socialist or capitalist. First, though, he had to deal with Mario Monge. On December 31st, Tanya accompanied Monge to Nankawazu, and at long last the two rivals had their showdown. They sat in the forest to talk. Two very poor photographs have survived as evidence of the encounter. In one, Che lies on the ground, looking archly toward the seated Monge, who is talking with his legs drawn up defensively. Monge demanded overall leadership of the armed struggle in Bolivia for himself. He also demanded that no alliance be formed with the pro-Chinos. Che said he could forego an alliance with the pro-Chinese communists, but on the question of command he was unbudging. He would be the military commander because he was better qualified. And he also thought he could handle political decisions better than Monge. but he offered to make Monje the nominal chief of the guerrilla operation if that would help him save face. Afterward, Monje told the men in camp that he would resign his post as party chief and come and proudly fight with Che not as party secretary, but as Estanislao, a simple combatant. He would now return to La Paz and inform the party about the imminent guerrilla war so its members could take precautionary measures. He would return to join the band within 10 days. Either this was a bluff intended to provoke Che into making an additional face-saving gesture, or Monje was simply lying. The next morning, before leaving, he assembled the Bolivians and told them that the party did not support the armed struggle, that they would be expelled if they stayed on, and that the stipends to their families would be suspended. Only 4 men, Coco, Saldana, Nato, and Loro, had the party's permission to be there, and that would be honored, but for the rest the choice now was between party and war. They chose the latter. Monje left and did not return. Rafael Seguera, a Communist Party official in Santa Cruz, said that Monje stopped to see him on the return trip from Nankawazu. "The shit's going to hit the fan," Monje warned. "This thing is going ahead and either we bury it or it'll bury all of us." He urged Seguera to lie low or to disappear. In the coming days, Monje gave the same advice to party people everywhere. Monje's actions remain cloaked in the web of intrigue and suspicion that he helped create. Pombo insists that what Monje perpetrated was an act of conscious treason. 30 years after the event, Che's widow, Aleda, still considered Monje ese indio feo, that ugly Indian, the man who betrayed her husband. The meeting between Che and Monje had culminated in disaster, and Che's tactlessness had played as great a part in the unhappy ending as had Monje's duplicity and indecision. The die was cast. As of January 1, 1967, Che and his 24 fighters were, to all intents and purposes, on their own. 3. Content that a number of young Bolivian communists had remained loyal to him, and trusting in Fidel's superior powers of persuasion to sort things out with the party hierarchy, Che refused to allow the rupture with Monje to affect his vision of the future. In a coded message to Fidel, or Leche, milk, as he was now referred to, Che told him what had happened in unalarmed tones. Indeed, it seemed that things were progressing fairly smoothly for Che. He had dispatched Tanya to Buenos Aires to summon Ciro Bustos and Eduardo Josemai, a young journalist, law student, and leader of a dissident faction of the Argentine Communist Party, with an eye to getting the Argentine guerrilla movement up and running. Meanwhile, his people were busy organizing his underground network throughout Bolivia. When Moises Guevara came calling, Che told him that he would have to dissolve his group and join Che as a simple soldier, that there could be no more factional activity. At first taken aback, Moises agreed. He would return to the Bolivian highlands and recruit some men before returning himself. Che's men were now patrolling the area around Nankawazu, and a semblance of military discipline had been achieved. The fighters did sentry duty, fetched water and firewood, and took turns cooking and washing. Regular porters' missions, or gondolas, were organized to carry supplies into the camp. Some men hunted, bringing in turkeys and armadillos for the cooking pot, and Quechua classes began again. There were, of course, the discomforts of life in the bush: pernicious insects, cuts and scrapes, men falling ill with malaria, but Che took it all with aplomb. Boron Day, he wrote on January 11. Larvae of flies removed from Marcos, Carlos, Pombo, Antonio, Moro, and Joaquim. There were also the usual behavior problems, and Che returned to his old strict self in laying down the law. Loro was operating a little too freely, finding time to seduce women on his trips to buy supplies, and Papi was moping around, feeling he had fallen into Che's disfavor. After scolding Papi for what he had called his many mistakes in the Bolivian advance work, including making unwanted advances to Tanya, Che ordered him to stay with him in the field. The man he had designated his deputy, Marcos, had been abusive with the Bolivians, and Che publicly upbraided and demoted him, naming the oldest man, Joaquim, in his place. Their neighbor, Ciro Algaranaz, was continuing to be an irritation. He and another man had been snooping around, and one day Algaranaz approached Loro, saying that he was a friend and could be trusted. He wanted to know what Loro and his companions were up to. Loro brushed him off, but a few days later some soldiers arrived at the forward camp, questioned Loro and took away his pistol, warning that he and his friends were under observation. Clearly, the locals believed the guerrillas were contrabandists and wanted a piece of the action. After this incident, Che mounted lookouts to keep an eye on Algaranaz's house. On February 1, Che left a few men in camp and took most of the others off for what he intended to be a fortnight's conditioning trek into the surrounding Chaco. The fortnight turned into a grueling 48-day ordeal. They got lost and endured torrential rain, hunger, thirst, and exhausting marathon hikes. They were reduced to eating palm hearts, monkeys, hawks, and parrots, and with the men worn out and demoralized, there had been several quarrels. There was also tragedy. 2 of the young Bolivians drowned in the swollen rivers, a coincidence, Pombo noted, eerily reminiscent of how their stay in the Congo had begun, with the drowning death of Leonard Mitodadai. For his part, Che lamented the deaths, but also the loss of 6 good weapons in the second drowning incident. Even before returning to camp on March 20, Che knew that something had gone awry in his absence. A small plane was circling the vicinity of Nankawazoo. He soon learned why from an advance party that had come out to meet him. While he was gone, some of Moises Guevara's Bolivian recruits had arrived and had quickly become disenchanted with camp life. The Cubans left in charge had relegated them to menial chores. 2 of the Bolivians had deserted, had been captured by the army, and had confessed everything they knew, including stories about Cubans and a commandante named Ramon. A few days earlier, Bolivian security forces had raided the Casa de Colomina. Nobody had been there at the time, but the army was rumored to be on the move in the area. The aircraft Che had seen circling overhead was a spotter plane. It had been up there for the past 3 days. Walking on, Che was met by runners with more bad news. The army had just returned to the farm and had confiscated one of their mules and their jeep and captured a rebel courier, one of Moises Guevara's men. Che quickened his pace to reach the camp. When he arrived, he observed a mood of defeat, some more new arrivals, and complete chaos and indecision among his men. On top of everything else, Che had to attend to visitors. Regis Debray, Ciro Bustos, Tanya, and Juan Pablo Chang were all there to see him. After bringing Monje to the camp on New Year's Eve, Tanya had been busy. She had traveled to Argentina on Che's orders. She had ferried Chang and 2 Peruvian comrades to Nankawazoo, and she had gone back to La Paz and picked up Debray and Bustos and brought them to the camp. Che dealt first with Chang, who had been to Cuba and asked Fidel for help in setting up a new Peruvian guerrilla column. Fidel had told him to get Che's approval. "He wants $5,000 a month for 10 months, Che wrote. I told him I agreed on the basis that they would go to the mountains within 6 months. Chang's plan was to lead a band of 15 men and begin operations in the Ayacucho region of Peru's southeastern Andes. Che also agreed to send him some Cubans and weapons, and they discussed plans for maintaining radio contact. As they spoke, Loro arrived. He had been doing forward sentry duty downriver from the camp and had killed a soldier he caught by surprise. Clearly, the war was about to begin, whether Che wanted it to or not. He hastened to polish up details with Chang, then conferred with Debray, who said he wanted to stay and fight, but Che told him that it would be better if he worked on the outside, promoting his cause with a European solidarity campaign. Che would send him out with news for Cuba and would write a letter for Bertrand Russell, asking for help in organizing an international fund in support of the Bolivian liberation movement. It was Ciro Bustos's turn. Bustos had been waiting for his contact in Argentina, and after 5 months it had come in the form of Tanya. She had told Bustos to go to La Paz, thus giving him the first inkling that Che was in Bolivia. Bustos had begun to question the wisdom of Che's theory of rurally based guerrilla war, and he sought out the advice of his most trusted comrades in Córdoba, who urged him to express his doubts, which they shared, when he saw Che. Using a hastily prepared false passport, he had flown to La Paz in late February. He was instructed to board a particular bus leaving for the city of Sucre, and when he got on the bus he spotted another European-looking man, Regis Debray. He would soon learn. As the bus was leaving the city, a taxi raced up, and out of it and into the bus came Tanya. Bustos thought her actions and their form of transportation a reckless public display that could only attract notice. There we were, the only three foreigners on the bus, like three flies, looking around but not talking to one another, he recalled. I wasn't very pleased about things. Che and some of his fighters in the Nankawaza camp. From left, Alejandro, Pombo, Urbano, Rolando, Che, Tuma, Arturo, and Moro. From left, Che's Argentine emissary, Ciro Bustos, the Peruvian Juan Pablo Chang, Che, and the French writer Regis Debray, whose code name was Danton. According to Bustos, the rest of the journey was characterized by amateurish behavior on Tanya's part. She spoke loudly and used Cuban slang in the roadside restaurants they stopped in. She had hired a car in Sucre, and the driver was both drinking and driving too fast. Tanya thought this was funny, but it made Debray and Bustos mad. When they arrived in the camp, Che and most of the Cubans were gone, still out on their trek. Almost immediately, Bustos said, Tanya pulled out some photographs she'd taken on her earlier trip and had brought to show everyone. There they were, virtually all of them, posing with their rifles, hamming it up, cooking, reading, and standing around and talking. Bustos was incredulous. He spoke to Olo Pantoja, the Cuban left in charge of the camp, who quickly ordered the photos gathered up. In Che's prolonged absence, matters had slipped out of Olo's grasp. The day after Tanya, Bustos, and Debray arrived in the camp, two of Moises Guevara's men went out with their guns to hunt but did not return. Alarm bells rang. The two men had seen all the photographs and heard everyone talking openly about Cuba and other delicate topics. When a search party didn't locate the men, Olo ordered the camp evacuated. They went to a hiding place farther into the hills. Within a couple of days, when the plane began buzzing around, it was clear their worst fears had been well founded. The deserters had been picked up by the army. It was then that the first men from Che's expedition began returning. Bustos was stunned when he saw Che. He was torn apart, he said. His shirt was in shreds, his knee poked out of his trousers, and he looked really skinny. But imperturbable. He gave me an abrazo, which was very moving for me. There were no words or anything. Bustos hung back, watching as Che simultaneously ate and took charge of the situation. He harangued Olo and the other men who had been responsible for the camp, using a degree of verbal violence that surprised Bustos. Later, he would see that it was a pattern in Che's behavior. Afterward, Che would become calm, he would go read, serenely, while the guys he'd punished went around hangdog, turned into shit. When it came time for Che and Bustos to talk, the first thing Che wanted to find out was why Bustos hadn't come earlier. Bustos told him Tanya had not given him a specific time frame for his visit. Calling Tanya over, Che tongue-lashed her for misrepresenting his instructions. Damn it, Tanya, what did I tell you to tell El Pilau Bustos, he demanded. What the fuck do I tell you things for? I can't remember exactly what he said to her, but they were strong and violent things, and she started to shake, Bustos recalled. She went away crying. Later, Che told Bustos to try to comfort her. But Che was already unhappy with Tanya for having risked exposure by coming to the camp again. After her first visit, with Monje at the end of December, he had told her not to return. What's more, Eduardo Josemai, the young Argentine dissident he had wanted to meet with, had come to Bolivia and gone home again when she hadn't shown up for a rendezvous with him. Turning back to his business with Bustos, Che told him what he had in mind for Argentina. My strategic objective is the seizure of political power, he said. For this I want to form a group of Argentines, to prepare a couple of columns, season them in war for a year or two over here, and then enter. I want this to be your mission. And I want you to hang on as long as possible until you have to join up in the mountains. I want you to be the coordinator sending me people. Che added that the work had to be done well, not like this shit here, where everyone does what they want. He said Bustos should work together with Papi on the means of transporting men, and with Pombo on the question of provisions, and he reeled off names of others he should coordinate with for specific issues. Che said his intention was to form a central command divided into two columns totaling about 500 men, including Bolivians, Argentines, and Peruvians, who would later split off and take the war to other zones. As Che talked, Bustos wondered how he was going to arrange a food supply line between Nankawazu and Argentina. And how was he supposed to coordinate with Pombo, when Pombo was in the bush with Che? These details weren't discussed, but it didn't sound realistic to Bustos. It was like something magical, he said. Out of this world. Che told Bustos that his first priority was to see Bustos safely out of the mountains so that he could get to work in Argentina, but a dense air of uncertainty hung over everything. The guerrillas' presence had been detected. A soldier had been killed. It was only a matter of time before an army patrol came looking for them. 4. It came 2 days later, on March 23, a day Che recorded in his diary as one of warlike events. Che had sent out men to prepare ambushes, creating a defensive perimeter, and at 8 a.m. Coco came running in to report that they had ambushed an army unit, killing 7 soldiers and taking 21 prisoners, 4 of them wounded. They had also seized a nice bunch of weapons, including 3 mortars, 16 carbines, 2 bazookas, and 3 Uzi submachine guns. And they had captured a document that showed the army's operational plans. Seeing that it called for a 2-pronged advance, Che quickly dispatched some men to the other end of the river canyon to lay another ambush. In the meantime, he sent Inti Pareto, whom he was impressed by and was beginning to groom as a leader for the Bolivians, to interrogate the 2 captured officers, a major and a captain. They talked like parrots, Che reported later. Che recorded the victory tersely. He was worried about food supplies now that the approaches to Nankawazu were cut off and they had been forced to leave their camp with their stores behind. Another problem, and a serious one, was that their radio transmitter was malfunctioning. They could receive broadcasts and Manila's messages, but they could not send. The next day brought no new ground troops, but a plane flew over and dropped bombs around the Casa de Colomina. Che sent Inti back to interrogate the officers again, then ordered the prisoners to be set free. The soldiers were ordered to strip and leave their uniforms behind, but the officers were allowed to keep their uniforms. The major was told he had until noon on March 27 to return and collect his dead. After the prisoners had gone, Che turned his attention to his men. Marcos had been repeatedly insubordinate and had continued to mistreat some of the Bolivians. He had already been warned that he risked expulsion, and Che now demoted him again, naming Miguel to take his role as chief of the vanguard. Since the desertions, tension between the Bolivians and the Cubans had increased. The revolutionary fortitude of the 4 remaining Bolivians that Moises Guevara had recruited, Paco, Pepe, Chingolo, and Eusebio, was openly questioned, and the men found themselves treated with contempt and suspicion. On March 25, Che told them that if they didn't work, they wouldn't eat. He suspended their tobacco rations and gave their personal belongings away to other, needier comrades. He criticized another Bolivian, Walter, for being weak on their trek, and for the fear he had shown during the previous day's aerial bombardment. To another couple of men, he gave words of encouragement. They had performed well in the last few days. Finally, Che chose that day to name his little army, the Ejército de Liberación Nacional, ELN, or National Liberation Army, adding to the ranks of the similarly named Cuban-backed guerrilla Focos in Peru and Colombia. Over the next few days, the guerrillas concentrated on looking for food. Scouts came back having sighted groups of soldiers not far away, while others observed a group of about 60 soldiers and a helicopter stationed at Al-Gharanaz's house. On March 27, Che wrote, "The news exploded, monopolizing all the space on the radio and producing a multitude of communiques including the Barrientos press conference." He noted that the army was making wild claims of having killed 15 guerrillas and taken 4 prisoners, including 2 foreigners. He resolved to write the first guerrilla communique to refute the army's claims and announce the guerrillas' presence at the same time. "Obviously, the deserters or the prisoners talked," Che wrote. "But we do not know exactly how much they told and how they told it. Everything appears to indicate that Tanya is spotted, whereby 2 years of good and patient work are lost. We will see what happens." V. What happened was a whirlwind of bellicose activity that threw all of Che's plans out the window and forced him to pursue the war he had begun, almost inadvertently, through a cumulative series of errors and mishaps. Within a few days of the ambush, news reports became more and more exaggerated as the government mobilized its available troops. After first doubting the existence of the guerrillas, President Barrientos seized upon evidence found at their camp, including photographs, to decry the foreign invaders as agents of Castro communism and to call upon the patriotism of his fellow citizens in resisting the outsiders. In this intensely nationalistic country, the appeal to xenophobia was an effective way to isolate the civilians from the guerrillas. The foreign nature of the Reds was something Barrientos would now propound ceaselessly. There was little Che could do to combat the propaganda except write communiques. His immediate priority was to avoid being wiped out. Che surmised from the radio reports that the army knew exactly where his band was located. He ordered men to dig new caves for storing weapons at a smaller camp that they called El Oso, since an anteater, or Oso hormiguero, had been shot there. In Cuba, the 24 or more guerrillas who were preparing for the second phase did not include Orlando Borrego, but he and his brother-in-law, Enrique Acevedo, begged Fidel to be allowed to go to Bolivia. Their request was refused. The guerrillas had been prematurely discovered, Fidel said, and the situation was too volatile. What's more, direct contact with Che had been lost, so there was no way to insert them safely into the field any longer. As the months passed, Borrego and his comrades read the reports from Bolivia with increasing anxiety. The situation of Che and his band seemed to slide irrevocably toward disaster. In his end-of-the-month summary for March, Che wrote laconically, "This month was full of events." After analyzing his troops and the current situation, he wrote, "Evidently we will have to get going before I had thought. The situation is not good, but today begins a new phase to test the guerrillas, which should do them much good once they get over it." Their days were now spent on the move, alternately looking for or hiding from the army, which seemed to be everywhere around them in large numbers. On April 10 they fired upon a platoon of soldiers as they came down the river. Soon the first news arrived, and it was unpleasant, wrote Che, who had stayed at his command post. Rubio, Jesus Suarez Gayal, was mortally wounded. He was dead on arrival at our camp, a bullet in his head. Che had lost his first man in action, a Cuban, but 3 soldiers had been killed, and several others wounded and taken prisoner. After interrogating the prisoners and determining that more enemy forces were on their way, Che decided to leave his ambush in place. By the afternoon, more soldiers appeared and they too fell into the trap. "This time," he wrote, "there were 7 dead, 5 wounded, and 22 prisoners." That night, Bustos recalled, Che did something he found very strange. Rubio's body was placed on the ground in the middle of the camp and remained there until morning. It was, Bustos said, like a kind of wake. Nobody referred to the body, but it was right there, unavoidable, a grim reminder of what could await each of them. The next day, after Che made some remarks about Suarez Gayal's bravery and his carelessness, he was buried in a shallow grave and the prisoners were set free. The captured enemy officer was sent off with Che's Communique No. 1 announcing the commencement of hostilities by the ELN. Che noted the motley composition of the men sent in against him. There are rangers, paratroopers, and local soldiers, almost children. Reluctantly, Che was forced to concede that there might be truth to what the news media were reporting, that the army had found their original camp and uncovered photographs and other evidence of their presence. A group of journalists had been taken there, and on April 11 Che listened to a reporter on the radio describe a photo he had seen in the camp of a beardless man with a pipe. It sounded like a photo of Che, although he wasn't identified. 2 days later came the news that the United States was sending military advisors to Bolivia. This move was said to have nothing to do with the guerrillas, it was only part of a long-standing military assistance program between the two countries. Che didn't believe it for a second and made a hopeful note, "We may be witnessing the first episode of a new Vietnam." He was partly right. The United States was, of course, sending advisors to help the Bolivians quell the guerrilla threat, but if he thought it would spark off a campaign of national resistance as in Vietnam, he was wrong. The question of what to do with Bustos and Debray had remained unresolved as Che's band reacted to the emergency at hand. It had already been decided that Juan Pablo Chang would stay on for the time being, as would Tanya, whose cover had been blown since the discovery of her jeep, which she had left in Camaray, along with her identity papers as Laura Gutierrez Bauer. Debray, meanwhile, had become increasingly nervous. Che observed on March 28, the Frenchman stated too vehemently how useful he could be on the outside. A few days later, as Che tried to move his band out of the dragnet, he spoke to Bustos and Debray, outlining their options, to stay with them, to try to leave on their own, or else to stay on until the guerrillas reached a town where they could be left safely. They settled on the final option. 3 dramatic weeks had passed since then, with more clashes and constant movement. The government had outlawed the Communist Party and declared a state of emergency in the southeastern region. Applying the tactics he and Fidel had used in the first days of the Sierra War, Che had decided to surprise the enemy by operating in a new area, around the village of Muapampa. If possible, Bustos and Debray would leave from there. Then he and his men would move north to the eastern Andean foothills. He prepared his communiqué no. 2 for Debray to take out, as well as a coded message to Fidel informing him of the present situation. According to Bustos, Che stressed to him the importance of getting news of the guerrillas' actual circumstances to the island. He needed a new radio urgently, and Fidel should dispatch the men in training in Cuba to open a new front, farther north, to distract attention from his group. As they approached Muapampa, Che joined the vanguard column and left Joaquim behind at a river crossing to wait for him. In order to make faster progress, Che had decided to split the column in two, leaving Joaquim in charge of the rearguard column, made up of those who were sick. Both Tanya and Alejandro had a high fever or malingering, such as the Bolivian resicas. Joaquim was ordered to make his presence felt but avoid frontal combat and to expect Che's return in 3 days. Che, Bustos, Debray, and the rest moved on, through an area inhabited by peasants who were clearly terrified by their arrival. When they approached Muapampa on April 20, they found that the army had taken up positions there, and civilian spies had been sent out to look for them. Che's advance men captured the civilians, who were accompanied by a suspicious character, an Anglo-Chilean reporter named George Andrew Roth. He had come, he said, for an interview with the rebel leader. Inti Pareto gave Roth an interview, and then Bustos and Debray decided to use him as a cover for their escape. They would try to outsmart the soldiers by separating from the guerrillas and walking into the village posing as journalists. The ruse failed, and they were immediately arrested. When Che learned what had happened, he calmly noted the odds of their survival. Both Bustos and Debray had been carrying false documents. Che thought it looked bad for Bustos, but he speculated that Debray should come out all right. Che now concentrated his efforts on rejoining Joaquim and the rearguard column, and exploring the route they would have to take to reach the Rio Grande, beyond which lay the mountains of central Bolivia, their gateway to the Andes and, he hoped, escape from the army dragnet. Over the next few days, however, they ran into more enemy patrols and took more losses. In one clash, Loro disappeared. In another ambush, Eliseo Reyes, Rolando, a comrade since his days as an adolescent courier for Che's Sierra column, was mortally wounded. He died as Che tried to save him, and for the first time since his arrival in Bolivia Che's diary reflected a real sense of loss. "We have lost the best man in the guerrilla band," he wrote. Of his unknown and unheralded death for a hypothetical future that may materialize, one can only say, "Your valiant little body, Captain, has extended to immensity in its metallic form." A line from Neruda's Canto para Bolivar. The scouts Che had sent out to search for Joaquim's group returned with more bad news. They had run into the army, losing their rucksacks in a firefight, and still had no idea where the rearguard column was. Judging from where the skirmish had taken place, near the Nancawazoo, Che concluded that their only two river exits toward the Rio Grande were now blocked. They would have to go over the mountains. Still desperate to find Joaquim's group, Che and his band began moving north, cutting their way with machetes through the dense brush of the mountains. At the end of April, his summary presented an overwhelmingly bleak outlook. After describing the deaths of Rubio and Rolando and Loro's still unexplained disappearance, he concluded, "Our isolation appears to be complete. Sicknesses have undermined the health of some comrades, forcing us to divide forces, which has greatly diminished our effectiveness. As yet we have been unable to establish contact with Joaquim. The peasant base has not yet been developed, although it appears through planned terror we can neutralize some of them. Support will come later. Not one Bolivian enlistment has been obtained." The hard-nosed use of force to gain a civilian constituency had always been a part of guerrilla warfare, and Che and Fidel had employed it in the Sierra, although in Che's public writings about the Cuban struggle he had never used the word terror. The alliance between guerrilla and peasant had been rendered as a kind of idyllic mass wedding, an organic symbiosis. But this was now bare-bones survival, and there was no time to wax poetic. Che would have to use whatever tactics seemed necessary in order to survive. On the bright side, he noted that the public clamor about the guerrillas' activity was being matched by propaganda efforts in Cuba. Before he left Cuba for Bolivia, Che had written an undated call to arms addressed to the organization formed in the wake of the Tricontinental Conference. It had been published on April 16 in a special issue of what would become Tricontinental magazine. "After the publication of my article in Havana there must not be any doubt about my presence here," he wrote. "It seems certain that the North Americans will intervene heavily." His references in the article to where the struggle was going on would have provided clues to where he was. Che also noted in his journal that while the army was performing better in the field against them, it had not so far mobilized the peasants, but only some spies, who were bothersome but could be neutralized. The capture of Debray and Bustos was a heavy blow. They had been his only chance to get word to the outside world, and he now had no means of contact with La Paz or Cuba. Danton Debray and Carlos Bustos fell victim to their own haste, their near desperation to leave, he wrote. And to my own lack of energy to stop them, so the communication with Cuba, Danton, has been cut and the plan of action in Argentina, Carlos, is lost. Che and his men were truly on their own now. The enemy was alerted, Che's forces were cut in half and on the run, he had no backup from Cuba or Bolivia cities, and no peasant support. Things could not be much worse. And yet, faced with this harsh reality, Che ended his April summary with a strangely optimistic conclusion. In short, a month in which everything resolved itself in the normal manner, considering the necessary hazards of guerrilla warfare. The morale is good among all the combatants, who have passed their preliminary test as guerrillas. 6. According to his former interrogators, it was Regis Debray who provided the final confirmation of Che Guevara's presence in Bolivia. At first, Debray claimed he was a French journalist and had nothing to do with the guerrillas, but after his interrogation became tougher, he succumbed, confirming that the guerrilla commandante known as Ramon was in fact Che. Debray could not have held out for long in any case, since his links to Cuba were already well known. Just a few months earlier, his book Revolution in the Revolution, had been published in Cuba, and it was circulating around Latin America, causing a storm of controversy in leftist circles. Revolution in the Revolution, based on his notes from conversations with Fidel, on Che's writings and speeches, and on his own observations from the guerrilla battlefields of the region, sought to give a theoretical foundation to Cuba's argument for the guerrilla option. Debray's position, which was more explicit than Che's or Fidel's, was that the rural guerrilla FOCO should be the elite vanguard of the revolutionary struggle, from which the future leadership would be born. Debray had brought Che a copy of the book, and Che read it from cover to cover in one sitting, condensing it in his own notes, which he used to give a few classes to his fighters. Bustos, meanwhile, was pretending to be a traveling salesman with leftist leanings who had somehow gotten mixed up in things, but who knew very little about what was going on. After several weeks, however, his true identity was ascertained when Argentine police forensic experts arrived to take his fingerprints for comparison with those on file in Buenos Aires. When the results came back and Bustos was confronted with his lie, he said, he confessed. Learning that he was an artist by profession, his interrogators asked him to draw profiles of the members of the guerrilla band. He did so, and also drew maps of the Nankawaza camps and cave complexes. Fortunately, however, his identity as Che's Argentine guerrilla liaison was never revealed, so the people in his underground network in Argentina remained safe from arrest. The Americans were now directly involved in Bolivia. The Interior Minister, Antonio Arguelles, was already on the CIA's payroll. Working closely with him was a Cuban-American agent who operated under the name of Gabriel Garcia and who was present during some of the interrogations of Debray and Bustos. After the news of Che's presence in Bolivia broke, a group of American Special Forces Green Berets arrived in Bolivia to create a counterinsurgency Rangers battalion, and the CIA began interviewing men on its payroll for a new mission, to find Che and stop him from getting a foothold in Bolivia. One of those interviewed was Felix Rodriguez, the young Cuban-American CIA paramilitary operative who had been with the CIA's covert anti-Castro program since the beginning. He had been working for its Miami station since his withdrawal from Nicaragua in 1964. Until the summer of 1967, the CIA had been frustrated regarding the issue of Che's whereabouts. As I remember it, Rodriguez said, there were some high UPS in the agency who had reported that Che had been killed in Africa, and so, when people started saying he was in Bolivia, well, there were those who said no, he's not there. When the evidence was confirmed by Debray that he was there, that's when they really decided to move forward and put out a maximum effort in Bolivia. According to Rodriguez, the CIA would have moved more quickly if not for the Congo theory, and he attributed this to the fact that the man who defended it was a senior CIA official who had staked his reputation on the story. Rodriguez got a telephone call from his CIA control officer in June 1967. He went to his office, where he was introduced to a CIA division chief who explained the project to find Che. Would Rodriguez be willing to go on the mission? Rodriguez immediately said yes. It was the mission of his life, and Rodriguez knew it. He also knew that the agency had given it a high priority. It feared what might happen if Che grabbed Bolivia, he recalled. With a secure Cuban base there, they could easily expand the revolution to important countries like Brazil, Argentina. Adding to those anxieties, he said, was the clear impression that Che's operation was being directed out of Havana, and the language coming from there was all about creating various Vietnams in Latin America. Indeed, Che's message to the Tricontinental had caused a sensation. He had appealed to revolutionaries everywhere to create 2, 3, many Vietnams. Opening with a quote from José Martí, "Now is the time of the furnaces, and only light should be seen," Che questioned the validity of the so-called peace of the post-war world and demanded a long and cruel global confrontation to bring about the destruction of imperialism and a new socialist world order. In a litany of the qualities that would be required for this battle, he cited hatred as a prime element, a relentless hatred of the enemy, impelling us above and beyond the natural limitations that man is heir to, and transforming him into an effective, violent, seductive, and cold-killing machine. Our soldiers must be thus: a people without hatred cannot vanquish a brutal enemy. It would be a total war, to be carried out against the Yankee first in his imperial outposts and eventually in his own territory. The war had to be waged in his home, his centers of entertainment. He should be made to feel like a cornered beast, until his moral fiber begins to decline, and that would be the first symptom of his decadence, and of victory for the popular forces. Che urged men everywhere to take up their brothers' just causes, as part of the global war against the United States. Each spilled drop of blood, in any country under whose flag one has not been born, is an experience passed on to those who survive, to be added later to the liberation struggle of his own country. We cannot elude the call of the hour. Vietnam is pointing it out with its endless lesson of heroism, its tragic and everyday lesson of struggle and death for the attainment of final victory. How close we could look into a bright future should 2, 3, many Vietnams flourish throughout the world with their share of death and their immense tragedies, their everyday heroism and their repeated blows against imperialism, impelled to disperse its forces under the sudden attack and the increasing hatred of all the peoples of the world. If we, at a small point on the world map, are able to fulfill our duty and place at the disposal of this struggle, whatever little of ourselves we are permitted to give, our lives, our sacrifice, and if someday we have to breathe our last breath on any land, already ours, sprinkled with our blood, let it be known we have measured the scope of our actions. Our every action is a battle cry against imperialism, and a battle hymn for the people's unity against the great enemy of mankind, the United States of America. Wherever death may surprise us, let it be welcome, provided that this, our battle cry, may have reached some receptive ears and another hand may be extended to wield our weapon and other men may be ready to intone the funeral dirge with the staccato singing of the machine guns and new battle cries of war and victory. Apocalyptic language had been present in Che's manifestos before, but this one, which synthesized his true convictions implacably, was all the more chilling and dramatic for the fact that everyone knew Che was somewhere in the battlefield, trying to do exactly what he proposed, sparking another and he hoped definitive world war. During a briefing in Washington, Felix Rodriguez was shown the pile of evidence that Che was in Bolivia, including the confessions made by Debray and Bustos, as well as Bustos's drawings. Rodriguez left for La Paz, traveling undercover as a businessman, Felix Ramos. He arrived there on August 1 and joined another Cuban-American agent, Gustavo Viloldo Sampera, aka Eduardo Gonzalez, a veteran of the CIA's recent anti-guerrilla operation in the Congo, who had been in Bolivia since March 7. By August, Che was sick and exhausted, and so were many of the 24 men still with him. On August 7, the 9-month anniversary of the guerrilla army's birth, he noted, of the original 6 men, 2 are dead, 1 has disappeared, 2 are wounded, and I with a case of asthma that I am unable to control. Since the capture of Debray and Bustos 3 months earlier, Che and his men had hacked their way with machetes through the brutal spiny bush of the southeast, alternately enduring searing cold winds, rain, and blistering heat, vainly trying to make contact with the rearguard column led by Joaquim. They often got lost and occasionally skirmished with army patrols. Radio Havana was their sole link to the outside world. When they were bivouacked, Che spent much of his time reading, writing in his diary, and filling his notebooks with thoughts about socialist economics, as if divorced from the reality around him. A new fatalism laced with dark humor appeared in many of his daily diary entries. He observed, from a curious distance, the continual bickering and petty thievery of food among his men. Occasionally, he took charge and issued warnings and lectures. Much of the time, however, he was simply too weak to be stern anymore. Once, in early June, he had even let an army truck carrying 2 little soldiers wrapped in blankets go by without opening fire on it. I did not feel up to shooting them, and my brain didn't work fast enough to take them prisoner. Another time, after capturing a policeman posing as a merchant, who had been sent out to spy on them. Che considered killing him but let him go with a severe warning. On June 14, his official 39th birthday, Che reflected, "I am inevitably approaching the age when my future as a guerrilla must be reconsidered. For now, I'm still in one piece." An attempt to send a friendly peasant youth out from the mountains as a courier with messages to fetch help ended in failure. Che's tape recorder was lost in a skirmish, so he could no longer decode the messages received via Radio Havana. He also lost his notes on Debray's book and a volume by Trotsky he had been reading, and he rued having given the army another propaganda tool to use against him. What remained of Che's support network had crumbled. In March, Pinero had evacuated Renan Montero from La Paz because his passport had expired, and no replacement for him had been sent. This left the tiny urban cell that included Loyola Guzman, Rodolfo Saldana, and Humberto Vázquez Viana without a means of communicating with Havana or with the guerrillas in the field. They were uncertain what they should do, and had resorted to listening to commercial radio in the vain hope of hearing a message from Che. They even considered, then abandoned, an idea about posing as itinerant merchants and traveling into the war zone, hoping to bump into the guerrillas. Under pressure from Fidel, Monge's comrades in the Communist Party had adopted a more conciliatory attitude toward the cadres who had joined Che's efforts, but their aid did not go much beyond rhetorical expressions of solidarity and offers to help the urban cell in printing propaganda leaflets. In Cuba, a second group of several dozen guerrillas was in training, but with Che out of contact, there was no point in dispatching them. After we lost contact with Che, we felt a tremendous uncertainty, Pinero said, but we were also confident he would pull through. The confidence was misplaced. By the summer of 1967, Che's Bolivian guerrilla operation was fragmented into 4 groups, each incommunicado from the other. Che's group, isolated and on the run, out of contact with Havana and the city; Joaquim's group, wandering separately from Che's column and equally cut off from the outside; the urban group, which had no idea what was happening anywhere; and finally, Cuba itself, where the security apparatus was reduced to monitoring events in Bolivia through news reports. Whenever possible, Che traveled on mules or horses, which the guerrillas took from the army or bought from peasants, but the campesinos for the most part remained frightened of them. Already sick and emaciated, Che had begun suffering from asthma in late June, with no medicine to treat it. Once, he became so ill with vomiting and diarrhea that he lost consciousness and had to be carried in a hammock for a day. When he awoke, he found he had defecated all over himself. "They lent me a pair of trousers, but without much water my stench extends for a league," he wrote. Despite the stench, Che had reverted to his non-bathing Sancho days. On September 10, he would record a historic moment. "I almost forgot to mention that I took a bath today, the first in 6 months. It is a record that many others are attaining." Fatigue, hunger, and vitamin deficiencies had weakened all of them, and the pressing concerns of food and health gradually began to dominate the men's thoughts and Che's diary entries. Once, after they had eaten some pork bought from a peasant, Che wrote, "We remained completely immobilized, trying to digest the pork. We have 2 cans of water. I was very sick until I vomited, and then I felt better." The next day, he called an assembly to discuss the food situation. "I criticized Benino for having eaten a can of food and then denying it, Urbano for having eaten jerky on the sly. They even slaughtered and ate their own horses and mules. At one point, the men were so hungry that they began coveting Che's mount, a jack mule, but he refused to kill it. Their hopes were given an unexpected boost one day when the mule took a spectacular head-over-heels tumble down a steep incline. The men held their breath, hoping it would break its neck in the fall, but to their disappointment, and Che's relief, it survived. The strain of command and Che's disabilities showed up in dramatic form another time, when he stabbed the mare he was riding because she was moving too slowly. He made a big gash in her side, and afterward Che assembled the men and spoke about the incident. "We are in a difficult situation," he told them. I am a mess, and the incident of the mare shows that there are moments in which I lose control of myself. That will change, but we must all share alike the burden of the situation, and whoever feels he cannot stand it should say so. This is one of those moments in which great decisions must be made, because a struggle of this type gives us the opportunity to become revolutionaries, the highest step in the human ladder, and also allows us to test ourselves as men. Some of the guerrillas remained silent, but most announced their willingness to continue. Che was too ill to walk for much of the time during the Bolivian campaign. He rode mules or horses whenever possible. No rapport had been established with the locals, and the lack of enlistment was a problem. To expand, they needed to make their presence felt in a more populated area, but to do that, they needed more men. At the moment, Che had barely enough manpower to get through each day, much less engage in political tasks of consciousness raising and recruitment. Civilians often reacted to their arrival with fear and panic, and to obtain food and information they frequently had to resort to coercion, adopting the practice of holding people hostage while a relative or friend was sent off on errands for them. A couple of times, they hijacked pickup trucks belonging to the State Petroleum Company based in Camaray and were able to exult in the unaccustomed luxury of covering distances quickly, until either the gas or the engines gave out. On July 6, 6 of Che's men had hijacked a truck on the main road between Santa Cruz and Cochabamba and driven into the town of Samaipata. The site of an ancient Incan temple, Samaipata was a roadside way station for travelers, large enough to have its own hospital and a small army detachment. Paradoxically, their most daring mission to date did not have a military objective. It was to secure badly needed medicines for Che's asthma, remedies for the other sick men, and some food and other supplies. They took over the garrison after some brief crossfire in which one soldier died, and then, before the stunned civilian onlookers, they went to a pharmacy to buy medicines. They left town with 10 soldiers as hostages and, after stripping them of their clothes, left them at the roadside. The action at Samaipata represented a propaganda victory for the Ejército de Liberación Nacional, but it had been a failure from Che's point of view. The guerrillas had not found any asthma medicine. A few days later, he recorded that he had given himself various injections in order to continue, but worried that they might have to return to Nankawazu to retrieve his asthma medicine hidden there. Even this possibility was dashed in mid-August when the radio carried news of the Army's discovery of their remaining supply caches at Nankawazu. "Now I am doomed to suffer asthma for an indefinite time," he wrote. They also took all types of documents and photographs of every type. "It is the hardest blow they have ever given us." Somebody talked. Who? That is what we don't know. Inevitably, more men had died. On June 26, Carlos Tuma Coelho, caught in crossfire, was shot in the stomach. Che tried desperately to save him, but Tuma's liver had been destroyed and his intestines were punctured. Tuma died in Che's arms. "I lost an inseparable companion of many years' standing, whose loyalty survived every test, and whose absence I already feel almost like that of a son," Che wrote. He took Tuma's watch and slipped it onto his own wrist, planning to give it to the newborn son back in Cuba whom Tuma had never seen. On July 30, Jose Maria Martinez Tamayo Papi was killed when an army patrol took the guerrillas by surprise, practically walking into their camp before dawn. In the firefight that followed, one of Moises Guevara's men, Raúl, was also killed, by a bullet in the mouth. Pacho escaped with a graze across his testicles. In his diary, Che remembered Papi as the most undisciplined of his Cubans, but an extraordinary fighter and old comrade in adventure. As for the Bolivian, he wrote, "Raúl hardly needs to be counted. He was an introvert, not much of a worker or fighter." By the end of July, the new losses had reduced Che's force to 22, 2 of whom were wounded. Che's asthma was going full speed, he noted. But he also observed with satisfaction that he had successfully internationalized the Bolivian conflict. Argentina's military president, General Juan Carlos Onganía, had closed the border with Bolivia as a security precaution, and Peru was reported to be taking measures along its border as well. The legend of the guerrillas is acquiring continental dimensions, Che wrote in his end-of-the-month summary for July. On the other side of the coin, he observed that some things hadn't changed. Radio Havana carried news of a Czech condemnation of his tricontinental message. The friends Czechs call me a new Bakunin and deplore the blood that has been shed and that will be shed if there are 3 or 4 Vietnams. Ever alert for news of Joachim, Che listened closely for reports of skirmishes or rebel activity elsewhere. He had been searching for the lost column north of the Rio Grande, assuming it had headed in that direction, but Joachim had actually remained south of the river. Finally, in mid-August, the radio reported a clash near Muapampa in which a guerrilla had been killed, and his name was divulged. It was a man from Joachim's group. A few days later, Eusebio and Chingolo, 2 Bolivians who had deserted from Joachim's column and who had led the army to the Nankawaza camp, were produced in public by their government captors, and Che realized Joachim had remained in the south. He began heading in that direction to find him. Coincidentally, Joachim began heading north to search for Che. At dusk on the evening of August 31st, after reaching the home of one of their few peasant collaborators, Honorado Rojas, Joachim's group of 10, including an ailing Tanya, waded into the Rio Grande not far from its confluence with the Macicuri River, near a place called Vado del Yeso. What Joachim did not know was that Honorado Rojas had been arrested, pressured, and turned. The man who now commanded his loyalties was Captain Mario Vargas Salinas of the 8th Army Division. As Rojas led the unsuspecting guerrillas downriver, Vargas Salinas waited until they were within close range, then signaled his men to open fire. It was a massacre. At the cost of 1 soldier dead, Joachim's column was wiped out. The dead included Tanya, Che's former Vice Minister of Industries, Gustavo Machin, Moises Guevara, and Joachim himself. The bodies of the men were recovered and taken to the Army's field headquarters in the town of Valle Grande for public display. Tanya's body was found downstream, blackened and disfigured, some days later. The only visible survivors were a Bolivian, José Castillo Chavez Paco, and Freddy Mamura, the Japanese-Bolivian medical student trained in Cuba. But within a few hours Mamura was murdered by the soldiers. A third survivor, the Peruvian doctor José El Negro Cabrera, was caught and killed 4 days later. When Che heard the news that an entire guerrilla column had been liquidated nearby, he refused to believe it, suspecting it to be army disinformation. Over the coming days, however, as the names and descriptions of the members of Joachim's group began to filter out, he knew it was true. Remarkably, the 2 groups had almost met up. On September 1st, the day after the massacre, Che's group had crossed the river, reached the house of the traitor Honorado Rojas, and moved on after finding signs of the army's recent presence. Honorado and his family were gone. The ambush meant the loss of a third of Che's fighting force. But he was now released from the moral obligation of searching for Joachim. He could concentrate on saving himself and his remaining men by escaping to a more populated area and making contact with his support network in La Paz and with Cuba. For the Bolivian military, meanwhile, the so-called Vado del Yeso massacre was a morale-boosting triumph, celebrated with parades and a visit to Valle Grande by President Barrientos and his top generals and their wives. Barrientos promoted Captain Vargas Salinas, the hero of the day, to major, and publicly congratulated the civilian hero of the episode, Honorado Rojas, an unwise move that the peasant would pay dearly for later on. After lying on gruesome display in the laundry house of the Nuestro Señor de Malta hospital, the guerrillas' bloated and ravaged bodies were secretly buried at night on the outskirts of Valle Grande under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Andrés Selic. A tall, thin-mustachioed man of Yugoslav ancestry who was a dedicated anti-communist, Selic was the deputy commander of the Pando Regiment of Military Engineers, based in Valle Grande. When Tanya's unrecognizable body was brought in on September 8, President Barrientos personally ordered that as a woman she be honored with religious rites and given a Christian burial. For the devout communist Tamara Bunk, Barrientos's honor was ironic in the extreme. Her body was placed in a coffin and an army chaplain officiated at a small service that was held at the army post across from the graveyard. But Tanya was not buried there, and it is probably safe to assume that Barrientos never intended her to be, despite his gallant public gesture. At 11 o'clock that night, Selick took charge of the operation to bury her secretly, as he had done with the others, carrying out the military's secret decision to disappear the dead guerrillas, a morbid policy that endured to the end of the anti-guerrilla campaign. The military men liked to take keepsakes from the dead guerrillas as personal talismans. Most of the captured documents, address books, and letters were forwarded to Army intelligence, and to Interior Minister Arguelles and his CIA advisor, Gabriel Garcia, but many other items remained in the hands of individual military officers. Among those that found their way into Lieutenant Colonel Selick's possession, along with snapshots of the bullet-riddled bodies of the guerrillas and photos of himself posing with prisoners, was a piece of paper with the handwritten lyrics to Guitarrero, Guitar Player, a melancholy Argentine ballad. "Don't leave, Guitarrero. For the light in my soul goes out. I want to see another dawn. To die in the Cucharpayas." Bedraggled, filthy, and with a long tangled beard, the young Bolivian Paco had been taken to Valle Grande along with the bodies of his comrades. He was paraded there like a trophy. Officers had pictures of themselves taken with him, looking like a wild man from the forest. Terrified and completely broken psychologically, Paco began to talk. The Cuban-American CIA agents Felix Rodriguez and Gustavo Villoldo were now intimately involved with the anti-guerrilla operation in the field. In fact, according to Villoldo, he and Rodriguez had themselves participated in the ambush of Joaquim's column with Vargas Salinas's troops, camouflaged in Bolivian army uniforms. Felix Rodriguez said he had immediately perceived Paco's usefulness. Over the opposition of Paco's initial interrogator, Lieutenant Colonel Selick, who wanted to execute him, Rodriguez said, he was given custody of the prisoner. For the next few weeks, Rodriguez worked on Paco daily, gradually obtaining a clearer picture of life in the guerrilla ranks. From his information, Rodriguez said, he was able to learn who had died and who was still likely to be alive in the field, as well as their relative strengths and weaknesses, and their relationships with Che. After a few days of trying to sort out what had happened to Joaquim's column, Che and his men decided to head back north. On September 6, they left the Rio Grande and began climbing into the mountains, out of the region that had been their home, and their graveyard, for the last 10 months. 8. North of the Rio Grande, the forested land rises massively toward the sky, climbing away in blue mountain eddies toward the brown lunar scree of the Andean highlands in the far distance. Above the tree line, the great denuded hills and chilly plateaus give way to swooping ravines, dotted sparsely with rustic hamlets linked to one another by footpaths and the occasional dirt road. The inhabitants, mostly Indians and mestizos, live by tending pigs or cows, their corn patches and vegetable gardens forming geometric patterns on hillsides around adobe houses. There is little foliage, and the natives can spot a stranger coming from miles away. For 2 weeks, Che's band climbed steadily upward, fording rivers, climbing cliffs, running once or twice into army patrols with tracker dogs. By now, the men were all showing symptoms of a breakdown of one sort or another. They squabbled over things such as who had eaten more food, accused one another of making insults, and, like children, came to tell Che their grievances and accusations. The most alarming symptom of all was displayed by Antonio Olo Pantoja, who one day claimed to see 5 soldiers approaching. It turned out to be a hallucination. That night, Che made a worried note about the risk this troubling apparition of war psychosis might have on the morale of his men. Che continued to listen attentively to the radio. Barrientos had now put a price on Che's head, a mere $4,200, while at the same time announcing his belief that Che was dead. Debray's pending trial, which was attracting international media attention, had been suspended until September 17. A Budapest daily criticizes Che Guevara, a pathetic and apparently irresponsible figure, and hails the Marxist attitude of the Chilean party for adopting practical stands. Che recorded. How I would like to take power just to unmask cowards and lackeys of every sort and to rub their snouts in their own filth. Perhaps because of his powerlessness to alter the course of events, his acid humor returned. Radio Havana reported that a message of support had been received from the ELN at the recently convened Organización Latinoamericana de Solidaridad conference in Havana, a message, Che noted, that must have been received through a miracle of telepathy. At the conference, Che's emblematic visage had dominated the proceedings in huge posters and banners, and he was spoken of as a hero by Fidel. In mid-September, news came of the arrest and attempted suicide in La Paz of Loyola Guzman. During a pause in her interrogation session on the third floor of the Interior Ministry, Guzman had hurled herself out of the window to avoid being forced to betray her comrades. She was badly hurt but survived. On September 21, the group reached an elevation of more than 6,000 feet, the highest altitude they had yet experienced. Walking along a dirt road under bright moonlight, they headed toward Alto Seco, an isolated hamlet of 50 houses perched on a great rocky dome of a mountain. As they marched toward it the next day, Che noticed that the people are afraid and try to get out of our way. When they reached Alto Seco that afternoon, they were received with a mixture of fear and curiosity, and discovered that the local mayor, or corregidor, had gone off the day before to tell the army they were approaching. In reprisal, Che seized the food supplies in the man's little grocery store and was deaf to his weeping wife's entreaties that she be paid something in return. Instead of leaving immediately, Che and his men stayed in Alto Seco that night, organizing an assembly in the little schoolhouse, where Inti gave a speech explaining their revolution to a group of 15 downtrodden and silent peasants. Only one man spoke up, the schoolteacher, who asked provocative questions about socialism, and whom Che profiled as a mixture of fox and peasant, illiterate and guileless as a child. The bearded, dirty, and armed men who appeared in their midst were bewildering to these isolated people. Some even thought they were supernatural creatures. After a visit by the guerrillas, who were looking for food, a peasant woman who lived near Honorado Rojas told the army that she believed they were brujos, sorcerers, because they seemed to know everything about everyone in the area. When they paid her with paper money for her food, she thought the money was enchanted and would become worthless in her hands. The government had been doing a good job of psychological warfare. In addition to its large-scale civic action program, which consisted of building roads, distributing anti-guerrilla propaganda, granting land titles to peasants, and handing out school supplies in rural areas, the army and police had been actively ferreting out intelligence from the peasant communities for months. Even before the guerrillas began moving away from Nankawazu and operating north of the river, the town of Valle Grande, with its civilian population of 6,000 and its military garrison, had been put on a war footing. In April, the military had declared the entire province an emergency zone, imposing martial law and advising the population that groups of Castro-communist tendency, mostly foreigners, have infiltrated our country, with the sole objective of sowing chaos and halting the progress of the nation, carrying out acts of vandalismo, pillage and assault against private property, especially among the peasantry. The armed forces, conscious of its specific obligations, has been mobilized to detain and destroy the foreign invasion, as malicious as it is vandalous. Since late summer, Valle Grande had become the main base for the army's counterinsurgency operations, and an atmosphere of war hysteria had taken over. A public megaphone blared out anti-guerrilla information in the public square, the few local leftist students were arrested, and foreign-looking strangers were detained and questioned. On August 23, according to Lieutenant Colonel Celica's daily log, the entire population of Valle Grande had been mobilized in the face of a possible Red attack. On September 1, when the Army command in Valle Grande had made radio contact with Captain Vargas Salinas after his ambush of Joaquim's column the night before, there was euphoria and confusion at his initial list of exterminados, for it included the name Guevara. As the assembled chiefs of staff of the armed forces listened in from La Paz, there was palpable excitement in the voice of Army Chief General David Lafuente as he pressed Valle Grande for clarification. Does he mean Che Guevara? They soon discovered that the dead man in question was Moises Guevara, not the legendary Comandante Guerrillero. It was now known that Che was hungry and sick, with a greatly reduced force of men. A soldier, Anselmo Mejia Cuellar, one of 3 taken prisoner by the guerrillas for a 5-day period in August, told Selleck that they walked little and moved slowly, gradually cutting their own path through the bush with machetes, and that they were very dirty. He described their weapons and each of the guerrillas' duties, and made some interesting observations about Che. The chief travels by horse, and the others serve him like a god. They made his bed and brought him yerba mate. He smokes a pipe of silver and travels in the center of the column with the wounded man Pombo, recovering from a leg injury. He has green trousers and a camouflaged shirt with a coffee-colored beret, and wears 2 watches, one a very large one. Cuellar's fellow ex-prisoner, Valerio Gutierrez Padilla, said that although Che never complained, he was obviously bad off because his men had to dismount him from his horse. By the time the guerrillas reached Alto Seco, the army already knew they were coming and had began mobilizing to go after them. On September 24, the garrison in Valle Grande dispatched a regiment of soldiers to establish a forward base of operations at the village of Pucara, some 10 miles northwest of the advancing guerrillas. From Alto Seco, the guerrillas moved on, meandering for the next 2 days through the open landscape at a leisurely pace. Che, sick with what he called a liver attack, seemed almost in a reverie as he observed a beautiful orange grove where they stopped to rest. Approaching the next village, Puggio, he casually noted that he had bought a pig to eat from the only peasant who stayed home. The rest flee at the sight of us. Reading these passages, one can't help concluding that Che had become strangely detached from his own plight, an interested witness to his inexorable march toward death. He was breaking every rule sacred to guerrilla warfare, moving in the open without precise intelligence about what lay ahead, without the support of the peasants, and knowing that the army was aware of his approach. Something Che wrote during his odyssey suggests that he knew his time was running out. It was a poem meant for Aleda as a last will and testament. He titled it Against Wind and Tide. This poem, Against Wind and Tide, will carry my signature. I give to you 6 sonorous syllables. A look which always bears, like a wounded bird, tenderness. An anxiety of lukewarm deep water. A dark office where the only light is these verses of mine. A very used thimble for your bored nights. A photograph of our sons. The most beautiful bullet in this pistol that always accompanies me. The unassailable memory, always latent and deep, of the children who, one day, you and I conceived. And the piece of life that remains for me. This I give, convinced and happy, to the revolution. Nothing that can unite us will have greater power. As peasants spread the news of their slow approach, the corregidors of the villages went ahead to alert the army. On September 26, reaching the miserable little hamlet of La Higuera, in a bowl of land between 2 ridges, they found only women and children. All the men had left, including the corregidor and the telegraph operator. Che sent his vanguard ahead to scout the way to the next village, Jagüey, but when they reached the first rise of land leading out of La Higuera, they walked straight into an army ambush. 2 Bolivians, Coco Peredu and Mario Julio Gutierrez, and the Cuban Miguel Hernandez were killed instantly. 2 other Bolivians, Camba and Leon, seized the opportunity to desert. Benino, Pablo and Anacito Rianaga survived and returned to La Higuera, but Benino was wounded and Pablo had a badly hurt foot. The soldiers who had struck the devastating blow were from Grande. At his base there, Lieutenant Colonel Selleck listed the 3 dead guerrillas and then crowed that his soldiers had not suffered a single death, or injury, or even a scratch. A crowning victory won by the 3rd Tactical Group for the Bolivian Army. With the smell of victory in the air, different army units began to compete to see which would claim the ultimate prize. Colonel Joaquim Zentino Anaya, commander of the 8th Army Division, Colonel Arnaldo Salcedo, his intelligence chief, and the CIA advisor Felix Rodriguez had arrived in Valle Grande. Various army units patrolled out of bases both in front of and behind the guerrilla band, in Alto Seco and Pucara. Fresh from their weeks of training by the Americans, the new Bolivian Army Rangers now entered the field. After the ambush outside La Higuera, Che and the survivors exchanged fire with soldiers positioned on the heights above them, then withdrew, escaping into a canyon. The next day they tried to find a way out of their predicament, climbing up to a higher elevation, where they found a small patch of woods to hide in. For the next 3 days, they remained there, anxiously watching the army pass back and forth on a road that cut across the hill just in front of them. Other soldiers were posted at a nearby house. When there were no soldiers in sight, Che sent out scouts to fetch water, gain a sense of the enemy's movements, and find an escape route back down to the Rio Grande. For the moment, though, they were surrounded. In Valle Grande, the 3 new dead guerrillas had been brought in by mule and jeep and laid out in a bloody row in the Nuestro Señor de Malta hospital. On September 27, Selleck noted that the astonished people of Valle Grande dared to look at them only from a distance. The next night, the troops who had carried out the ambush returned to base and were rendered tribute at a special party given by Colonel Zentino Anaya. After a government commission arrived from La Paz to identify the bodies, Selleck once more performed burial duty. At 11 o'clock on the night of September 29, he noted, in absolute secrecy and in some place, the remains of the Red mercenaries killed in the action at La Higuera were buried. On September 30, bringing with him a large retinue of officials and the press, President Barrientos returned to Valle Grande to share in the latest triumph. That same night, only 30 miles away, an exhausted Che and his men stole from cover and began making their way cautiously into the canyon below, careful to avoid contact with any of the peasants whose little farms dotted the area. The radio carried news of the large military mobilization underway. One report said 1,800 soldiers were in the zone, another said that Che Guevara is surrounded in a canyon, still another gave the news that when Che was caught he would be brought to trial in Santa Cruz. Then the capture of Camba and Leon was reported. Both men had obviously talked, even telling their captors that Che was sick. So ends the tale of 2 heroic guerrillas, Che remarked disgustedly in his diary. By October 7, the guerrillas were in a steep ravine near La Higuera, where a narrow natural passage leads down toward the Rio Grande. Their progress had been slow because Juan Pablo Chang, whose glasses were broken, was almost blind at night, and he held them back considerably. Still, Che was reasonably upbeat, beginning his diary entry that day with apparently intentional irony, for their circumstances were now truly desperate. We completed the 11th month of our guerrilla operation without complications, in a bucolic mood. At midday, they spotted an old woman grazing goats and seized her as a precaution. She said she knew nothing about soldiers or anything else, for that matter. Che was skeptical and sent Inti, Anacito, and Pablo with her to her squalid little farmhouse, where they saw that she had a young dwarf daughter. They gave the woman 50 pesos and told her not to speak to anyone about their presence, although they did so, Che noted, with little hope that she will keep her word. There were 17 of them left now. It was, coincidentally, the same number of men that his and Fidel's original band of guerrillas had been reduced to in the hard days after the catastrophic landing of the Granma, a little less than 11 years before. That night they set off downhill again, under a very small moon, walking through a narrow stream gully whose banks were sown with potato patches. At 2 in the morning they stopped because of Chang, who could not see well enough to walk farther. That night, Che listened to an unusual army report on the radio that said army troops had encircled the guerrillas at a place between the Acero and Oro rivers. The news seems diversionary, he observed. He wrote down their present altitude, 2,000 meters, about 6,500 feet. It was the final entry in his diary. 9. Early the next morning, October 8, a company of freshly trained Bolivian Army Rangers led by a tall young captain, Gary Prado Salmon, took up positions above Che and his men. They had been alerted to the guerrillas' presence by a local peasant. As daylight broke, the guerrillas spotted the soldiers on the bare ridges, hemming them in on either side. They were trapped in a brushy gully called the Quebrada del Curro, which was about 1,000 feet long and not more than 200 feet wide, in places much narrower than that. Their only possible escape was to fight their way out. Che ordered his men to take up positions, splitting them into 3 groups. Several tense hours passed. The battle began at 1:10 in the afternoon, when a couple of the guerrillas were detected by the soldiers as they moved around. The soldiers opened up on the men below with mortar and machine gun fire, and the Bolivian Anacito Rianaga was killed. In the prolonged firefight that ensued, Arturo Tamayo and Olo Pantoja were both killed and the guerrillas lost track of one another. Partially concealed behind a large rock in the middle of a potato patch, Che fired his M2 carbine, but it was soon hit in the barrel by a bullet that rendered it useless. The magazine of his pistol had apparently already been lost, he was now unarmed. A second bullet hit him in the calf of his left leg, a third penetrated his beret. Helped by the Bolivian Simon Cuba Willie, he tried to climb up the bank of the gully in an attempt to escape. Some soldiers watched them approach. When they were a few feet away, a short, sturdy Highland Indian named Sergeant Bernardino Huanca broke through the brush and pointed his gun at them. A moment later, alerted by Huanca's yells that he had captured 2 guerrillas, Captain Prado arrived. Without preamble, Prado asked Che to identify himself. Just as bluntly, Che told him. Prado pulled out one of Ciro Bustos's sketches and positively identified Che by his pronounced brow and the bullet scar near his ear from the accident that had nearly killed him during the Bay of Pigs invasion. Then he tied Che's hands with his own belt. After sending out a radio message to Valle Grande, he told his men to guard Che and Willie closely, and he returned to the combat. At 3:15 p.m., Lieutenant Colonel Selleck was informed by radio of the bloody combat the Rangers were fighting with the group of Reds commanded by Che Guevara. Hearing that Guevara himself was a casualty, Selleck excitedly boarded a helicopter and flew to La Higuera. When he arrived, he headed immediately for the battlefield. Taking La Higuera's helpful corregidor with him, Selleck climbed down into the canyon where Che was being held as the fighting continued in different parts of the quebrada between the soldiers and the rest of Che's men. As they descended, they met soldiers bringing up a mortally wounded comrade, and Selleck was told there were 2 more army dead still below. When he reached the place where Che was being held, Selleck had a short dialogue with him, which he would later record in a confidential report. "I told him that our army wasn't like he imagined," Selleck wrote, and he replied that he had been wounded and that a bullet had destroyed the barrel of his carbine, and in those circumstances he had no alternative but to surrender himself. With night approaching and the combat continuing in the quebrada, Selleck led his 2 prisoners, Che and Willie, toward La Higuera. By now, he had been joined by Captain Prado and his commanding officer, Major Miguel Ayero. For the steep hike out of the ravine, Che had to be helped by 2 soldiers because he could bear down only on his unhurt right leg. Bringing up the rear, some peasants carried the bodies of Arturo Tamayo and Olo Pantoja. Later that evening, Che lay bound hand and foot on the dirt floor of a room in the mud-walled schoolhouse in La Higuera. Next to him lay the bodies of Arturo and Olo. In the other room, still alive and unhurt, Willie had been imprisoned. Because of the darkness, the army pursuit of the fugitive guerrillas was suspended until 4 a.m., but Selleck took precautionary measures in La Higuera, posting guards in case Che's comrades tried to rescue him. At 7:30 p.m., Selleck radioed Valle Grande, asking what to do with Che, and was told to keep him in custody until new orders. Then he, Prado, and Ayero went into the schoolhouse to talk with Che. Selleck recorded their 45-minute dialogue in some abbreviated private notes. "Commandante, I find you somewhat depressed," Selleck said to Che, according to his notes. "Can you explain the reasons why I get this impression?" "I've failed," Che replied. It's all over, and that's the reason why you see me in this state. Selick then asked why Che had chosen to fight in Bolivia instead of his own country. Che evaded the question but acknowledged that maybe it would have been better. When he proceeded to praise socialism as the best form of government for Latin American countries, Selick cut him off. I would prefer not to refer to that topic, he said, claiming that in any event Bolivia was vaccinated against communism. He accused Che of having invaded Bolivia and pointed out that the majority of his guerrillas were foreigners. According to Selick, Che then looked over at the bodies of Arturo and Olo. Colonel, look at them. These boys had everything they could want in Cuba, and yet they came here to die like dogs. Lieutenant Colonel Andres Selick's photograph of the schoolhouse in La Higuera where Che was held and then executed. Selick tried to elicit some information from Che about the guerrillas still on the run. I understand Benigno is gravely wounded since the September 26 La Higuera battle, where Coco and the others died. Can you tell me, Commandante, if he is still alive? Colonel, I have a very bad memory, I don't remember and don't even know how to respond to your question. Are you Cuban or Argentine? Asked Selick. I am Cuban, Argentine, Bolivian, Peruvian, Ecuadorian, etc. You understand. What made you decide to operate in our country? Can't you see the state in which the peasants live? Che asked. They are almost like savages, living in a state of poverty that depresses the heart, having only one room in which to sleep and cook and no clothing to wear, abandoned like animals. But the same thing happens in Cuba, Selick retorted. No, that's not true, Che said. I don't deny that in Cuba poverty still exists, but the peasants there have an illusion of progress, whereas the Bolivian lives without hope. Just as he is born, he dies, without ever seeing improvements in his human condition. The officers began going through the documents captured from Che and, finding the 2 volumes of his Bolivian campaign diaries, stayed up until dawn reading them. At 6:15 a.m. on October 9, a helicopter flew into La Higuera carrying Colonel Joaquim Zentino Anaya and the CIA agent Felix Rodriguez. No doubt owing to their earlier clash over the custody of the prisoner Paco, Selick was not pleased to see the CIA man arrive and scrutinized him closely, observing that Rodriguez, who was wearing a Bolivian army uniform and was referred to as Captain Ramos, had come with a powerful portable field radio and a camera with a special lens for photographing documents. The group went into the schoolhouse, where Selick noted that Zentino Anaya chatted with the chief guerrillero for approximately 30 minutes. Rodriguez recorded in detail the grim encounter with his archenemy. Che was lying on his side in the dirt, his arms still tied behind his back and his feet bound together, next to the bodies of his friends. His leg wound oozed blood, and to Rodriguez he looked like a piece of trash. He was a mess, Rodriguez wrote. Hair matted, clothes ragged and torn. He no longer had boots, his mud-caked feet were encased in crude leather sheaths, like those a medieval peasant might have worn. As Rodriguez stood silently observing, absorbed in the moment, Zentino Anaya asked Che why he had brought war to this country. He received no reply. The only sound was Che's breathing. Immediately afterward, as Selick watched suspiciously, Mr. Felix Ramos Rodriguez set up his portable radio set and transmitted a coded message to an unknown place. Then Rodriguez began photographing Che's diary and the other captured documents on a table set outside. Taking Aero with him, Zentino Anaya headed off for the Quebrada, where the military operations had resumed, leaving Selick in charge of La Higuera. When they returned, at around 10 a.m., Felix Rodriguez was still taking photographs. By 11 o'clock, he had finished his task and asked Zentino Anaya permission to speak to Señor Guevara. Selick was distrustful and, considering my presence necessary in this talk, went into the schoolhouse with Rodriguez. Selick's notes reveal only that the talk dealt with diverse themes of the Bolivian Revolution as well as the Cuban Revolution. In his memoirs of the encounter, Rodriguez does not mention that Selick was in the room with him, but, like Selick, he noted Che's proud defiance. When he first entered, Che warned Rodriguez that he would not be interrogated, and relented only when the CIA man said he merely wished to exchange views. According to Rodriguez, Che acknowledged his defeat, blaming it on the provincial mindset of the Bolivian communists who had cut him off. Whenever Rodriguez tried to glean from him information about specific operations, however, Che refused to answer. He especially refused to speak badly about Fidel, although Rodriguez tried to coax him. Finally, Che asked Rodriguez a question. Rodriguez was clearly not Bolivian, he observed, and to judge from his knowledge of Cuba, Che guessed that he was either a Cuban or a Puerto Rican working for U.S. intelligence. Rodriguez confirmed that he was born in Cuba and had been a member of the CIA-trained anti-Castro 2506 Brigade. Che's only response was, "Ha." At 12:30 a radio message for Colonel Zentino Anaya came from the Bolivian High Command in La Paz, and he relayed the order to Selick. According to Selick's notes, it was to proceed with the elimination of Señor Guevara. He pointed out to Zentino that it was Major Aero's duty to take charge of the executions, since he was the commanding officer of the unit that had captured Guevara. In Selick's words, Aero then ordered the fulfillment of the order. Immediately afterward, leaving Aero and Rodriguez behind, Selick and Zentino Anaya boarded a helicopter to fly back to Valle Grande with their booty of captured documents and weaponry. Upon their arrival at about 1:30 p.m., they were advised from La Higuera that the execution of Che Guevara had been carried out. In his version, Felix Rodriguez claimed it was he, not Zentino Anaya, who had received the coded message ordering Che's death, and that he had taken Zentino Anaya aside to dissuade him. The U.S. government, he claimed, wanted to keep the guerrilla leader alive under any circumstances. He said that U.S. aircraft were on standby to evacuate Che to Panama for interrogation. According to Rodriguez, Zentino Anaya said that he could not disobey the order, which had come directly from President Barrientos and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Zentino Anaya said he would send a chopper back at 2 p.m. and wanted Rodriguez's word of honor that Che would be dead by then, and that he would personally bring back his body to Valle Grande. After Zentino and Selick left, Rodriguez pondered his options. He had relayed word to the CIA that morning after positively identifying Guevara, asking for instructions, but no reply had come, and now it was too late. He could disobey Zentino and spirit Che away, but he knew that if he did, he might be making a historical mistake of huge proportions. At one time Fidel Castro had been imprisoned by Batista, and that obviously hadn't put a stop to him. In the end, he wrote, it was my call. And my call was to leave it in the hands of the Bolivians. While still debating, Rodriguez heard a shot from the schoolhouse. He rushed first into Che's room. Che was alive and looked up at him from his place on the floor. Rodriguez went into the next room, where he saw a soldier, his gun smoking, and beyond, Willie collapsing over a small table. I could literally hear the life escape from him. The soldier told Rodriguez that Willie had tried to escape. Rodriguez then went to talk with Che again and at one point took him outside to take his picture. Those photos, kept secretly by the CIA for years, have survived. In one, a youthful-looking and plump-faced Rodriguez stands with his arm around Che, who resembles a wild beast brought to heel, his emaciated face grimly turned downward, his long hair tangled, his arms bound in front of him. Rodriguez took Che back inside the schoolhouse and they resumed their talk, only to be interrupted by more gunfire. This time the executed man was reportedly Juan Pablo Chang, who had been captured, wounded, and brought in alive that morning. By now the bodies of Anacito and Pacho, who had been killed in the ravine, were also there. Che stopped talking, Rodriguez recalled. He did not say anything about the shooting, but his face reflected sadness and he shook his head slowly from left to right several times. Perhaps it was at that instant that he realized that he, too, was doomed, even though I did not tell him until just before 1 p.m. The Cuban-American CIA agent Felix Rodriguez took Che outside the schoolhouse in La Higuera so that they could have their picture taken. Soon afterward, Rodriguez told Che that he was about to die. According to his chronology of events, Rodriguez then went outside. He was shuffling documents and postponing the inevitable when the village schoolteacher came up to ask when he was going to shoot Che. He asked her why she wanted to know, and she explained that the radio was broadcasting the news that Che had died of combat wounds. Rodriguez realized that he could stall no longer and went back into the schoolhouse. He entered Che's room and announced that he was sorry, he had done everything in his power, but orders had come from the Bolivian High Command. He didn't finish his sentence, but Che understood. According to Rodriguez, Che's face turned momentarily white, and he said, "It is better like this. I never should have been captured alive." Rodriguez asked if he had any messages for his family, and Che told him to tell Fidel that he will soon see a triumphant revolution in America. "And tell my wife to remarry and to try to be happy." At that, Rodriguez said, he stepped forward to embrace Che. "It was a tremendously emotional moment for me. I no longer hated him. His moment of truth had come, and he was conducting himself like a man. He was facing his death with courage and grace." Rodriguez then left the room. A man had already responded to Major Aero's request for an executioner, a tough-looking little sergeant named Mario Terán, who waited expectantly outside. Rodriguez looked at Terán and saw that his face shone as if he had been drinking. He had been in the firefight with Che's band the day before and was eager to avenge the deaths of his 3 comrades who had died in the battle. "I told him not to shoot Che in the face, but from the neck down," Rodriguez said. Che's wounds had to appear as though they had been inflicted in battle. There was to be no evidence of an execution when the body was displayed to the press. "I walked up the hill and began making notes," Rodriguez recalled. "When I heard the shots I checked my watch. It was 1:10 p.m. There are different versions, but according to legend, Che's last words, when Terán came through the door to shoot him, were, 'I know you've come to kill me. Shoot, coward, you are only going to kill a man.' Terán hesitated, then pointed his semi-automatic rifle and pulled the trigger, hitting Che in the arms and legs. As Che writhed on the ground, biting one of his wrists in an effort to avoid crying out, Terán fired another burst. The fatal bullet entered Che's thorax, filling his lungs with blood. On October 9, 1967, at the age of 39, Che Guevara was dead. Epilogue, Dreams and Curses. During the night of October 8, 1967, as Che lay trussed on the floor of the schoolhouse in La Higuera, Aleda awoke suddenly with a feeling that her husband was in grave danger. For several months, the news from Bolivia had made Aleda anxious. On October 8 she was staying in the Escambray Mountains, where she and Che first met, doing field research for a social history project. After Che had left for Bolivia, Aleda had gone back to school and was studying at Havana University. It was something Che had urged her to do, to keep herself occupied. Fidel had been coming to her home regularly to update her about Che's situation, which she knew was bad. So she was almost expecting the men who appeared at her doorstep late in the day on October 9. Fidel had sent them. For weeks, Fidel had been reviewing the news reports coming out of Bolivia with both suspicion and mounting concern. On October 9, Che was reported to have been captured, then to be dead of his wounds. When the first photograph of the body said to be his came over the wires, there was some resemblance, but it was hard for Fidel to imagine that the emaciated corpse was that of the man he had last seen 11 months earlier. After Aleda arrived in Havana, she and Fidel pored over the reports and the new photographs that came in. At first, neither wanted to believe the worst, but soon there was no doubt. 2. On the afternoon of October 9, Che's blood-drenched body had been placed on a stretcher, tied to the landing skids of a helicopter, and flown over the bleak hills to Valle Grande. Felix Rodriguez, wearing his Bolivian Army captain's uniform, accompanied it. Soon after they touched down, he melted into the waiting crowds and disappeared. Within a few days, Rodriguez was back in the United States for debriefings with his bosses at the CIA. He had brought some relics from his trip, among them one of several Rolex watches found in Che's possession, and Che's last pouch of pipe tobacco, half-smoked, which he had wrapped in paper. Later, he would put the tobacco inside a glass bubble set into the butt of his favorite revolver. The strangest legacy of all, though, was the shortness of breath he developed soon after arriving in Valle Grande. As I walked in the cool mountain air, I realized that I was wheezing, and that it was becoming hard to breathe, Rodriguez wrote 25 years later. Che may have been dead, but somehow his asthma, a condition I had never had in my life, had attached itself to me. To this day, my chronic shortness of breath is a constant reminder of Che and his last hours alive in the tiny town of La Higuera. Slung onto the concrete wash basin of the laundry house in the rear garden of Valle Grande's Nuestro Señor de Malta Hospital, Che's body lay on view that evening and throughout the next day. His head was propped up and his brown eyes remained open. To prevent decomposition, a doctor had slit his throat and injected him with formaldehyde. As a procession of people, including soldiers, curious locals, photographers, and reporters, filed around the body, Che looked eerily alive. Some of the hospital's nuns, the nurse who washed his body, and a number of local women surreptitiously clipped off clumps of his hair and kept them for good luck. Later, the military ordered a doctor at the hospital to perform an autopsy on Che. The doctor's report detailed the 9 bullet wounds Che had suffered in combat in the area of his collarbone, chest, and ribs, in both legs, and in his right arm, and stated that the cause of death was wounds in the thorax and the resulting bleeding. Lieutenant Colonel Andrés Selick and Major Mario Vargas Salinas posed for photographs next to the body. Along with Che's leather portfolio, Selick kept one of his watches, as did Captain Gary Prado. The executioner, Mario Duran, kept his pipe. Colonel Zentino Anaya claimed Che's damaged M2 carbine as his personal trophy. He allowed Prado to distribute the money found in Che's possession, several thousand American dollars and a large quantity of Bolivian pesos, among his junior officers and soldiers. Che's body lying on public display in the laundry house of the Nuestro Señor de Malta Hospital in Valle Grande. By then the decision had been made to deny Che a burial site. His body, like those of his comrades who had died previously, would be disappeared. To counter the initial reactions of disbelief coming out of Havana, General Alfredo Ovando Candia wanted to decapitate Che and preserve the head as evidence. Felix Rodriguez, who was still in Valle Grande when the solution was proposed, claimed to have argued that it was too barbaric, and suggested that they just sever a finger. Ovando Candia compromised: they would amputate Che's hands. On the night of October 10, 2 wax death masks were made of Che's face, and his fingerprints were taken. His hands were sawed off and placed in jars of formaldehyde. A pair of Argentine police forensic experts arrived to compare the fingerprints with those on file in Buenos Aires for Escobedo Guevara de la Serna. The identification was positive. In the early morning hours of October 11, Che's body was disposed of by Lieutenant Colonel Selick, with a couple of other officers, including, according to him, Vargas Salinas, acting as witnesses. Che's brother Roberto arrived in town later that morning, hoping to identify the body and retrieve the remains, but it was too late. General Ovando Candia said he was sorry, Che's body had been cremated. It was only one of several versions of the story of his remains that would circulate in coming days as the Bolivian generals contradicted one another. The real whereabouts of Che's body would remain an unsolved mystery for the next 30 years. For Roberto, grim-faced, wearing a dark suit, looking very much like his famous brother, and yet so different, there was nothing to do but return home to Buenos Aires, where his father, brothers, and sisters waited. Now they too accepted the sad news, although Che's Aunt Beatriz refused ever to acknowledge her favorite nephew's death or even discuss the matter. With Cuba awash in rumors, Fidel addressed the nation on television on October 15. He confirmed that the reports of Che's death were painfully true, decreed 3 days of national mourning, and announced that henceforth October 8, the day of Che's last battle, would be known as the Day of the Heroic Guerrilla. Aleta suffered an emotional breakdown. Fidel took her and the children to his house, and, over the next week, he comforted her. Then he moved her to another house, where she and the children lived incommunicado, out of public view. While Aleta was recovering, Fidel came every day to see her. Orlando Borrego also went through an emotional crisis that lasted for several months. Che's death affected him, he said, more than his own father's had. His grief had been suspended at first as he rallied to comfort Aleta and the children, but it finally hit him. It was as if my equilibrium had been thrown off, he recalled. I couldn't come to terms with the idea that Che was dead, and I had recurrent dreams in which he appeared to me, alive. On the night of October 18, in Havana's Plaza de la Revolución, Fidel spoke to one of his largest audiences. Nearly 1 million people had gathered for a national wake for Che. His voice raspy with emotion, Fidel gave an impassioned tribute to his old comrade, extolling him as the incarnation of revolutionary virtue. If we want the model of a human being who does not belong to our time but to the future, I say from the depths of my heart that such a model, without a single stain on his conduct, without a single stain on his behavior, is Che. If we wish to express what we want our children to be, we must say from our very hearts as ardent revolutionaries, we want them to be like Che. A banner with Alberto Corda's soon-to-be famous image of Che was hung in the Plaza de la Revolución in Havana at Che's wake on the night of October 18, 1967. 3. Over the succeeding days, 4 more of the fugitive guerrillas Moro, Pablo, Eustaquio, and Chapaco were tracked down and killed. Their bodies too were buried secretly around Valle Grande. Incredibly, 3 Cubans, Pombo, Benino, and Urbano, together with 3 Bolivians, Inti Peredu, Dario, and Nato, had managed to escape from the ravine. The army continued to track them, and on November 15 they were caught in a firefight with army troops. Nato was gravely wounded and asked his comrades to kill him. Benino said it was he who delivered the coup de grace. The remaining 5 men fled their encirclement, and 3 months later, with the help of members of the Bolivian Communist Party, who belatedly mustered their courage to save the survivors of Che's insurgency, they emerged in Chile, on the other side of the snow-covered Andes. There, under the auspices of the Chilean Socialist and Communist parties, the Cubans were taken in. The Socialist Senator Salvador Allende flew with them to Easter Island, in the Pacific Ocean, from where they traveled home via Tahiti, Addis Ababa, Paris, and Moscow. Benino and others would later claim that Fidel abandoned Che and his guerrillas in Bolivia, but the evidence suggests that Fidel did what he could, although it wasn't much. After Che's presence was discovered and the Americans arrived in force, Cuba's agents in Bolivia had almost no room for maneuvering. With Bolivia's borders either sealed or under heavy surveillance, and the Communist Party outlawed, a new guerrilla who tried to bolster Che's effort would have been easily detected. As it was, the Bolivian military detained any suspicious foreigner who was spotted. Cuba's support for the guerrilla war in Bolivia did not end with Che's death. Inti Peredu and Dario, the Bolivians who survived the debacle and made it to Cuba, returned home in 1969 with a new contingent of Bolivian volunteers. Later that year, Inti was gunned down in a safe house in La Paz. Not long afterward, Dario was caught and murdered. Inti's younger brother, Chato, became the new leader, taking 70-odd mostly untrained young Bolivian students to launch a guerrilla war near the mining outpost of Tio Ponte, north of La Paz, on the headwaters of the Rio Beni. After a few months in the field, the disorganized, hungry ELN was surrounded by the army. The group's second attempt to build a guerrilla foco expired in a miasma of blood and wasted lives. After impassively observing the fatal denouement of Che's attempt at guerrilla warfare, the Bolivian Interior Minister, Antonio Arguelles, inexplicably rediscovered his Marxist leanings. In 1968, with the help of several Bolivian communist friends, he smuggled a microfilmed copy of Che's diary to Cuba, where it was soon published. He later arranged for Che's amputated hands and death mask to be taken to Cuba. When he was suspected of being the person who had leaked the diary, Arguedas fled Bolivia, reappearing eventually in Cuba and presenting himself as a kind of secret hero of the whole episode. In a mystifying series of about-faces, he later left Cuba, reinitiated contact with the CIA, and returned to Bolivia, where he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. In the 1980s, Arguedas was accused of belonging to a gang of kidnappers, and he spent 3 years in prison. In the late 1990s, he led a semi-clandestine life in La Paz, where he was, reportedly, involved in drug trafficking. He died in February 2000. According to the Bolivian police, a bomb in his possession accidentally exploded. Like so much of Arguedas's life, the circumstances of his death remain mysterious. Mario Monge lost his position as leader of the Bolivian Communist Party and went into exile in Moscow. Upon his arrival there, he said years later, he was instructed by Soviet intelligence officials not to talk, and he didn't talk until the 1990s, when the Soviet Union had ceased to exist. For several decades, Monge was subsidized by the Latin America Institute, a party-run policy research office. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, however, Monge became a man without a country or a big brother to look after him. Most of the survivors of Massetti's guerrillas who were incarcerated in Salta were released in 1968 through the efforts of their lawyer, Gustavo Roca. During their time in prison, some of them got the shock of their lives when El Fusilado, the man Massetti had condemned to death in Algeria, showed up one day as a visitor. According to him, the Algerians had spared his life, and instead of shooting him had locked him in a prison cell. He had remained there, cut off from the outside world, for a year or two, until one day he was inexplicably freed and sent to Cuba. He believed that his predicament may have been brought to the attention of Che during Che's visits there in 1965, and that Che had ordered his release. Back in Cuba, he was sent to fight counter-revolutionaries in the Escambray, and then, having been deemed rehabilitated, he was dispatched to Argentina to explore the possibilities of organizing a breakout for his former comrades. He told them he bore them no grudge for what had happened to him, he was thankful merely to be alive. According to Henry Lerner, who met him for the first time, El Fusilado was a fellow Jew. After spending 3 years and 8 months in prison, Che's bodyguard Alberto Castellanos was spirited out of the country and made it back to Cuba. The appeals for Hector Jauve and Federico Mendez were denied, their 14 and 16-year sentences were extended to life imprisonment. When Juan Perón returned to Argentina in 1973, however, they were given amnesty. Perón died the following year, and his second wife, Isabella, became president. She was deposed by a military junta in 1976, initiating a wave of anti-communist repression that became known as Argentina's Dirty War, and Jauve and Mendez soon fled the country. They returned home when civilian rule was restored, in the early 1980s. Jauve lived with his family in Córdoba, where he worked as a psychotherapist. Federico Mendez died of cancer. Henry Lerner, who nearly died at Massetti's hands, was captured by the Argentine military. He was said to have disappeared, but in fact he was slated for execution. After being incarcerated for 3 years, he was saved in an unusual deal arranged by the Catholic Church, whereby the lives of 100 people in government detention were spared. They were then expelled from Argentina. Lerner was accepted for asylum by Israel. Later, he emigrated to Madrid, where, like his old comrade Hector Jauve, he became a psychotherapist. Harry Villegas stayed on in the Cuban Revolutionary Armed Forces and became a commander of the expeditionary troops in Angola. Promoted to general, he was awarded the rare official distinction of Hero of the Revolution. He continued to live in a modest apartment not far from Che's old house in Havana. Leonardo Urbano Tamayo remained in the Cuban military with the rank of colonel. He apparently suffered a nervous breakdown after returning to Cuba, but recovered and went on to live a quiet life in Havana. Daryl Alarcón Ramirez Benigno, Che's able machero in Bolivia, moved on to a career in Cuba's prison system, and, into the late 1980s, as a trainer of guerrillas from a variety of Latin American countries. Over time, however, he became disenchanted with the revolution. In 1994, while on a trip to France, he asked for asylum. In 1997, he published a book harshly critical of Fidel's regime. Knowing that he had become an official traitor to the revolution and that he faced a probable execution by firing squad if he returned home, Benigno became a permanent exile in Paris. During the dirty war against the left in Argentina, the Guevara family soon found themselves to be targets. Che's father fled for Cuba with his new bride, Ana Maria Era, a painter some 30 years his junior. They raised a family in Havana and named one of their boys Ramon, Che's Bolivian nom de guerre. After his brother's death, Roberto was radicalized, and both he and Juan Martín became active in a Guevarist Argentine guerrilla movement. Roberto moved between Cuba and Europe, but Juan Martín made the mistake of returning to Argentina, hoping to fight in the guerrilla underground there. Within a month he had been arrested, and he spent 9 years in prison. His sister Celia spent most of that time in London, working through Amnesty International to secure his release. With the end of the Proceso, as the Dirty War became known, Che's siblings gradually returned to Argentina, where Roberto went to work as a lawyer for leftist labor unions. Juan Martín ran a bookshop in Buenos Aires and eventually opened a restaurant. Che's youngest sister, Ana Maria, died in 1990. Celia Guevara also returned from exile and lived a quiet life in Buenos Aires. Their father died in Havana in 1987, at the age of 87. He spent his final years producing books based on Che's letters and diaries. His wife, Ana Maria, and their children Che's half-brothers and sisters remained in Cuba. In 1970, nearly 3 years into the 30-year sentences they had been given at their trials, Ciro Bustos and Regis Debray were released from prison on the orders of Bolivia's new military ruler, the reformist General Juan José Torres. They were flown to Chile, where Salvador Allende was then president. Debray, whose celebrity had increased during his public trial in Bolivia, remained an active voice in European leftist intellectual circles. In the 1980s, he became an advisor on Latin American policy to the French president, François Mitterrand. Gradually, however, his infatuation with Cuba's revolution soured. In 1996, he published a memoir that was highly critical of Fidel Castro, whom he called a megalomaniac, and of Che Guevara, whom he described as more admirable but less likable than Castro, accusing him of being harsh and unfeeling to his men in Bolivia. Of those who survived the Bolivian affair, perhaps none suffered more emotional anguish than Ciro Bustos. He took the brunt of the blame for betraying Che's presence in Bolivia. Drawing the portraits of Che and the other members of his guerrilla band was an act of disloyalty that would torment Bustos for the rest of his life. Vilified by Debray and frozen out by his former comrades in Cuba, Bustos worked for a time in Chile before fleeing the CIA-backed coup of General Augusto Pinochet in 1973. He returned home to Argentina and resumed painting, only to flee once more, to Sweden, when the Dirty War began. When it ended, Bustos did not return home but remained living in a kind of self-imposed exile in the southern port city of Malmö, where he made paintings of people without faces. Loyola Guzman, Che's Bolivian National Finance Secretary, was freed from prison in 1970 after her comrades in the ELN took 2 German engineers hostage to force her release. She made her way to Cuba, where she met Che's widow, Aleda, who took her under her wing, since nobody in Cuba's secret services seemed to want to see her or offer her an explanation for what had gone wrong in 1967. By that time, Che had become almost unmentionable in Cuba. The Soviets had finally clasped Fidel in a bear hug. That hug would last for the next 17 years, and adventurism like Che's was discredited, at least for the time being. Guzman and some of her comrades returned unaided to Bolivia, intending to continue with the guerrilla effort, but in 1972, she, her husband, and a few other guerrillas were tracked down and surrounded by the military at a safe house in La Paz. Her husband and the others escaped, only to be killed and disappeared later. Guzman, who was pregnant, was caught and spent the next 2 years in prison, where she gave birth to her first son. She named him Escobedo, in honor of Che. As Latin America's U.S.-backed armies became ever more brutal in their efforts to quell the spreading Marxist insurgencies that Che had helped inspire, Guzman became a spokesperson for the families of the disappeared. She remained in La Paz, a tireless champion of the efforts to locate the bodies of Che and the other guerrillas who were killed in 1967, as well as those of the approximately 150 people who disappeared under the Bolivian military regimes of the 1970s and 1980s. Many of the men who were associated with Che's death in Bolivia went on to die violently, leading some people to believe in the curse of Che. The first to die was Bolivia's president, General René Barrientos, whose helicopter fell out of the sky in unexplained circumstances in April 1969. In 1971, Colonel Roberto Quintanilla, Antonio Argudes's intelligence chief at the Ministry of Interior, the man who had made Che's fingerprints, was murdered in Germany. The populist President General Juan José Torres, who as a member of Barrientos's Joint Chiefs of Staff had cast his vote in favor of Che's execution in 1967, was murdered by Argentine death squads in 1976. Only 2 weeks earlier, General Joaquim Zentino Anaya was gunned down in Paris, in an action claimed by the obscure Che Guevara International Brigade. Captain Gary Prado rose rapidly within the armed forces, eventually becoming a colonel. But during an operation to suppress an armed revolt in Santa Cruz in 1981, he was shot and left paralyzed from the waist down. After retiring from the army as a general, he went into politics, aligning himself with the center-left, and for a period he served as Bolivia's ambassador to London. Mario Vargas Salinas also became a general and a government minister for the dictator General Hugo Banzer Suarez in the 1970s. Lieutenant Colonel Andrés Selic fared the worst of those who were directly involved in the capture and execution of Che Guevara. In 1971, Selic led a military revolt that ousted President Juan José Torres and brought Hugo Banzer to power. After serving as Banzer's interior minister for only 6 months, Selic was sidelined and sent into diplomatic exile as ambassador to Paraguay. He soon began conspiring against Banzer and, after secretly re-entering Bolivia in 1973, preparing for a new revolt, was caught and beaten to death by army thugs on Banzer's orders. After retiring from the military with the rank of colonel, Miguel Ayero lived discreetly in Santa Cruz. He denied having anything to do with Che's death, laying the blame on the late Selic's shoulders. The executioner, Mario Terán, became a pathetic figure, a man who for many years lived in hiding, at times wearing wigs and other disguises out of fear for his life, convinced he was targeted for assassination by Cuba or its allies. Although the army continued to employ him in a series of jobs, including one as a bartender in the Officers Club of the Santa Cruz 8th Army Division headquarters, Terán became deeply embittered. He resented his superior officers, who wrote books and gained glory through their participation in Che's defeat. He periodically offered, as he did with me, to speak about the events that took place in La Higuera on October 9, 1967, but he wanted to be paid for it. I refused. Stout and rumpled, with a face marred by a curving scar that cut across his upper lip, Terán exploded with rage when I asked if he regretted having killed Che. "What do you think?" he exclaimed. "You imagine that I just walked into that room and pulled the trigger? I was down in the quebrada the day before. I was there. I saw 3 of my friends die that day." Felix Rodriguez also believed he was targeted by the Cubans for assassination. He spoke of an incident in the 1970s when he was warned by American intelligence about a plot to hijack a plane he was planning to travel on. His career in the CIA continued in Vietnam, El Salvador, and other war-torn countries, but his cover was finally blown in the late 1980s when he had to appear before the Senate committee investigating the Iran-Contra affair. Rodriguez had worked as Oliver North's point man in providing illegal aid to the Nicaraguan Contras, and in operations against the Salvadoran Farabundo Martí guerrillas. In his later years, Rodriguez was a heavy-set man who seemed to live largely in the past. The den of his house in suburban Miami was filled with the necromantic talismans and ornaments of his long career as a CIA hireling, framed in glass, the brazier he confiscated from a Salvadoran female guerrilla commandante he once captured, grenades, rifles, honorary plaques and diplomas from numerous counterinsurgency forces, a letter from the first President Bush thanking him for services rendered. The largest space on Rodriguez's crowded wall was occupied by the framed portrait of him standing next to the wounded, doomed Che Guevara. He also showed me a photo album filled with gruesome pictures of dead bodies, including those of Che and Tanya. Whether they had fought with him or against him, a curious bond united those who had known Che. Over the years most of them had come to realize that if their own obituaries were ever to be published, it would be because of their relationships to Che. Ricardo Rojo, Che's occasional companion and political sparring partner, wrote his best-selling book, My Friend Che, in the immediate aftermath of Che's death. It earned him fame and some wealth on the one hand, but bitter condemnation by Cuba and some of Che's comrades on the other, for Rojo perpetuated the story that Che had had a falling out with Fidel. Rojo fled Argentina in the 1970s, returning home to live only after the restoration of civilian rule in 1983. He practiced law and remained active in political and media circles. A charming and sharp-tongued raconteur, Rojo died of cancer in Buenos Aires in 1996. Che's friend Alberto Granado stayed on in Cuba, raising his family and working in the biochemical research industry. In 1980, he published his account of the road trip he had taken with the young Escobedo Guevara, but it got little attention. After Che's Motorcycle Diaries was published in the mid-1990s, however, Granado became rather famous. By then in his 70s, he relished the limelight, assuming his role as Che's old road buddy with amiable panache, giving interviews and traveling abroad to hold forth at Che-themed events. Che's children grew up under the protective eyes of Tío Fidel and Tío Ramiro Valdés. His sons, Escobedo and Camilo, both spent 5 years in Moscow, which included a stint at a KGB training academy. For a time, Camilo worked in the Cuban Ministry of Fisheries under Che's old friend Enrique Oltiski. Escobedo worked for Ramiro Valdés in a state-owned electronics firm, but he eventually quit that job and thereafter devoted himself to fixing up and riding vintage Harley-Davidson motorcycles. Alyosha became a doctor with a specialty in allergies. Against her mother's wishes, she volunteered for duty in Nicaragua and Angola in the 1980s, at the height of Cuban military involvement in those countries. For a time, she was married to a son of Gustavo Maquindahood, one of the men who died with Che in Bolivia. Che's daughter Celia became a marine biologist and worked with dolphins and sea lions at Havana Seaquarium. Alyosha, who bore a striking resemblance to her father with his penetrating eyes and sharp tongue, if not his quick wit or sense of humor, emerged as the family's spokesperson and defender of her father's legacy, a role hastened by her mother's withdrawal from public life. Eventually, her brother Camilo joined her in this task, and the two frequently traveled abroad to public events where they were expected to speak about their father. A few years after Che's death, Aleda remarried, as Che had said he wished her to. She moved out of the house on Calle 47 to a new one in Miramar, just down the street from Alberto Granado and directly across from Ana Maria, the widow of Che's father. Aleda's new husband was a foreign ministry official. He proved to be bitterly jealous of Che, and his periodic mistreatment of Aleda and her children led to several separations, but Aleda always returned to him. Her example of less than noble widowhood was frowned upon in Cuba's ruling circles but was not discussed openly. For years she was active in Cuba's Communist Party Congress as a deputy, and in the Cuban Women's Federation, which was headed by Raúl's wife, Vilma Espin. but Aleda gradually relinquished her public duties to dedicate herself to her family and the perpetuation of Che's legacy, eventually opening a research center across the street from their old home. La Casa del Che, as it is called, is painted marine blue. Its roof garden and entryway are covered with red and purple bougainvillea. In the 1990s, when I lived in Havana and visited the house frequently, paintings of Che adorned the walls of the foyer, although they were threatened by water damage from the perpetually leaking roof. Upstairs, Che's little office remained as it was when he left Cuba, with his small white formica-covered desktop built into varnished plywood and his vinyl-backed office chair on wheels. The double windows at either end of the room looked out to the same view of the neighborhood Che had seen. His books were still there, just as he'd left them, the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, their margins messy with his jottings, Stefan Zweig's biographies of Marie Antoinette and Joseph Fouché, one of the most bloodthirsty Jacobins, who became Napoleon's minister of police. In a little alcove under Che's desk were the books he was reading last, several about Bolivia, Africa, and Algeria's revolution, many of them in French, and one about the assassination of John F. Kennedy. A portrait of Camilo Cienfuegos hung behind Che's desk, and on top of the bookcase that stretched across the front there was a bust of Simon Bolivar and a bronze bas-relief of Lenin. A carved ornamental yerba mate gourd and a silver sipping straw were on a side shelf, and on the floor, a bronze statue symbolizing new Soviet man gathered dust. On the shelf of a narrow closet were some of the belongings Che left behind, an olive green army backpack, a web belt, and other military apparel, all disintegrating in the Cuban humidity. When Che's first wife, Hilda, died of cancer in 1974, their daughter, Hildeda, went to Europe. It was a kind of escape. She did not have a good or close relationship with her stepmother, Aleda. Hildeda worked at odd jobs and led the life of a hippie in Italy and other European countries. She later lived in Mexico and married a Mexican guerrilla named Alberto. They came to live in Cuba, but Alberto's conspiratorial activities against Cuba's staunchest regional ally made Fidel's regime uneasy, and he was asked to leave. Hildeda went with him, but they eventually divorced. Returning to Cuba in the mid-1980s with two young sons, she worked at La Casa de las Americas as an archivist and researcher and began to compile a bibliography of her father's writings. Loyal to Cuba's revolution but outspoken about what she saw as its defects, Hildeda earned the quiet disapproval of the regime for her views and personal conduct. When her older son, Keinec, then a teenager, made remarks to the foreign press that were critical of Fidel's government, opprobrium fell more heavily over her little clan. In 1995, Hildeda died of cancer at the age of 39, the same age her father was when he was killed. Neither Fidel nor Raúl appeared at her wake, although both sent large wreaths. At the funeral in the vast Cementerio Colón, where she was interred in the pantheon of the Revolutionary Armed Forces, no one spoke. 4. Che's unshakable faith in his beliefs was made even more powerful by his unusual combination of romantic passion and coldly analytical thought. This paradoxical blend was probably the secret of the near-mystical stature he acquired, but it seems also to have been the source of his inherent weaknesses: hubris and naivete. Gifted at perceiving and calculating strategy on a grand scale, yet at a remove, he seemed incapable of seeing the small, human elements that made up the larger picture, as evidenced by his disastrous choice of Massetti to lead the Argentine Foco. There, and in Cuba, the Congo, and Bolivia, the men he believed in consistently failed him, and he consistently failed to understand how to alter the fundamental nature of others and get them to become selfless communists. But, along with his mistakes, what is most remembered about Che is his personal example, embodying faith, willpower, and sacrifice. As a veteran Cuban intelligence official in Havana observed, toward the end, Che knew what was coming, and he prepared himself for an exemplary death. We would have preferred him to remain alive, with us here in Cuba, but the truth is that his death helped us tremendously. It's unlikely we would have had all the revolutionary solidarity we have had over the years if it weren't for Che dying the way he did. The island went through many shifts in political position under Fidel's long tenure as Chief Maximo. In the immediate aftermath of Che's death, relations with the Soviet Union went into a deep freeze. Angered over Moscow's implicit backing of the Bolivian Communist Party line, and because of harshly critical articles on Che and the export of revolution published in Pravda, Fidel shunned the Kremlin. As an expression of his displeasure, he sent his lowly health minister to attend the annual festivities in Red Square in November 1967. Ambassador Alexander Alexeyev, who was seen as too close to Fidel, was withdrawn from his post in 1968 and dispatched to, of all places, Madagascar. Fidel launched a new purge of the pro-Soviet old communists after allegedly uncovering a dissident faction engaged in a talking conspiracy against him with members of the Soviet embassy staff. Like the purge of sectarianism in 1962, this plot featured the redoubtable Aníbal Escalante. This time, he was not sent to Moscow but was given a 15-year prison sentence. Among Escalante's and his fellow conspirators' tape-recorded crimes was criticism of Che. Invoking Che's spirit, Fidel made a desperate attempt to make Cuba economically self-sufficient. After proclaiming that the nation would produce an unprecedented 10 million tons of sugar in 1970, he poured all of Cuba's hard-stretched resources into reaching that goal. When Orlando Borrego, the Minister of Sugar, warned Fidel that it could not be done, he was fired. It was not done, and the Cuban economy was left in a state of near-total collapse. For all intents and purposes, Fidel's disastrous Zafra de los 10 millions, the 10-million-ton harvest as it was known, represented the end of any hope for Cuban autonomy, and the Soviets, who were already buoyed by Fidel's declaration of support for their invasion of Czechoslovakia, swiftly asserted themselves. Che's Ministry of Industries was divided up into many smaller ones and was gutted of his loyalists. Many of the foreigners who had come to work for him soon left Cuba. The rehabilitation camp, Guanacahabibes, and the Cerro Redondo experimental farm were both shut down. Che's Department of Control, with more than 40,000 archives on individuals cataloging their revolutionary aptitude and work records, was destroyed. Orlando Borrego remained loyal to Fidel and the revolution, but he never again held a senior government position. For years, he worked as an advisor to the Ministry of Transportation and, after it was inaugurated in 1995, to the Che Guevara faculty at the University of Havana. Che's officially induced hibernation lasted for a decade and a half. He re-emerged as a revolutionary touchstone in Cuba only after the Soviet Union itself began to change in the late 1980s under Mikhail Gorbachev. Fidel opposed the liberal reforms of Glasnost and Perestroika with what he called a rectification process, which reinstituted Che's ideas as the correct ones for Cuba's communists to follow. This coincided with the precipitous collapse of the Soviet bloc and the end of the long flow of Moscow's subsidies to Cuba. Forced to allow limited foreign capital investment and other market reforms to rescue Cuba's battered economy, while instituting austerity measures, Fidel managed to pull Cuba back from the brink of disaster. Throughout the difficult special period, as Fidel defined the post-Soviet era, he encouraged Che's resurrection as a popular hero who best represented the ideals of revolutionary Cuba. That Che and guerrilla warfare had not lost their allure as models for political action was demonstrated by the Zapatista uprising that erupted in 1994 in Chiapas, in southern Mexico. The Zapatistas' less than aggressive military tactics and avowed political goals to win autonomy for Chiapas's indigenous peoples were far more modest than Che's, but his legacy was apparent in the guerrillas' repudiation of Mexico's subservience to U.S. capital interests and their appeals for sweeping social, political, and economic reforms. The charismatic figure of their gun-wielding, pipe-smoking, reflective, ironic, lyrical leader, Subcommandant Marcos the thinking man's guerrilla fighter captivated the popular imagination as Che once had. Indeed, it was hard not to see Marcos as a reborn Che Guevara, adapted to modern times, less utopian but still idealistic, still willing to fight for his beliefs, perhaps having learned from his predecessor's mistakes but modeled on him nonetheless. To a degree, the Zapatistas represented a successful implementation of the FOCO theory. Marcos had spent years undetected among indigenous communities in the forests of Chiapas, organizing and training its cadres, before going public with the insurgency. V. Che's rehabilitation as a saint-like presence in Cuba reached its apotheosis with the return of his remains to Cuban soil. I was with the joint Cuban-Argentine forensic team in November and December 1995, during the first weeks of its search for Che's body on the airstrip in Valle Grande. The team had been assembled after Mario Vargas Salinas broke his long silence and told me what happened the night Che disappeared. They rather quickly discovered the bodies of Octavio de la Concepcion, of the two Bolivians, Pablo and Chapaco, and of the Peruvian, Eustaquio. But then the trail went cold, and I left to go home for Christmas. I remained in touch with the searchers by telephone over the following year. In June 1996, the head of the Argentine forensic team, Alejandro Inchorrigui, met me in Paraguay, where I interviewed Socorro Selic, the widow of Lieutenant Colonel Andrés Selic. She and her husband had moved to Asunción in the early 1970s, when he was the Bolivian ambassador there. His family had stayed when he went back to Bolivia to foment a coup and was murdered. Selic was a mysterious figure. Very little was then known about his role in the death of Che, although there were vague, somewhat sinister, stories about his presence in La Higuera and Valle Grande during the period when the bodies disappeared. Socorro had been a widow for 23 years and was deeply immersed in the culture of Alfredo Stroessner's Paraguay. The dictator had protected her and her several daughters, one of whom had dated a son of Stroessner. She was more or less apolitical herself, but I think that after we talked for a few days she felt that perhaps her husband's name would be cleared if she told what she knew and shared the documents and mementos she had saved. Socorro confirmed Mario Vargas Salinas' story about Che's burial. She said that the body had been dumped in a secret grave dug by a bulldozer somewhere in the brushy land near the Valle Grande airstrip and that a mass grave was dug nearby to bury 6 of Che's comrades. Her husband had shown her the map coordinates of the grave sites. The coordinates had since vanished, but she was sure that Che had been buried separately. Vargas Salinas, on the other hand, had told me that Che and his comrades were buried together, in a single mass grave. Interestingly, the logbook in which Selic normally recorded his burial duties was blank from 3:45 p.m. on October 9 until 9 a.m. on October 11, omitting all mention of Che Guevara or what was done with his remains. Socorro allowed me to study her late husband's notes, among other things, including transcripts he had collected of the military interrogations of the peasants in the areas where Che and his guerrillas were roaming. Before I left Asunción, Socorro promised to cooperate personally with the search for Che's body by making a trip to Valle Grande, incognito, to see if she could identify his burial spot from her memory of the coordinates. She later did go there but was unable to pinpoint a spot. Alejandro Inchorrigui had promised to let me know immediately when Che's body was found, and he was as good as his word. In early July 1997, I was in Miami coincidentally, speaking about Che and giving interviews to journalists when Alejandro telephoned me. In a quiet voice that was taut with excitement, he said, "We've found him. Come." I flew to Santa Cruz the next day and then drove to Valle Grande. Nothing had yet appeared in the press, but rumors of a discovery had begun to circulate. The bodies had been found by a team of Cuban and Bolivian forensic experts. They, in turn, had quietly summoned the Argentines. Alejandro and 2 colleagues had flown in a couple of days earlier. A few journalists had also arrived, but were being kept at bay, and in the dark. Out at the airstrip, a mere 15 feet from the last of the holes dug there in November 1995, was a new pit. The area around it was roped off, and some Bolivian soldiers guarded the approaches. Alejandro walked me over to the far edge of the pit. It was about 6.5 feet deep. At the bottom, a skeleton lay on its back. The body had been laid out, apparently with some respect, just a few feet away from a tangled heap of 6 other cadavers. They were later identified as Pacho, Anacito, Willie, Juan Pablo Chang, Arturo, and Olo. The skull of the body that had been laid out neatly was covered by an olive green military jacket. One of the arms, cocked at the elbow, pointed skyward. The hand had been amputated at the wrist, the bone appeared to have been cut with surgical precision. Alejandro and the other experts had few doubts that the body was Che's. They had found plaster of Paris in a pocket of the jacket, traces from the death mask that was made when Che's hands were amputated. Alejandro had also found some pipe tobacco, which Che was known to have been given to smoke the night before his execution. All that was left to do, he said, was to check the dental records. Things moved quickly after that. Within a day, the news was out and a media frenzy had begun. Fearful of an order to halt the proceedings by the former military dictator, Hugo Banzer, who had won Bolivia's recent presidential election and was due to assume office in a few weeks, the Cubans and their Bolivian counterparts decided not to waste any time. On the night of July 5, they evacuated the bodies of Che and his comrades from Valle Grande in a lightning operation involving a convoy of vehicles. The bodies were taken to a hospital in Santa Cruz, where they were kept under guard and examined further. Che's teeth were matched with the plaster mold that the Cubans had made before he left for the Congo. A few days later, the remains were put on a plane and flown to Cuba. In keeping with the revolutionary tradition of giving each year an official title, 1997 was consecrated as the year of the 30th anniversary of the death in combat of the heroic guerrilla and his comrades. 6. Manuel Barber Roja Pinero died in 1998, at the age of 68, after losing control of his car while returning home from a diplomatic reception in Havana. Barber Roja, who had retired from his post as the head of the Americas Department a few years earlier, had remained faithful to Fidel. An affable man and a great raconteur who still wore his trademark long beard, he liked to spend long evenings gathered with friends in the kitchen of his book-crammed home in Miramar, smoking, drinking whiskey, and discussing international affairs. Despite his love of conversation, Barber Roja kept a lot of secrets to himself, and he took the majority of them with him to his grave. Aleta finally published her memoirs. Her book, Evocation, contains some of Che's private letters and poems dedicated to her. By the 40th anniversary of Che's death in 2007, Aleta had gradually released most of Che's writings and diaries for public attention. Living in Europe, deeply estranged from Cuba, Hilda de Guevara's son, Keinec, meanwhile, wrote a reflective, melancholy blog called Diaries Without a Motorsa. In Latin America, history seemed to have come around in a big circular loop. By January 2009, when Barack Obama replaced George W. Bush as President of the United States, more than a dozen Latin American countries had acquired left-of-center governments. Most of them were demanding a new relationship with the United States, and several were downright hostile. 3 of them had recently ousted their U.S. ambassadors, and one, Venezuela, had been host to Russia in joint naval war games in the Caribbean. Things had begun to change a decade earlier, in 1999, with the electoral victory in Venezuela of Hugo Chavez, a former army paratrooper, whose call for a Bolivarian revolution and willingness to confront the empire, as he called the United States, helped accelerate a deterioration in American influence in the region. Chavez regarded Fidel as his political mentor and Che Guevara as one of his greatest heroes. Using Venezuela's vast oil resources, Chavez became the primary economic sponsor for Cuba, and for Bolivia as well. In 2006, one of his political protégés, Evo Morales, an indigenous Aymara, was sworn into office as Bolivia's president. For some, the alliance between Chavez, Fidel, and Evo Morales represented a resuscitation of Che's dream of a continental revolution, only this time carried out without weapons. That was certainly Chavez's aspiration. Evo Morales attended a ceremony held in La Higuera on June 14, 2006, to commemorate Che's 78th birthday. Standing next to him were Che's son, Camilo, and the ambassadors of Cuba and Venezuela. After asking for a moment of silence in Che's memory, Morales said, "We will never betray the struggle of Che Guevara, of Fidel, or of Chavez, and we say this on the spot where our elder brother lost his life." 2 months later, Chavez and Fidel paid a joint visit to Che's boyhood home in Altagracia, Argentina. They were feted by the townspeople and toured the recently inaugurated Casa Museo del Che, in the former Guevara family home, Villa Nidia. Calica Ferrer was there, as was Carlos Figueroa. On the flight back to Havana, Fidel fell ill and vanished from public view for a long period. He was replaced in office by his brother, Raúl, who succeeded him formally as Cuba's president in February 2008. Fidel's illness did not prevent him from receiving some foreign dignitaries and from appearing in short video clips that were periodically released to the public. He could be seen talking, and often laughing, with his most frequent visitor, Hugo Chavez. Around the time Che's body was exhumed, a scrawl of graffiti in Spanish had appeared on the wall of the Valle Grande public telephone office. It said, "Che alive as they never wanted you to be."